You are now entering a dangerous liberty zone where God-given natural rights are held sacred and exercised. This is your warning. Tyranny, fascism, and censorship will not be tolerated. Ideas will be exchanged freely. Rigorous debate and open discourse is encouraged. If you are weak and your beliefs are fragile, you should leave now. Prepare yourself. We are now live on the Dangerous Liberty Podcast. All right, folks, good morning. Thank God it's Friday, and quite frankly, thank God it's the last day of this year, and I think it was over the first day that we started, especially when it comes to, probable cause. That is established. I think we've gone far beyond that. A lot of stuff going on there, but real quick, I want to say hi to everybody over in the chat. We got folks from the UK. We got South Carolina over in the chat. We got everybody. Thank you guys for showing up. Make sure you like, subscribe, and most importantly, share. And if you'd like to support this channel and what we do, down in the description below, there is a link where you can become a member. $8 a month, 2 cups of coffee a month, supporting this channel. You won't even know it's gone, but it goes a long way to support what we do, and we appreciate it. But the other way that you can support, it's free. Just share our content. Share our content, get the word out there. Folks, we have to continue to fight against the lies. That's why we're in this spot now. People stayed silent way too long. And, I will say this. There's a lot of people out there, including myself, that criticized Michael Knowles, Megyn Kelly, even for a while there, Brandon Tatum. Brandon Tatum got on the right path for being quiet, for not speaking out against this, while they sat there and also said nothing. Because it's not about these big influencers that make a difference. Folks, it's you. It's you. It's we the people that make the difference. At the end of the day, this is like us relying on somebody else. That is not American. We got to get out there. And if you care about this country, and if you care about this fight, and you care about these lies being spread and what's happening because of it, because it's damaging, man. I knew this from the beginning. I didn't even think that it would get as big as it did, but I knew from the very beginning when I saw what Candace Owens was doing back in late November. I saw the damage that she was going to inflict on this, and I had to speak out. And folks, all you got to do is share. It's great if you get on there. And again, I've said this many times. I want people to see this channel and it be a call to action. Not only fight back, but there's many of you out there that are meant to be influencers, right? That are meant to have channels. Folks, if I can do it, anybody can do it. And I'll happily help you in whatever capacity I can, whether you're into TikTok, whether you're into writing blogs. We got to get more people involved in this. This is where the fight is. I hate social media, but this is where the fight is. And, if you want to win, you got to be willing to do what it takes to win. We don't get to fight on our own terms. The enemy comes to us. They choose the battlefield a lot of times. They choose the operating environment. And that's where we got to fight. And I know a lot of people are like, I don't like to do this. I don't like to do this, but I want to do something. Well, a lot of times what that is I want to do this on my own terms, but your own terms isn't getting anything done. It's I want to do this over here, or I just want to stay silent, or I don't know. Maybe if I listen to enough podcasts like Gary's or whoever else is telling the truth out there, maybe that's enough. It's not enough. Because we're not force multiplying. And that's what we got to do to win, folks. We got to force multiply. And many of you out there, you feel convicted in your spirit to do something. Well, you can start by supporting the channel, obviously. But the other thing that you can do is share our content. And then from there, let's continue to build on that. Whether it's getting in there in the comments, fighting, writing, whatever, X posts, a blog, Substack, and then get on. Really what it comes down to, folks, I'll just tell you right now, social media, video, audio, that's where it is. That's the people that have the most influence, and you got to get to a point where you're comfortable doing that, because the retards out there sure are not shy about throwing a camera on and being like, Candace Owens is the best. Freaking Erica Kirk killed Charlie Kirk. And they don't care. They don't care if it's truthful. They don't care what they look like. They don't care how they sound. They don't care how stupid what they're saying actually is. And here we are sitting here with the truth, justice, God on our side. And we're like, I might not sound right. I get it. I'm still there all the time. I'm telling you, every time that this camera comes on, we go live, I still get nervous, but you get better at it. And yeah, you probably will suck a little bit at the beginning. And no matter what, you can deliver the best piece of content ever. And let me tell you something, the retard is going to come in and they're going to beat up on you. They're going to say you suck. They're going to tell you to quit no matter how good it is. And you just better get some thick skin and keep fighting regardless of all that. So this is a call to action, folks. And this entire Candace Owens saga, which is much bigger than her, it includes Tucker Carlson, Ian Carroll, Nick Fuente, all of these people that are trying to destroy this country from the right. This is huge. But like, this should be the moment where we see like it is no longer acceptable to stay silent. We got to start fighting back. The key to defeating someone like Candace Owens is preventing someone like Candace Owens from starting to begin with. If this whole movement, which by the way, folks, yesterday, I just feel like yesterday was a pivot point, a turning point, you might say. Like, people are finally waking up. People are finally fighting back. But this should have happened back in September. She should have never been allowed to rise to fame without the pushback that she's getting now. And if that had happened then, we prevented this. We wouldn't have these issues. That wasn't a planned monologue, I promise. Just going off a little bit. We got SK in the chat. SK, welcome to the show. Welcome to your show. I mean, you just live here now, right?
I just live here now.
I put you a P.O. box out there already. It says SKDouble Dub.
Perfect. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great.
Okay, well, I hope my internet holds. If it doesn't, I can drop it and my husband can try to fix it again, because he decided to experiment with the connection last night after I went to sleep, and I couldn't get on because I'm retarded when it comes to technology.
That's okay. Real quick, I do want to say hi to everybody over there. I kind of got distracted there. But hold my fear. Thank you for tuning in from the UK, Texas Motherbird, Dashing Cancer, Velvet, Liz 616, and many, many more. If you haven't said hi yet, make sure you guys do so. We'll be pulling up the last day of the marathon run, right? It's the point 2 of the 26. This is, but hopefully we get some huge revelations today. We'll go through the witness list. We'll go through the evidence list and see who we haven't heard from and what we haven't seen as far as the evidence so far. But man, did we get a bunch of revelations yesterday? Some of the biggest ones that I thought about yesterday was, number one, we had pictures of the rifle. We now know that Ian Carroll and everybody else spreading the lie that was a stock photo. That was a complete lie. And folks, the reason, like, even when that was first going around, I addressed it and I moved on. And I saw them continue to push that, and I didn't really understand like what the intent was behind it. And the reason that was so important is because they were saying that the real rifle is this relic that couldn't have made that shot. Like, sometimes you start seeing these false narratives and you don't really understand the strategy behind it or take it very seriously. I've learned to not take any of that for granted. When I see 1, 2, or 3 of these people pushing the same thing, even if I think that's stupid, that's not even worth addressing, you got to address it head on, because there's a bigger strategy behind it. And sometimes we don't even realize that. The same thing with Baron Coleman, when he's telling everybody that Tyler Robinson was in custody at 6:25 p.m. and being interrogated on the 11th. And the reason for that, as dumb as that is, and he's just making this up out of thin air. There's so many court documents, and now we have sworn testimony that refute that. The reason that that's so important is because they're pushing the narrative that the Discord chat that he sent, the Discord confession that he sent at 7:57 p.m. on the 11th, was fake. It was created by the feds, or I don't know, a sheriff's deputy or something. There's no way he could have sent that, because he's already in custody. They're already taking his phone. And folks, that both of those things grew legs. And that those two things, as dumb as they are, convince a lot of people that this is a larger conspiracy. And that's what's happening with this. And we got to identify that stuff early. You know what I mean?
I do. Are you saying it's not the Jews. This isn't some big conspiracy from Israel and the Jews and Jewish
Not
space
unless-
lasers and, you know.
Is Candace Jewish? If Candace is Jewish, I'll blame the Jews. If Baron Coleman's Jewish, I'll blame the Jews.
Did you see that Ian Carroll posted something about how I think he said the NGOs, I'll have to look exactly what he said, but he said that people need to be more like Mappin.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you, this
He's out there glazing everybody. Baron Coleman, Mappin, all of these people. He's promoting them hard. That guy
he said, hey, donor class, be more like John Mappin. Y'all could save the world if you would just be more like John.
Did you know that Candace got ratioed yesterday because of the Jews? I don't know.
Oh, I did, because my friend is so amazing, and she might stop by. She might be a special guest today.
I would
In and
love
out.
to
She
have
might even
Data-
stop by more than once.
She can come on all day. She can come on all day. I'd love to have Data Republican on. I've never talked to her in person, but yeah, her analysis, her writing is always amazing. I love it. I love it. I think it's in my replies here. I hate that you could never find anything on X. It's just like things are just so here it is. Am I sharing my screen right now? Can you guys see that? Yes.
You've got it shared this time.
All right. So this is pretty funny, and I just want you guys to see this. So here we have Candace. Apparently this post is unavailable that she shared, probably because it was complete BS. Wild but expected with the level of propaganda we've seen this week. The propaganda campaign has no teeth. Nobody in the world outside of the Zionists believe Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk and that Israel's hands are clean. Keep fighting, everyone. Charlie's army grows. Every day Charlie's army grows. No, first of all, it's not Charlie's army. Okay, you're talking about the army of Satan, which is you. You were like Satan manifest in flesh at this point. Like I folks, this thing is so spiritual. And I want to share a conversation that I thought it's kind of simple. It was a conversation I had with Jeremy Boyne, and I'm going to share that with you in a little bit, talk more about this. But Data Republican said, so in other words, you get ratioed because your post, Israel infiltrated X so they can conspire to install source code, which randomly reposts other replies to you. And somehow it passed every code review and QA and got released to the wild. And somehow that's easier than tweaking the algorithm or throttling you. It's a bug which turns the repost symbol green. Candace, I've seen it once in a while. My post isn't even on the guy's timeline. But she blames everything. It has to go back to the Jews.
But her response, Candace, that post with that screen recording that other person posted was a response to Data Republican's original ratio of Candace. And that one is fire.
Well, speaking of Jews, the other person that ratioed the living crap out of her yesterday was Ben Shapiro. And it was more of the same coping. But these people are in panic mode, without a doubt. Everybody. Ian Carroll's out there trying to attack everybody. Baron Coleman, he's coming up with new theories and trying to squeeze in doubt into the preliminary hearing and everything else. And what they're going to have to resort to is that everything's fake, everything's fabricated, even though it doesn't make sense. Like if the government was going to fabricate all this stuff, and I always go back to this, well, there's a couple things we can go back to, but specifically on the ATF report. The ATF report, and we saw the lady that conducted the tooling analysis on the ballistics and the projectile, or the pieces of projectile that were recovered yesterday. Like, they had to say that it was inconclusive. If we were just going to fake all this, if the U.S. government was going to fake, like, they would just say, yep, it matches, done. They could have fired a round into some gel and like, oh, this is the round that we recovered from Charlie Kirk. There you go. It matches perfectly. Done. It's all fake, but then, and it's all Fed slob, but you have the Candace cult going out there. And as soon as that report came out, basically all they said was, oh, look, it's proof. They said it was all Fed slop, except for the one thing that they thought they could twist around. It said inconclusive and not exclusive, but they turned that around as proof that it wasn't the rifle. That's what they're pushing for like the first week and a half to 2 weeks, and still to some extent. Like, it excludes that rifle somehow. Never mind the fact that, number one, they said it was a .30 caliber family round, so that purports with what we know. And number two, the other thing that they fail to even recognize is the fact that the tooling matches perfectly with the shell casing to that gun. So, you know, and even going back, we've talked about this before too. It's like all they had to do was use a 223. Like if they wanted to fake this, and you could get these hundreds and hundreds of people all together to conspire with this, it could easily be done. But the problem is you're not going to get 100 different people in everything from different U.S. agencies, Utah agencies, medical staff, the defense, which this would require the defense to be on this, because they're going to prosecute or impeach all of that evidence, including the cell phone texts and Discord chats. And by the way, that's another thing that Candace said. They don't even have his phone. They didn't even question Tyler Lance Twiggs. They did. We know that they questioned him for a really long time. They didn't even question
twice.
So twice. So these are all false narratives, these little false narratives that are just complete lies that they've seeded into this conversation to sow doubt and ultimately to make money and to push other false narratives that the Jews are involved in this and Israel's involved in this. Like, I'm not here to protect Israel, the Jews, or anybody else. I just want the truth. And these people hate the truth because the truth isn't as sexy, isn't as cool. We can't get millions and millions of views and clicks and super chats and everything else. But more importantly, what it does, it destroys the fabric of this country. It destroys trust in everybody. And man, there's a lot of institutions that don't deserve our trust. But if you're just undermining them, if you're exploiting especially what the Biden administration had done to the American people, and they did, they absolutely just traumatized the American people between COVID, and Trump is guilty in some of this too, by the way. I have lots of criticisms of Trump, but when we have the Biden administration weaponize the DOJ the way that they did, going after Trump and going after J6, putting people in prison without probable cause, not even allowing them to have a lawyer, just threw them in solitary confinement. And then on top of that, what they were doing, I don't know if you're aware of this, they were moving people around constantly so they couldn't take their legal documents and things like that with them. Like, this was an intentional strategy to make this as difficult and to punish political opponents. Among many other things that the Biden administration had done, the FBI, James Comey, the things that he did, and then we have Trump. We get sick of this. We vote Trump back into office. He cleans house, not perfectly. All right. There's still a bunch of deep state operatives. These things are hard to prove. They're hard to prosecute. They're even hard to fire these people. Folks, I've been in the federal work system. Like, it is impossible, almost impossible, to fire an absolutely corrupt bureaucrat in the federal system. Like, it's crazy. But then to take all those things and to make the Trump administration, which by all accounts, everything that I can see, is making sure that this is investigated properly through the rule of law, procedurally. I can't find anything wrong with this. And by the way, it's not even a Fed case. It is the state of Utah that is taking this case to trial. And yes, we have different agencies within the federal government assisting with this. And they take all of these circumstances that really aren't relevant to the case, and they try to insert this manufactured suspicion when there's perfectly good explanations for all of these things that have taken place. But they're like, oh, look at what they did here. Oh, look, they repaved the courtyard. And the other thing that was going around that really damaged me was, like, they repaved the courtyard the next day. People act like it happened on September 11th. It didn't. Folks, that entire scene, and I know because I talked to people when I was there, that entire campus was locked down for 3.5 days, 24/7. I was told hundreds of people were there. I don't know if that's exactly right. But it could have been. But they were working in shifts 24/7 to process and to make sure that was forensically, processed correctly over 3.5 days. And honestly, at the end of it, besides getting, the surveillance footage, we had kind of one main crime scene and then a second crime scene. And the main thing that they needed to find and process was the rooftop and everything that happened up there on the roof. And if they found other places to get prints or whatever else as he was walking through that, I don't know. And then, of course, the courtyard scene. Like, that doesn't take a lot of time, but they took as much time as possible, involved as many people as possible. It was a team effort. And yes, there was going to be blood and biologicals that is required to remove those things. And then UVU, after it's no longer a crime scene, and it was turned back over to UVU for control. They decided to do mitigation. They cleaned that out. They decided to renovate it to make it less traumatic for the students that were going to be arriving there on Monday, many of which that were actually at the event where Charlie Kirk was. I mean, it just makes sense. You can disagree with it, but none of these theories where it's like, oh, they were covering up any sort of evidence. Number one, any possible evidence was removed already. It was being processed either by the FBI or different Utah authorities and their forensic capabilities. So, they just want to continue to sow doubt into all this, and it really is a shame. It really is.
It truly is a shame. And I did want to point out, when you mentioned J6 and the treatment of the J6 prisoners and things like that, there is a U.S. Marshals report that you can read. They went in, they did a whole inspection of the prisons and the treatment of these people. They ended up moving 400 inmates to other facilities. There was standing sewage. They were put into solitary confinement for longer than allowed. They weren't given haircuts. They weren't allowed to shave. They weren't given showers on a regular basis. They weren't allowed access to Bibles, but they had plenty of Qurans around. There are lots of things that are wrong with that. And there are government reports that are written about this.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, look, I get it. Like, but we have an American people that are traumatized by this government that took advantage of us. I understand that, you understand it, but guess who else understands that? Our foreign adversaries. Probably they understand it better than we do. And you better believe political adversaries understand what's going on. The George Soros types, folks, they're all pushing this stuff. And we've got to get, look, information is no longer about ballistic solutions winning wars. That time, it'll probably come again, and there's times for that. But the main battlefield is right here on the information war. This is how they destroy America, and they realize it. That's why, even though that Russia is right now, they've lost like 1.2 to 1. They've had 1.2 to 1.4 million casualties. They're getting their asses handed to them in Ukraine. And what do? They reduce their military budget significantly. And they've increased their influence operations budget by 57%. It's like $1.7 billion. And that's a lot of money for a much smaller economy like Russia. That is a lot of money. Like in the US, we're like, $1.7 billion. Like we spend that money testing, I don't know, what rats like tacos the best. That's what we do. But that's a lot of money for Russia. And the reason being is because they understand that their return of investment is going to be greater by pushing influence operations here in the United States and against their enemies than they ever will launching missiles at the Ukrainians or anybody else for that matter. That is how they're going to win this war. Folks, we appreciate the super chats. Thank you so much, Savvy. We love you. I will try to obviously get the super chats in here as often as possible anytime that we come to a break. But keep them coming, and I will prioritize those. Savvy says the entire time Candace has been telling her audience that the government was saying, don't believe your own eyes. Now that the evidence is coming out, she's telling them to do exactly that. The irony is incredible. Yeah. I mean, the Candace cult is the equivalent of the vaccine pushers. I mean, that's what you need to realize. They're the ones saying, hey, forget about like the vaccine injuries. Forget about the fact that they lied to you. We lied to you multiple times and said, if you take the vaccine, you won't get sick. You can't, you're not communicable. Like they're the ones saying all these things now. It's us like, no, look, I'm looking at the evidence. We're the sane ones. We're the ones that were actually on the side of COVID, like against the COVID thing. Like we're the ones. And even if they got that right, I mean, my God, if you didn't realize that COVID wasn't a conspiracy and wasn't being used as a weapon to control people like within the first month, like you're a moron. You're just a moron. Like, don't sit there and be like, oh, I was one of the first people to realize that. Good for you. Like, it couldn't have been more obvious. But guess what? They switched up the tactics slightly and they got you duped. You're not that hard to fool. And it's very obvious to us. So
I think we might have somebody else in here.
Who do we have right here?
Or if we don't, we might in a second. So just be watching.
Oh, this is a picture. I see what's going on there.
But you should pull up the ratio, the first ratio that Data Republican did on Candace. I know I posted it on my feed. I reposted it. Oh, there she is.
Data Republican. My goodness. Thank you so much for coming on. I'm so happy to have you on. Can you hear me? You're muted.
Yeah, well, she just in case for people that don't know, Data Republican is deaf, so I'm not sure if her text to talk is working or if she'll be texting me to say what she wants to say. But either way, we will get it out. Everybody just needs to be patient. She said, yeah, I'll just be sending messages. She's going to be sending messages to me. Perfect. And I'll read them. So if you guys didn't know, yeah, this is a Data Republican. She's absolutely amazing. If you don't follow her on X, make sure you go follow her on X, Data Republican. And she has a book coming out in October about George Soros and the globalism. It's going to be great. You can go pre-order that. It's called Unelected. It's going to be earth-shattering, I think, in my opinion. And they also have their distillery. So you'll have to go check all of those things out. And let me see what she's saying. She's looked like she had something she wanted to say. So.
Well, I just want to get this out there. Number one, Data, you have been doing God's work. Your level of research is amazing. The way that you are able to articulate that, especially, it's perfect for X. You were made to fight this battle on X, and I just appreciate you so much. So, anytime that we can help you out, everything that you post, I repost, unless I just happen to miss it. But just love what you're doing. Thank you for fighting the fight that you are, and you're doing it. You're one of the best warriors out there for sure. So thank you. And I know it's not easy because I know you get attacked on a pretty regular basis.
Yes, she does. She said that SK, has read some excerpts of the book and that I even helped write a couple chapters, but she's giving me entirely too much credit. That's not exactly true. I have read excerpts and I did contribute some information.
I'm looking. Let's see. We got day 4, day 5. Let's see. All right. I'm trying to keep track, folks.
I've got it pulled up. I'll see when they come in the courtroom.
And make sure.
She said to you, she said, thank you. She said, yeah, Joel Finkelstein, however you say that, my NCR friend. And to be clear, I don't have any relationship with NCRI except that Joel and I nerd out together a lot. And he sometimes asks me to review data. He gets a lot of hate on X, which just isn't justified. And so he came up with this report last week and asked her to review it before it went public. She said, and it was so shocking. Like, I hadn't been paying too close attention to the Candace cult and was so sick of them. But his report made me realize that Erica's life is really in danger. And she's talking about that NCRI report from, remember, earlier in the week when we pulled up her thread with the videos and the report? That's what she's referring to. She said that's when she decided to go all in and download all of Candace's transcripts and everything. She's gotten all of Candace's podcast transcripts and has been analyzing them, and she's about to drag her all over the internet.
Well, I love that we're finally seeing a convergence of all this. We have people down, just normal people out there fighting back. Because look, Candace is intimidating. There's no doubt about it. Like, she has, and when I decided to launch that first video, I had everybody telling me, Gary, don't do it. It's not worth it. This will be the end of you. And I was like, I don't care. I genuinely don't care. And I did. I expected to lose 100,000+ followers that day. It didn't happen, thankfully. It definitely has affected our views and everything, and our subscribers and everything else. I'm not going to sit there and pretend that it doesn't, but I don't care. If something's something's right and it's the right thing to do, it's worth fighting for. And
Exactly.
I think we're losing these wars in increments. And what happens is something like Candace Owens looks fairly benign. And it's like, that's not that big a deal. It's not worth fighting. It's definitely not worth the pain that I would go through, because you guys know how it is. You say anything negative in her comments, my God, the vitriol that you're faced with by her bots and real supporters. But trust me, there's a huge number of bots. That's one of the things in data maybe that I would love to help you with. I would love to figure out a way that we can start quantifying how much of her movement is artificial. I've worked with other couple of people, and there's a lot of we can tell it's happening. It's just really tough to quantify. And I don't know that there's tools that exist to do that if you're not a state sponsored or the United States itself, or obviously X or one of these big platforms, which aren't going to push that information. But that needs to be done, and people need to see so that they can recognize in the future what's actually happening with, because these people are highly boosted. Baron Coleman, Ian Carroll, Tucker Carlson, even people like Buckley Carlson, John Mappin, obviously Candace Owens, and many others. Like, they are being boosted by our political and foreign adversaries, and we need to recognize it for the threat that it is.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I wanted to say that Data Republican said, I didn't know Charlie that well, but I knew him well enough to know that he loved his wife above all. And she said, I always keep in mind that God gave me this miracle, this voice, because I have to do the right thing. And it was just right. So she's tried to stay out a lot of the Candace Owens stuff and not really get into that and into any kind of drama or infighting on different sides. But, it's gotten so bad. I think it's just to a point where people can't stay silent anymore. And I'm so excited to see everything that she comes up with after analyzing the transcripts from Candace's podcasts, because I'm here for it. I sent the producer, Jen, a song, an Italian song, and I said, I think this is Candace's theme song for today, because she is thoroughly cooked.
Yeah, we might take a look at that. Data, I'm curious to hear your thoughts regarding where do you think this is going to go from here, and where do you think Candace is going to pivot from here?
She's going to type. We'll give her just a second to
No
type
worries.
and get her thoughts out. I know it's kind of difficult not having the text to talk readily available or having her interpreter, but I can do my best
It's
to get it out there and be her voice. I love her, you guys. Also, if you don't know, she's hilarious.
We also have another surprise guest coming on at some point today as well. That'll be fun. That'll be fun.
Oh, good. I love surprise guests.
Surprise.
Surprise. I'm excited to see what she has to say. And everybody has to remember that she's reading what we are saying on her screen, and then she's typing a response. So just make sure you're patient and understanding that sometimes it just takes a second.
While she's doing that, I want to pull up another video that got under my skin quite a bit yesterday, because this is another person that I think should just be shamed and humiliated out of existence. And I just mean from social media, just so we're clear. I hate having to say it. And here's, you know what? I'm going to play this too while we're here, while we're on the subject, because this is worth playing as well. And we will give Data Republican plenty of time to put together her thoughts and what she wants to say.
She did start her reply, and it's great. She's saying, so there's a pretty common pattern with Candace's allegations. She always works in the gaps of evidence. She never has proof. To her, the lack of proof is the evidence, literally. Like, we didn't see those photos of bullet fragments recovered from Charlie's neck until yesterday. And until yesterday, that was the proof that Charlie was killed by an explosive.
Yes. Do you think she's going to continue to push the exploding mic nonsense? I hope she does.
I am really surprised that she's doing the things she's doing. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that she's not humbling herself and, saying, okay, well, maybe I got this wrong or anything. She's like doubling and tripling down. I do really think you should pull up her response to Candace, the original one that ratioed her, because she ratioed her very quickly and it was amazing. She absolutely cooked her.
We will do that.
And I didn't even get to see it until this morning because I fell asleep so early last night. As soon as you ended your live, I went to sleep.
Yeah, I wasn't. No, that's not true. As soon as I got off the next show with.
Well, that's what I meant. After that one, I watched that one. I was in the comments, and then as soon as you ended it, I was like, I'm going to bed.
Can you send me a link?
Yeah, here, look.
I'm not having to look for it.
Yeah, I've got it. And Jenica, if you want to send me anything that you want to say while I'm getting your link, you can do that and take your time. No rush. You're here. You can hang out with us. You can come in and out, whatever you want to do.
They have started the hearing.
She did say, she said, I think Candace will just keep pivoting to the next gaps in evidence as long as the audience stays with her. And she's kind of trained her audience to do that. This allegation I'm making is true unless you provide proof otherwise. That's the pattern. Replies to me. That's what she always uses. I mean, that's what she does. She's always saying this allegation I'm making is true unless you provide proof otherwise. And that's the pattern she uses. Like how it's really not Tyler Robinson in the staircase until we get a 4K video of him. Even though people that work with him and Lance and everyone could recognize it was him. If people just use a little bit of common sense and rational thinking, if you know someone in real life and you've spent enough time around them, you can see a grainy video of someone and you can tell by their mannerisms, the way they're walking, the shape, you can tell that it's them, even if it's not 100% crystal clear 4K video or photo. And Lance and coworkers were recognizing Tyler.
Yeah. I'm going to play this video real quick
because by Candace Owens.
Kelly, let me make sure that is that up on the screen right now? Yes. All right. This was another great video. And by the way, folks, if you haven't done so already, make sure you go follow SKDouble Dub. Also, go follow Data Republican on X. I don't know where other social media platforms are or where she puts out content, but we'll make sure we get those down in the description for people that are watching this in the future. But I want to play this video by Milk Bar TV, our good friend Nathan over there, and I think it really does highlight what a grifter, what a coward Megyn Kelly actually is.
I've seen some insane things on the internet, mostly championed by Candace Owens, that are, it is so loony tinfoil hat out there. And I think that's hard on the victim's family. So I also want to commend the prosecution for going through this in those 5 days, because it really does change the public discourse on it. We're about to separate those that are open-minded to other defense theories from the actual lunatics.
I mean, I don't agree with Candace's theory of this case, but I have to say, I genuinely believe she was traumatized by watching her friend die. I can relate to it. And I think she's in earnest. And I think she distrusts authority. I don't agree with her, again, Matt, but I just like, and I know people have very strong feelings about her. I think she's in her own search for what she believes happened here. And she has zero trust in official words on anything.
She's making,
zero.
yeah.
I'm not quite that cynical.
She's making it harder for Erica Kirk and the entire Kirk family. She's also making things harder on the prosecution. And look, I don't know her. I've never appeared in front of her. I got nothing against her. I got no axe to grind. But she is making things harder for the good guys on this. And Erica Kirk asked her to stop with the stuff, and she said she would. And then Erica Kirk asked her, I think, twice, and she's continued. She's quadrupled down on it, and she sounds insane to me. And again, I don't know her. I would debate her anytime on some of this stuff because it's insane. Like Israel didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Sorry, they just didn't. This is a murder case. It's a death penalty case. This is what they look like. This is what killers sound like. This is how these things actually occur in.
And I'll summarize for you on this. You guys get the point. But she sits there and makes excuses after excuse for Candace Owens and what she's doing in like that. You have to completely it's one thing if she's going out there and she's just saying, hey, Israel did this, whatever. But when she is blaming Erica Kirk with zero evidence and going after her as viciously as she has, maliciously, sadistically, the way that she has, and going after her dying mother, which is one of the things that just disgusts me the most. When you see her come back from that interview, or not interview, that discussion with Erica Kirk after December 15th, I believe it's on the 16th that she airs that first episode, and her response, or filling everybody in what happened. And she's like, the only time that she showed emotion was when her mother came up. And like, she took note of that. And a couple weeks later, she has a whole expose, this whole series, and 80% of it is going after her dying mother. She knew what she was doing. Like, we can't tolerate this kind of behavior in our society. It should be shamed. It should be derided. It should be like, she should not have followers. And she is welcome. Like, she has the First Amendment. She can say whatever she wants to say within the scope of the legal bounds. And I hope to God, and I think it's going to happen, I hope to God Erica and TPUSA sue the living pants off her, so that it is a warning for people in the future that decide that they're going to basically content farming using these types of tactics. It's content farming through extortion is what it really is.
I will say, Data Republican sent this. She said, I think one of the most insidious things of all of this is that they're the hegemon. They always portray themselves as the minority, but every single influencer can tell you that speaking against Candace or Tucker is a guaranteed way to lose followers. And I've seen so many influencers like Megyn Kelly skyrocket because of their embrace of Candace adjacent themes. And that's part of why I stayed away from this for so long, unfortunately, until that NCRI report made me realize lives really are at stake here. And I think that's something that is very important for us to note, is that Candace isn't just pushing some slop BS propaganda. She's putting people's lives in danger. She's got her followers convinced and ready to commit violence. So she's not only gotten them to a point of accepting political violence, she's gotten them to a point of cheering for it and even considering committing it. People have been arrested for threatening Erica already.
And if people had the opportunity, they would take it. And who knows what this is going to lead to. Like, we have some seriously mental ill people. Nothing that was said about Charlie Kirk, who was ultimately killed for the things that he said and who he was and what he believed. Nothing has been said that is nearly as bad as what has been said about Erica Kirk, and incited the level of hatred and vitriol. Because, it was one thing, Charlie Kirk, who believed that, in traditional marriage and traditional values, that trans ideology is a poison. He pushed back against liberalism, communism, Islam. He pushed back, and that's why they killed him. Well, Erica already comes by default with all those exact same things. But now on top of that, they've convinced a lot of people that she killed her own husband, that she conspired with a foreign entity to kill her husband. And then even worse, that's not enough. That's not enough. She is a child sex trafficker. So, like, in the future, there's people probably planning this stuff or wanting to take this person out. And Candace Owens doesn't care. Candace Owens doesn't care. And going back to what you were saying at the beginning of this with Megyn Kelly, the problem with Megyn Kelly is she knows that there is a huge audience overlap. And she is just a coward, because she knows that if she does start speaking out against Candace, she will lose half her audience. And my God, like, she's going to go down. I want to make sure that her, Baron Coleman, Ian Carroll, or all these people are attached to the hip to Candace Owens, because Candace Owens will be going down. And I want all these people to be held accountable and go down with her. They deserve everything that they're going to get, and then some, and then some. Go ahead.
I think this was in the chat. Is Kelly Bates in here? Kelly Bates, where you at?
Kelly Bates.
It says, she wrote, thank God the government slop report is telling me people are going to commit violence. Not one of Candace's followers are talking about committing violence. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Listen here, Kelly Bates, you thumb thugging couch Karen. It's all over the internet. it takes 2 seconds to search for it, and comment after comment after comment come up, and it's already been put together in videos for you to see. And if you go take the time to watch it, you'll see the exact tactics and playbook that have been used by Candace Owens in order to make people like you believe the crap that you're putting on the internet.
Yeah.
Sorry. I debating is my thing. So every now and then I get a little spicy. Sorry.
No worries. Boogeyman says, and then we're going to go to the, we'll start covering the trial. And Data Republican, love for you to stay on. You can do whatever you want. You have a guest link. You can jump in and out however you want to do it, but we'd love to have you on. And I want to hear what you have to say about that and your analysis on this.
She sent a video that she thought might be worth playing. It's the stage 4 violence becomes conceivable video that I sent you the link on our text.
Okay.
And I think she also is sharing this link if we wanted to be able to play the trial on fast forward a little bit. If we have her for a few more minutes, I'm not sure how long she's wanting to stick around. It might be worth talking about some of this while she's here.
Absolutely. I do want to address this real quick. Boogeyman says, Gary, I'm all in on TR did it, but 30-06 not going through has me baffled beyond baffled. Boogeyman, I don't know how much more I can cover this. I'm going to post a link to a full live stream that Nate Vance and I did just it was actually at the beginning of the month. But I've talked about this hundreds of times. Like, it is not that uncommon for 30-06 to not pat. Again, we have Martin Luther King, we have Charlie Kirk, we have Chuck Ritter, and we have Shane Hill. All of which, they're the only people I know by name that have been shot by 30-06. And not a single one of them. Not a single one of them. And by all of them shot closer distance than Charlie Kirk. And they did not have an exit wound. So, I mean, all you need is one, but we have 4. And they're the only 4 people that I know have been shot by 30-06, and we didn't have an exit wound. So if you haven't seen it, and if you've been following me, I've covered this hundreds of thousands of times, not hundreds of thousands, but I've covered this literally hundreds of times. It comes up every show. And we've done full podcasts, which, by the way, tonight we're going to do another full podcast on the ballistics. I know it's the kind of the pivotal thing that has a lot of people confused, and I understand it. But you got to be open to the facts of this. But we're going to do one tonight with Nate Vance, Matt Tardio, and Justin from Phoenix Ammunition, and myself. So we're going to cover this at length one more time. Probably won't be the last time, because I do know it's kind of like the crux on which a lot of people are genuinely, the people that are genuine about this, like, I just don't understand that. If you study it, you'll understand it. And I didn't at first either. We just don't study terminal ballistics that way. And I went through and I started looking through reports. I started looking through history. I started looking through military and civilian pathology reports. It is much more common than you think. 30-06 is not like a 120 millimeter freaking artillery round that everybody thinks it is. It's just not. And
I just wanted to say really quick, Data Republican said about the threats that Erica is receiving. She said, what I can tell you is that once I started searching for Erica death threats, they are everywhere on X. I can only imagine that auto moderation is catching a lot more threats that didn't get published. So again, for people that are thinking this is just made up, Fed slop, whatever, this is real. And there are real people, real human beings with real lives and families and children that are being affected by the stuff that is being posted on the internet. And if you're playing a part in that, you should probably step back and take a look at yourself.
Hey, SK, real quick, where did you post those links? Did you post it in the private chat?
I posted it in our text. I sent the link to her X thread on X.
What do you mean? What do you mean? In text on
text. Yeah. Sorry, I did send her ratio of Candace on X and in chat, but then I sent that video just there because it's easier for me because I'm already in my text messages.
We will go through those. I don't want to get too far behind.
I don't want to look at the numbers right now, so we're going to pretend that it's just us in our little bitty chat that it usually is.
Let's see. This is the original, this one right here. This is what we're talking about. Can you see that? Am I showing?
Nope, you're not sharing it. She said, I will also add, I get it. Institutions failed you, so you don't trust Fed slop anymore. But the way to go here is to follow the data and to the truth. The institutions don't tell the truth, but Candace doesn't tell the truth either. Obedience to truth is obedience to Jesus. Again, guys, I say it every day. Praying for discernment is the most important thing right now. That's the only way you're going to be able to wade through the muck and the mud and the nonsense.
Folks, government is in our institutions are a necessary evil. But there are things that are worse than our government. And they will exploit the failures of our government, and they will exploit our perception of the government to come in here and destroy the greatest country on earth. And that's what's taking place. The government should not be trusted, but freaking podcasters with hidden agendas and incentivized by lots of money shouldn't be trusted either. We have to follow the truth. We have to follow the evidence. Everything has to be assessed on an individual basis to see if it's true. We can't just say, I immediately think about this because of JFK or because of COVID, or like that. Default thinking is the way that you get tricked into voting against and believing in things that are against your own interests. You're being manipulated. It's just a fact. And I know that's part of the, like, our enemies and our political adversaries as well. And what I mean by political adversaries, I mean the communists that want to take this country over, that want to continue to push power from us to China. They understand that we all come with this hubris that we can't be tricked. We can be. And the moment that you realize it, and I realize that, like, you have to have humility and you have to address this on a logical approach this on a very logical basis and say what is true and what is not. What does the evidence say? Put away my own prejudices for a minute and just assess this. But here's the original post from Data Republican. Says Candace said, no, Andrew Colvett, that would be you, the debilitating narcissism it took to believe that you could hijack Charlie's legacy, his show, his organization, and pervert his vision. You lied. All of these things. Please go check this out for sure, and definitely follow Data Republican. But hello, Miss Owens. You told millions of people that Tyler Robinson wasn't even there, that you felt confident stating that Tyler Robinson did not murder Charlie Kirk. He was on camera, prone on the lawsuit roof at 12:22, shot at 12:23:28, DNA on the screwdriver at 30 quintillion to 1, DNA on the rifle at 1.7 octillion to 1. He told his family what he did. His parents helped him surrender. He texted his roommate, I'm very sorry. He engraved, hey, fascist, catch on the ammunition a month before he used it. You said the police didn't even question Lance Twiggs. He was interviewed twice. The FBI the morning after, joint state federal team 7 months later, his own attorney, voluntary phone surrender. You laughed when you said it. You told Sean Ryan a shape charge killed Charlie, that Pettin was in his microphone. The medical examiner says a gunshot wound, bullet fragments were recovered from his body. A 30-06 Mauser with Robinson's DNA was found in the woods. Neither side, not prosecution, not defense, has mentioned explosives not once in 4 days. You said the shot came from below. The lawsuit building is above the amphitheater. You called Erica Kirk a clinical psychopath to an audience of millions. You said the assassination was an occult ritual. You said Charlie was sitting in a pentagram. It's not a pentagram. You told people Israel killed him because he refused Netanyahu. You made over 100 episodes. You built a franchise on a dead man's name. And the hardest fact of all, Tyler Robinson's own defense lawyers, the people whose entire career is on the line to get him acquitted, have refused to make a single one of your arguments. Not one. They're challenging DNA methodology. They're doing their jobs. You were doing something else entirely. Charlie Kirk changed my life. He platformed my work when nobody knew who I was. He had my back when I was doxxed. I was the 10,000th most important person in his world, and I will never be able to repay him. So I did what I know to do. I read every transcript. I watched every hour of testimony. I cataloged your claims, and I held them up against what was said under oath. Every single one failed. I don't know why you did this. I'm not going to speculate on your motives because that would make me exactly the kind of analyst I've spent my career refusing to be. But I know what you did. You told people confident lies about a dead man's murder, and millions of them believed you. And some of them turned that belief into threats against his widow. The trial continues, and every day of sworn testimony is another day your words get tested against reality, under oath, on the record, where it counts. I'll be here for all of it, because just as Charlie defended me, I will do what little I can to defend his legacy and TPUSA and Miss Erica Kirk from evil. Got 2.7 million views. We got 67,000 likes. And while I don't care about ratios, popularity is not the arbiter of truth. But this is what matters about this post, is that people are retweeting it. People do like it. This is resonating with people. And this message, I wish I had known what Candace was doing earlier. I wish a lot of other people would have been paying attention. And I wish we would have done more like this. And at the very beginning, to cut her off at the pass and expose her for the evil liar that she is early on. Folks, we can never allow this to happen again. We really can't. And I'll be honest with you, Dated Republican, I got chills reading that. So thank you for putting that information out there. Thank you for having the courage to do this. It's so important, and it can't be overstated. It really can't.
She is absolutely amazing, and she chooses to do the right thing when it's the hard thing to do, and I really commend her for that. You guys all that follow me know that doing this isn't something that I necessarily wanted to do, but I was being led and I was being obedient and, following my faith. And God has put all the right people in my life to this point. And I feel like Data Republican is definitely one of those people, and the things that she has been doing to help this country are absolutely incredible.
I'm going to play this other video of hers as part of stage 4. Violence becomes conceivable. Candace denies she's accused Erica of murder, but her audience certainly has gotten the message. This is so true. And we're about to see Baron Coleman. Baron Coleman is somebody that we have to address now. In my opinion, he is a greater threat than Candace ever was, because he's more sophisticated. He's better at giving presentations and convincing people of total horseshit, to be honest with you. And he is a real threat to the fabric. He's worse than Candace Owens, and he is rising in popularity. And quite frankly, I think he's heavily boosted. And I think people are making the right decisions. People that want to destroy this country, I think they're literally diverting assets away from Candace Owens and putting them on Baron Coleman, because I sure would, because your return of investment would be better with him. He is a liar, but he's a better liar. He's a more sophisticated liar, and quite frankly, he's more entertaining than Candace Owens, and he's going to appeal to a larger audience.
Well, and he uses appeal to authority because he uses his law degree, and so then people automatically assume he knows what he's talking about because he's a barred attorney.
100%.
Said that Erica killed Charlie. She's never said it that I've seen. Oh, but Baron,
I'll turn this up as much as I can. The volume's low on the video, folks.
I believe Erica did it. I'll be the first to say, I don't think Erica did it. I don't think Erica killed her husband. I don't think Erica killed her husband. Nor do I know a single human being that does. I've never talked to anyone.
What a slimy scumbag liar he is.
That on this show, I don't know a single person who believes Erica killed Charlie. Not one. So what a weird thing to say.
Her husband. Now, let me at first also state unequivocally that I do not believe that Erica Kirk murdered her husband. I've never made that claim in public, sincerely.
Folks, and they're playing slimy political word games here too. What they do believe, what they're saying is, I don't believe that she pulled the trigger. What they do believe, and they talk about all the time, is that she's complicit in the planning, the foreknowledge, the cover-up of Charlie Kirk's murder, which is in of itself, she would be charged with murder. She's part of it. So this slimy, disingenuous, dishonest, disgusting maneuvering around what they're actually saying makes me even sicker to my stomach. These people are the worst type of people on the earth. They really are.
I've never made that claim. What I have said and what I stand by today.
I want to put this back. I mean, look at this, folks. Look what this said. Fuck Erica Francois. She can go hide in Tel Aviv if she doesn't feel safe in America after being complicit in killing Charlie. Candace is queen, and the truth is out. It's a fact at this point. Cry harder. Like, this has been repeated so many times now that it's accepted as fact by these low IQ, imbecilic retards. And they're out there, they're hateful, they have nothing going on in their lives, and this is now their passion, this is now their religion. They are radicalized by this demon that we see on television, her, Baron Coleman, Ian Carroll, all of these people. They are disgustingly evil. And if you don't feel it in your spirit, my God, you need to pray through. You need to grow yourself a conscience. And if you're just standing by like, oh yeah, I condemn that, you do it quietly, you're complicit. I'm sorry, but you are at this point. All of her viewers that are just like, I'm just here for the entertainment value. I'm not really doing. No, you're complicit. You're complicit in this. You should be condemned. And at this point, you should just be ridiculed until, like, no one takes you serious. Nobody should take any of these people seriously.
Gary,
Yep.
I agree 100% with every single thing you're saying. Just want to.
I wanted to point out that I want people to recognize this is the hegemony. I can't say it. It's like the British say it like hegemony. The Americans say it hegemony. I can't say it, okay? But I just want to say that part of that report from NCRI that Data Republican made that thread about with the videos, this video is in that thread. It's the stage 4 violence part. You can see the entire playbook. And notice they're calling her Erica and her maiden name because they are stripping her of everything that has to do with Charlie, and they are trying to strip her of her humanity as well. That's why you can look at the videos where they go from actually, she even says she's not human. Candace Owens says Erica is not human. She's literally stripping the humanity from her to get her viewers to accept violence against her.
Exactly. Read that, folks. The woman who ran Erica Kirk's Romanian Angel Orphanage for over a decade is in the Children of God cult, which was started by a pedophile and encouraged pedophilia and incest. Erica even said in an interview that the orphans in Romania didn't trust the woman who ran it.
So now they're attacking her for actually trying to help orphans. It's crazy.
Death penalty.
And here we go. Someone's already been arrested for threatening to kill her. This is the problem. And people, whether you like Erica Kirk or not, which, I mean, I don't know what you would have against her other than being opposed to her politically and some of her political views, which does not at all represent who someone is. Again, even our politicians that we completely disagree with are human beings with families and hobbies and lives outside of their job. But this is what they are doing. This is what everyone needs to recognize when people are being put up as being not human. And this is how the violence gets accepted and gets cheered on and gets promoted.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. And I'll just say it right now. Folks, if you think what Candace Owens is doing okay, and you want to describe it as she's just asking questions, she's the only one. I see so many people in the comments like, yeah, she gets a lot of things wrong, but at least she's the only one fighting for Charlie. If that's you, please unfollow me. I want nothing to do with you. I find you reprehensible. I want nothing to do with you. You are evil. You don't even realize the evil that you're engaging in. Like, I want nothing to do with you. Please unfollow me. I don't need you. I don't want you. Couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. Go pull your head out of your ass, and then you can come back. And if you want the truth, come follow me again.
I made a short video yesterday about how, most times when there's a dispute or even in wars, there is some gray area. There's nuance. Both sides have legitimate grievances. I cannot think of a more perfect example of good versus evil than just people attacking a grieving widow. She's never done anything mean-spirited or to deserve it. And this slander hurts people, even if she doesn't show it. It ruins their reputation. It makes them scared. It makes them devastates them emotionally. So
couldn't agree more. All right, let's get let's jump in here, folks.
I think Jenica is going to run
Okay,
really quick. I think she has some things to do, but she has the link, so she might join again later, be in and out during the day. But I just wanted to tell her thank you so much for coming and being a part of this today. We really appreciate you. And you guys, again, make sure you go follow her on X at Data Republican. Make sure you go order her book. You can order it on Amazon. It's called Unelected. And it is going to be absolutely earth-shattering. I've read quite a bit of it, and it is amazing. And then they have their distillery, too. They have the 250 bundle that has, like, Pueblo chili vodka. She has her distilled Data whiskey. They've got some great things. So make sure you check out all of Data Republican's things and subscribe if you can.
All right, Jen, if you haven't done so, put all her links down in the description to her book. I need to order that too. And yeah, let's make sure we're promoting the people that deserve to be promoted, like her and so many others. All right, let's play this, and we'll put it on 1.5. I'm sure most of this right now is.
I got to sign off at 9:10. I have a deposition, but I just wanted to make an appearance.
First, with respect to courtroom.
No, thank you, Gil. We appreciate you, buddy.
Protocol to maintain security and decorum. Any individual that exits the courtroom during proceedings will not be permitted to re-enter until recess. Thank you. Thank you. During these proceedings, device expresses itself.
The first 20 minutes of this
or threatening in any manner.
A waste of our time.
About their ability.
That's an issue.
Your Honor, and good morning. I passed up to the court after providing copies of it to counsel for the state and counsel for the media, a single piece of paper. Does the court have that?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. So every morning, this court has a colloquy with the camera operators about their ability to comply with this court's orders. And they acknowledge that they understand the order and that they can comply with it. And the court asks them if they have any problem with it. And they state to the court that they do not have a problem with it. We also spent many, many, many hours of court time addressing which exhibits will and will not be published through the electronic media. And this exhibit, the court ordered would not be published through the electronic media, and it was. And without belaboring the point, the court can imagine our concern that the media and the state who control this exhibit and the publication of this exhibit in the courtroom as per the court's orders failed to comply with this court's orders after all of the effort that we made and the court made to make sure that the court balanced everybody's rights, including the rights that we're concerned about, which are Mr. Robinson's. No doubt the counsel for the media and counsel for the state will say that it was a very, very brief mistake, that it was corrected as soon as they realized the error, but it's done. It's out there, it's photographed. I'm informed secondhand that if I want to buy this image and maybe even have it framed and put behind museum quality glass, I can do so and put it up in my office. Obviously, I'm not going to do that. But my point is, it doesn't matter how long the court's order was violated. When we live in an electronic world, it's done and it's permanent. And we just wanted the record to be clear that we're concerned that the court's orders have been violated, and they've been violated with respect to an order that was specifically designed to protect Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. And I don't want to belabor the point any further. I'm also not going to refer to the exhibit with any more specificity because it's not necessary.
Is there a requested remedy or potential sanction that you feel is warranted given the actions which you have outlined this morning?
I think that we would like to think, when I say we, I mean Mr. Robinson's counsel, about that. We have, as the court knows, repeatedly asked this court, moved this court, not to have electronic broadcast of this proceeding, of any of the proceedings, and specifically this proceeding. The court denied those motions and overruled our objections to the specific EMC requests. So I think it's a little premature, but I can represent to the court that we will suggest a remedy in advance of the next hearing.
Well, Mr. Novak, I appreciate that, but I would ask that if it is something that is concerning, that it be addressed immediately. So I'm not going to wait until I recognize and appreciate what you have described. And this was on my mind a lot last night as well.
Okay.
I don't want to sit on this. So I ask you respectfully to confer with your counsel and come up with that, because I want to address it. I agree. It is concerning and it warrants examination and to be addressed immediately, especially as we have a little bit left of our preliminary hearing. So I want to give it the weight it is needed. And I don't disagree with you.
And why don't we take the court's indulgence? We don't need to empty the courtroom. We can go talk about what we think an appropriate measured sanction would be. And we can bring that suggestion back to the court in a few minutes.
All right. Well, before we do that, I want to turn to the state and to the media to address what you've addressed. And then obviously if there's a part two, then therefore.
And I appreciate the invitation. And I also appreciate the court's desire to address the consequences, if any, immediately.
Thank you, Mr.
I was not trying to delay it. I just think it's an issue which warrants some thought. The court has said it gave it some thought. We will have a suggestion very briefly.
Thank you. Turning to the state.
Do you know what
Thank you, Your Honor.
exactly?
I think at the outset it's important to recognize that everyone's
What's that, Gil?
Do you know what specific item of evidence the defense is referring to there?
I don't think he specified. I was waiting. I didn't know if that was a general discussion about obviously what's being, I felt like it was just once again saying, hey, I just wanted on the record that we are, if I'm incorrect, or SK, you heard something else, generally speaking, we don't want this stuff published. And I think this is just more things that they're getting on the record to predicate an appeal later on. I didn't see anything specific.
I think, sorry, I don't want to slow you down, but I think that he was
slowing me down, Gil.
I think he was specifically referring to something that the judge did specifically say should not be published, and the media probably accidentally or unawarely published it. But I don't know what that specific item is.
People in the chat are saying that it could be the note underneath the keyboard that he left under the keyboard. I know they've talked a lot about confession and things like that. And I think some of the things where he confessed in Discord to Lance on the note, whatever it may be, that could be what they're referring to.
But I thought the note was
maybe
published.
it'll reveal itself in a moment.
Okay.
doing their best here. The court is, I know the clerks are, I think the media is, we certainly are, and the defense is. This issue came up in the context of an examination of a witness. One exhibit was published. Before the exhibit at issue was also brought onto the screen, I explained what we were going to do, and then the exhibit was brought onto the screen. I reviewed the video last night. The camera captured this for approximately 2 seconds. The camera operator, I think, acting in diligence and appropriateness, immediately panned.
Yeah, they're talking about the note that ended up being revealed on that's exactly what they're talking about.
As soon as she realized that there was a new exhibit on the screen, the court took it down. And as soon as they realized that an exhibit was on the screen, I immediately instructed my paralegal to take it down, and it was. Defense, I think everyone involved here made quick and appropriate efforts as soon as they realized the mistake had been made to remedy and mitigate that issue. As I explained what I was what we were going to do, defense counsel did not object as that happened. And the reason I bring that up is because of the requirement for timely objections. Moreover, I do want to say this exhibit was read into the record. It was allowed to be read into the record earlier. It is also in an earlier pleading, which is the information. This portion of that exhibit, I understand, is in the information. And it is largely cumulative of Exhibit 16 and 16.1, which were previously admitted into evidence and published to the media. Finally, we are going to be dealing with a lot of publicity when it comes to media coverage. And I think that's really where the remedy is going to be addressed. I understand there may be a remedy that can be fashioned today to prevent this kind of thing going forward or going on in the future in this hearing. But I think ultimately that's where this will be addressed. Any other questions from me, Your Honor?
Well, not at this time. I will afford you the opportunity, obviously, to respond when the defense comes back. I want to weigh this and taking into consideration, and I find your representations to be accurate as to what occurred. I believe that I noticed it and asked for it to be taken down because I have a live stream on my screen for that very purpose. And the sequence, I believe I made note, and if I'm wrong, please correct me. It's been a long forward past days, but that's the only addition that I find to the representation. And certainly, Mr. Novak, feel free to correct it if you believe the sequence was any different. I just want to make sure a clear record is being made of what happened in order for whatever happens next to be appropriate and proportional to the actions that occurred.
No, and that's consistent with my memory. And I also reviewed the video, the live stream as well in preparation for this issue today. So that's exactly what I think happened. From my perspective, examining the witness, I did not have a view of what was being published to the public and the media. And so I think the court immediately, as soon as it recognized that, brought that to everyone's attention.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. For the media.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Appreciate the opportunity to be here to speak on behalf of the media. I think our understanding of what happened is consistent with what both the defense and the state have said here. So I don't want to belabor that point. But here's how I understand it. There's two exhibits at issue. Those exhibits were used yesterday in part because the juxtaposition of those two exhibits might have provided some sort of benefit to the court. The first of those exhibits was asked to be published through all three of the court's phases. The court said it will be admitted into evidence, be shown in the courtroom, will not be shown on the cameras. That happened about 3 hours into the hearing. That all went smoothly and well. That operated exactly as it is intended to. That requires the participation of everyone, the court, the defense, the state, media, camera operator, all to do that well. Later in the day, when in the video I reviewed, this was about 5 hours into the runtime yesterday. The second exhibit that was going to be compared side by side was introduced. That also went through that three-step process. In that case, the court said that that could be admitted into evidence, shown to the court, and then also shown on the cameras. So it was put on the courtroom cameras. At that point, there was what I think is a useful practice by the camera operator to wait a beat, because sometimes mistakes do happen, right? In that case, though, that was authorized. So the camera then panned to the screen, which is set up specifically for the camera, because the examination where the test and we're cognized that.
We all understand the arguments here.
You know, before I go, I just want to reiterate one point that I made yesterday, which is that nobody can argue that Tyler is not being afforded the best defense available. Most people that are criminal defendants get a public defender who has like 50,000 cases in their file, and they'll be lucky to get 5 minutes of FaceTime with them. Right? You know, Tyler has 4 what seem like very seasoned, good lawyers, and I think that's just going to add to the strength of the fact that he was given every opportunity. So anyways, I just want to close with that. I'll be watching you throughout the day, but that's all I got time for. Thank you.
Awesome, Gil. Thank you so much, man. I think you've been value added for sure. We appreciate you stopping in here, and just bill SK for all the hours.
All right. Thanks, SK. Bye.
Sure, there is a
yes, you
stream out
can
there. I
bill
wanna
me
look at
because
it
I couldn't
again
have done it without you, Gil. So thank you.
in order to appreciate the full effect and exposure. I remember it, but given the nature of this and trying to weigh the constitutional rights of all parties, I want to be thorough and look at it exactly. So as we move forward, as I evaluate what's being requested by the parties, that I am at the level of knowledge of, and because what it was on screen. I want to look at it, how long, what exactly was on screen, and in order to be at the point of saying, okay, I fully understand. I mean, I was here, I saw it, I noticed it on the screen, but again, I want to take that extra 2 minutes to review that.
I'm not suggesting that we rush through this at all. I just wanted the court to understand that our request for the remedy and the sanction, we are prepared to share that with the court, but we can certainly wait until the court has had an opportunity to review whatever the court thinks it needs to review. The permanence correct the violation. It's a permanent consequence. So that's my response, if I may, to the arguments, but we can hold our suggestion.
God forbid we see the actual letter that Tyler Robinson wrote Lance Twiggs. God forbid we see that. God forbid that the public is aware of this. And by the way, that's a letter that Candace Owens and all her minions said didn't exist. There are some screenshots of that. We're probably going to pull that up and read it later. It's worth noting. But like, we need to see this stuff. And that's what the court has decided before this all started. And I understand why the defense is trying to obfuscate what we're actually the truth. Like, that's their job. I get it, but it gets a little I don't know, tiresome
until the court's ready for it.
All right, and if the parties feel it'd be helpful to confer while the court is reviewing, take about 5 minutes.
And that is deep certainty, just something to keep in mind. In my opinion. Thank you.
All right, before the court takes a 5-minute recess, come back.
Good. A 5-minute break, which will turn into 10-minute break. See,
That's okay. We can
We
get
didn't miss
caught up.
anything.
We didn't miss anything. And we had Data Republican here.
100%.
You guys, I'm serious. I'm not just trying to, glaze her or whatever, but she's amazing and she's a Christian. Her heart is in the right place. She's genuine. She always seeks the truth and she uses the data to do so. She is also very funny and sometimes spicy. People don't really get to see that side of her very often, but I'm telling you right now, if I ever open a notification and it starts with hello and has my username and it's from Data Republican, I'm not even going to open it. I'm going to just pack up and move to another continent.
All right, let's get to some of these super chats while we have this break on. I'm going to keep the volume up just a little bit. All right. I would love to network with you and others on here to continue to push back. I have no platform, but I'm willing to do what I need to. Well, thank you, Amy. We appreciate that. If you're on X, DM me on X. Let's figure that out. And I think what we'll also do is that in the very near future, also do a full podcast and nothing but that. I want to get some systems in place to enable people, to empower people, to share with you my things that has worked, and hopefully avoid some of the mistakes that I've made, and then give you any sort of guidance, and we can get a collaborative effort, because that's what it takes. They're collaborating. They're working together. We have to get as organized as they are. Gary, I'm all in. We covered this one earlier. Today is Charlie's 10 months. It is. Great point, Mackenzie. Not 100%, but I think her current lawyer is Jewish, probably. Some good Jewish lawyers out there. The entire time I've been telling her, yep, we covered that one. Israel is really suck at controlling the world, don't they? They can't plant the right weapon. They just can't get Candace, not even with the help of the French government, right? I mean, they control media. They're doing a really poor job of controlling the media. I mean, they're the most incompetent people with the most control I've ever seen. Social media has become a new battlefield of war. This is correct. We've got to pay attention to it. We really do. I think he killed Charlie Kirk, but the text and pictures of the note, the holes in the story, the BF says he really didn't talk. Like, there are no holes in the story. You have to create holes. Everything makes sense. I don't understand this. Like, the texts corroborate everything that happened in the order that the feds have said that it happened. And by the way, there's a lot more information. If you go through the charging documents, you go through the search warrants, there's a lot of information in there that, like, these people are going around, Baron Coleman, all these people, all these grifters are putting doubt in your mind, and it's seeding and it's working. Like, oh, well, what about this? What about this? Like, it couldn't be more straightforward what took place. There are no holes in the story. I would like a better argument. A better argument for this, if you want to push that the feds are in a conspiracy, is like, it's just too tight. It's like it's too watertight, because it is. You have to do a bunch of mental gymnastics to believe something else. You really do. At this point, I mean, the information is all there. We got GMB 615. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, buddy. I'm going to come visit you out at Modern Warrior. Shoot me a text or a DM, and we'll be in contact. To Erica and the children, our hearts are with you. Charlie's faith and devotion to the family will always be remembered. May his memory inspire courage and remind us he fought to preserve freedom. Agreed. What's up, nerds? Jason TG, sponsor, my boy. What's up, Jason? I'm here doing at work. Good. You guys are, I feel, part of a team here. I have a deposition today, but if you'll have me, I'm free for a quick chat at 8:39. That was Gil earlier. Shows you how far behind we are on the super chats.
Oh, we have Patriot Source Network in the chat. What's up?
Patriot Source. Data Republican, I love your work. She's great. Gifted 1 Paramount Tactical membership. Thank you so much, buddy. Literal superhero, you said everything that we've all been feeling but didn't articulate nearly as well. Definitely cathartic, was much needed. Thank you. I think she's referencing Data Republican. Gary Hav and Data Republican is awesome. You two together are a powerhouse of truth. Love to see this, and very happy I was able to be on this time to see this live. Thank you, buddy. Love Matt too. Matt's a close and personal friend. They support our channel and our business in so many different ways. Data Republican, love the letter that what Candace has done is even dividing families. Unfortunately, thank you for your truth and your work. Gary, you have such a great show and the best guest possible. Agreed.
I'm sure they're talking about me, right, Gary?
Absolutely, 100%. Why would they not be talking about you?
I'm joking.
No, you're a freaking awesome guest, which is why I had you as a guest host. Independent studies show how the high velocity core locks can shed up to 40% or more of their mass into tiny leg fragments through the muscle tissue alone. I do want to say, and I think somebody mentioned, I don't know if I missed it or I'm coming upon it. I have been vindicated because over a month ago, I said, I believe this is going to end up being core lock. It might have even been earlier than that. But I know I sent out a tweet, but I've talked about this in multiple live streams. I think it's going to end up being 150 grain core lock. We don't have the weight of the bullet yet, but we do know right now that it's Remington core lock because this has all the terminal ballistic characteristics of what I'd expect to happen if it hit Charlie Kirk. I have a screenshot of one of them talking about unaliving Erica and desecrating her corpse. Graphics, sorry, but that's how crazy they get. They are that crazy. And that's just what we're dealing with. Mr. B5, we appreciate you, buddy. I've stuck with Gary since the beginning of this saga and couldn't be more proud of Gary and his community. Well, I couldn't be more proud of this community, and I appreciate your support. Even when it wasn't popular to support me, many of you were right there. We appreciate it. While Candace was doing everything she could to smear me, to do complete just reputational destruction on me and completely create false narratives, things that I said, things that I did that didn't say or do. So we appreciate all of you that have stuck by us thick and thin, and everybody that wants to join this community. We welcome you. We want you here, and we need you to help us get the truth out. So again, if you haven't done so already, make sure you like, subscribe, share this content. If you want to support us financially, we appreciate that. There's a link down in the description below. You can become a member, $8 a month. You'll never even notice it's gone. It's 2 cups of coffee at Starbucks, 3 cups of coffee at most other places for the entire month, and we will continue to bring you great content. But most importantly, we are dedicated to the truth. That's all that matters. If you want to be entertained, maybe you can go find something else, but I will try to entertain you. But most importantly, we're going to bring you the truth.
Court is back in session. I just glanced at it and I see that they're back.
Let me make sure. All right. Boom.
16 seconds later, the court observed the image and
All right, we're
stated,
still talking about
"Let me
this.
stop you, Mr. McBride. I'm not sure. Is this being broadcast?" Mr. McBride responded, "Let's take that down." The full text of exhibits.
Get this super chat in here while he's talking about the same thing over and over. Newbie judge sets up multiple tiers of communication that is beyond confusing as prosecution is trying to present their case, but worry about proper line of communication. What could possibly go wrong? I don't see it that way. I don't think that's a fair characterization. I think what they're being forced to do, Steve, is he's trying to balance something new that I don't think he's done, and there's not a whole lot of precedent for, and that is obviously a public court hearing, trying to figure out the balance between protecting the constitutional rights of Tyler Robinson at the same time showing as much publicly as they possibly can. And that is hard to do. And I think it should be done right, because here's what I don't want to do. I don't want to know everything at the expense of him getting off, right? We don't want Tyler Robinson to go free. I don't want the judge to do things so that Gary's curiosity can be filled and addressed, just so that later on down the road, Tyler Robinson gets off on a technicality and through an appeal. I don't want that. So I think we need to not be selfish and understand that this is, whether you like it or not, this is kind of a privilege. They don't have to show any of this stuff. And by the way, that's not how court is usually ran. This information is not for the people. This evidence needs to be preserved, protected, so that it can be shown to a unprejudiced jury and that they can come to the right conclusion and their mind hasn't been corrupted by all of the stuff in the media. I like what's going on. I wish this was the trial, right? That's what we really like. We already have the jury selected. We have everything there. I wish that justice, the wheels of justice weren't so slow. That's just how it works. So I think the judge is extremely competent.
Your Honor, your recitation is accurate. My earlier comments were based on my memory of reviewing this last night. In the recess, I reviewed the...
This is the second time that the court's orders concerning the scope of electronic for the thief quit. We had previously filed an objection to after the court, I would say preliminarily granted the request, and that the court proactively preclude electronic media coverage at the last day of the preliminary hearing, which will be September 1st. Now, I understand that there has not yet been a request for electronic media coverage for September 1st, but there is no doubt that there will be, just as this court previously observed that it wasn't prepared to preclude electronic media coverage at the preliminary hearing because there had not been any requests. There were requests, and those that were timely were all granted. The court denied one request because it was not timely for one particular day. So I guess the way it would be is any request for electronic media coverage of September 1st will be denied because that's the appropriate sanction for what happened yesterday. The fact that the content of the exhibit was previously summarized by the state in certain documents which became public because the state didn't take any actions to seal them beyond the 6-month period. The fact that the contents of the exhibit were read in open court is not the issue. The issue is when the court issues an order, everybody must comply with it, and there are reasons for the order. And the reasons, as this court stated, are to protect Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. So no doubt that the court balanced those prior ways in which the content of this exhibit had already been disclosed when the court decided that there would not be electronic media coverage. That's a fact that we have all known of that exhibit. That's a fact that we've all been aware of as we've gone along. So to summarize, and then I will stop because I know we still have a witness here, and of course the court needs to hear from the state and counsel for the media, I suspect, is we would like the court to reconsider its order denying motion 305.
I'll take any of
and
those
grant
bets
it for the balance of all of the proceedings in this matter, or as an alternative, the court prohibit any further electronic media coverage of the preliminary hearing, which includes September 1st.
Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you very much.
Turning to the state and then to the media.
Yes, Your Honor. As to the remedy, we've heard of instances where the media has been able to delay publication of the recordings of the proceedings. We've heard of instances where that has been a short delay of like 30 seconds. I've talked to the media attorney about this, and they do not have the capability to do that right now. My suggestion would be for future proceedings to order the media to look into that capability, and that would be a remedy that perhaps could be used in the future. I think that would be a satisfactory remedy to avoid this type of thing in the future. As to the other remedies requested, we have one witness. The final witness, well, the defense has one witness. That witness is a ATF DNA forensic biologist. And I assume that the exhibits that will be admitted through her will be of that nature. We've already, in fact, admitted the report that she is going to be testifying to. The reports, I should say, that's exhibits 30 and I believe 34. And so I don't think
we got the best mods. Mods, thank you guys so much for the time and effort that you put into this and everything that you do. Appreciate you guys so much. Exploding mic, camera gun, palm gun, cell phone gun, man in a bush, phone gun, man popping out of a bee tunnel. Come on. We all know it's obviously Jewish space laser. Absolutely. Invisible space lasers on a Jew base on the moon. We know that. That's what this is.
I hear Mr. Novak's remarks about challenges that we've run into in the past. I recall, it hasn't been that long ago, a time when the camera was placed in a location in the courtroom that was causing challenges. court moved it. When there were challenges with aspects of the court's ruling, the court.
We were fully caught up. I
Those
can't
processes.
fast forward anymore. So I'm gonna,
Um,
we'll take some
we
of
are
these
getting better
comments.
at this. Media is on board and recognizing.
Brookie Who became a new member. Thank you, Brookie. We appreciate your support. Thank you for becoming a member and supporting what we do.
In light of the court's ruling.
On the video, Twig seemed a little too calm and collected on video, and his exchange with Tyler on 9, 10, 11. What do you think of that, if anything?
Right, and saw what was happening on the screen and moved away as quickly as they could. We believe that the procedures that the court currently has.
Look, I could be wrong because I know a lot of people are interpreting this differently. I'm just going to tell you how I interpreted the whole interaction with Twigs. I still feel like that he most likely had knowledge of this. I think that's very likely. That being said, watching his testimony, he seemed very unaware of a lot of things. This kid is clearly self-absorbed, and if you watch the Turkey Tom video and some of the things, he's kind of lost in his own mental illness, among other things. I was more convinced, and it's not 100%, it's more like 30%. I think there's like 30% chance based on that video. It's my interpretation. Some people are going to get pissed off about it. I don't care. That he's just unaware. And it was more likely to me that he wasn't aware of what Tyler was actually doing and planning. I still think I think it's a 70% chance that he did know. I'm just trying to quantify this a little bit, but I was more convinced in seeing his testimony and seeing how just like, I don't know, he just didn't care about anything other than himself. And it's like, oh, I didn't even want to be at the apartment and support my boyfriend when, the police are coming or anything. Like, this guy is just wrapped up in his own little world. It's all he cares about. That was my perception. And I could be wrong. And I know a lot of people feel the exact opposite. They felt that was a really bad testimony and they're more convinced that he knew about what was happening. I think could go either way. And hopefully, if that's true and there's evidence that comes out, I hope he is charged. So we'll see. You guys tell me what you think down in the comments. Did his testimony convince you, or was it processing and interpreting what he said? Did you believe that he's less likely or more likely? And I'm going to get ratioed on this because I know most people believe that to them, after watching him, that he's more likely involved. So you guys tell me what you think. Gary, I don't watch on any other channel, but can you please let us hear the lawyers talk? Sure. All right. I thought it was pretty obvious what they were saying, but fair enough. They're making the same arguments they've made over and over again, but I will shut up. Folks, if you're just coming in, please like, subscribe, and share. Share. I guess that's the judge typing. Somebody's typing very aggressively. They need to go spend like 10 minutes on a heavy bag.
He's typing a strongly worded letter. Okay. He's channeling Jim Jordan.
Just happened to have
All right. So while he's typing, let's talk a little bit more about what's like the bigger picture here. And I was just, somebody sent me a post. It's been, I'll just tell you, Misfit Patriot. He sent me a post that he made talking about some of the ballistics and things like that. And I just retweeted it. That's one of the things we got to get better at doing, folks. When you know that when you trust people that have a record, that have an established record of telling the truth, even when it's not popular and it's not profitable. We have to get radical about supporting those people and sharing that information. Like there's a group of people that I know, and again, they've established credibility with me. I'll be honest with you, a lot of times I don't even look at what I'm just going to share what they have because I want to promote them because I know they're truth tellers and they've established trust with me. Obviously you got to check yourself because people change all the time. And you have to check into that and make sure somebody hasn't gone off the tracks. With that being said, for some reason, and I know this from my own personal experience, like we support all these, like, yeah, that's good. And we'll hit the like doesn't do much. All right. Don't just like it, share that stuff. Like we have to get as radical and as motivated as all of Candace's followers. They are motivated to push lies, and they're out there fighting and trying to demoralize people like me, SK, and many other people. Data Republican. You should see some of the comments that are how vicious, how dishonest they are in my comment section, SK's comment section, Data Republicans, all of these people. Like the trash that they push, but it's because they care so much about this. And here we are again, we have truth, justice, God on our side, the facts, the evidence on our side, and we act like we're sheepish. It's a little cowardly. And I've been there before. It's like, I don't know. I think most conservatives, like we just don't, oh, that's a really good point. But we don't share. Like it takes effort. Well, guess what? That's a muscle that you need to develop and get better at. Because once you start doing it on a regular basis, like, you know what? I know this person's telling the truth. I've even if you want to be careful and read through the post, read it, go through the video, whatever they have, you should do that. All right. That's good due diligence. But at that same time, develop that muscle that you're quick to share. You're quick to comment on it and share it and repost it and affirm it. They do. Again, we don't always get to fight the way that we want to fight, but the fight has been brought to us. That's like, if you want to win, you got to be willing to do what it takes to win.
Must be balanced against the constitutional rights of all parties. Having considered the arguments presented by counsel and having reviewed the events that occurred yesterday, the court finds that its order prohibiting the publication or broadcast of Exhibit 16 by the media camera was violated. The court agrees with the defense. This constituted a violation of the court's order. Compliance with court orders is essential in all proceedings and is of particular importance given the nature of these proceedings. With respect to defense's request as a sanction that the court reverse its ruling on defense motion 305, motion to exclude cameras, the request is respectfully denied. The analysis underlying the court's prior ruling remains unchanged, and the court adheres to its reasoning and conclusions. With respects to the defense's alternative request as a sanction to prohibit all cameras and electronic equipment from today's proceedings, thereby preventing the electronic capture of the proceedings for those inside and outside of the courtroom, the request is granted in part and denied in part. Effective immediately, members of the media shall no longer capture or broadcast any exhibits displayed by the parties during today's proceedings. The court finds this sanction to be proportional and appropriate in light of the violation of the court's prior order. The court reserves this sanction as it relates to September 1st. It is not before the court. There has not been a request for electronic media coverage, and the court won't issue a pre-ruling. When it becomes, that request has been filed and all the deadlines which the court has imposed in regards to the MC filing are in place, if motions are filed, the court will entertain motions in brief argument ahead of the September 1st hearing and address it at that time. This is the ruling of the court. Thank you. Turning to the defense, if you wish, you may call your next witness.
We would like the benefit of the record before we
Yes, Mr. Grenander, and I'll allow all parties.
So if I understood that correctly, they will not be showing any other exhibits today, which is unfortunate. Is that what you got out of that?
What are we gonna do all day, Gary?
We're gonna bitch about it. Us not seeing the exhibits. That's what we're gonna do.
Can we drag everybody from X?
Parties given the
Absolutely.
ruling of the court.
In relation to the continued taking of evidence today. And I'll start my statement, Judge, with something that was very insightful that you said the other day. You mentioned, and I quote, "Sometimes you need to take time to save time," close quote. And so that's my purpose for standing up here this morning. We have spent the better part of a day, a little over 5 hours, I believe, hearing from witnesses that the defense has called at this preliminary hearing. And no doubt the defense is entitled to call witnesses at a preliminary hearing as allowed by the rules. But I think it's important that the court remind all parties about the purpose of this hearing. This is a probable cause hearing, as Your Honor has repeatedly stated. The defense has invoked the term reliability many times. And the court, frankly, has found the evidence that's been admitted, the testimony. As a gatekeeper, the court has found it reliable. It's been presented. The exhibits have been found reliable. So any questions of additional reliability are really questions of credibility of the witness and weighing of the evidence. And that is not really what this court engages in at the probable cause standard. And so this is all couched in the context of a likely forthcoming standing objection that the state may lodge. If the testimony is long and drawn out and exceeds the scope of the preliminary hearing, gets into areas of a 702 hearing, possibly even trial, we will lodge this objection. But I wanted to just simply state the authority, Judge, behind our objection if we do make that. As your court is well aware, the magistrate at this stage of the case must view the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution. And that's cited to in a number of Utah cases, to include State v. Schmidt. Schmidt continues, "This means that when reasonable inferences from the evidence cut both for and against the state's case, the magistrate lacks the discretion to choose between them and must leave such a determination to the fact finder at trial." A few other cases I would like to refer the court to. State v. Pledger, which is a Utah 1995 Supreme Court case. Speaking of this standard, the court says, "The standard bars the magistrate from requiring the prosecution to address or even eliminate alternative inferences that could be drawn from the evidence in favor of the defense." So even assuming the defense scores points today in calling these witnesses, again, the court cannot really weigh those in favor of the defense. State v. Hester, which is a Utah Court of Appeals case, 2000, where there is conflicting evidence, quote, "The magistrate may not sift or weigh the evidence, but must leave those tasks to the fact finder at trial." Of course, we're not at trial yet. State v. Virgin, a Utah 2006 Supreme Court case, indicates that a magistrate may only disregard evidence at a preliminary hearing if it is, quote, "so contradictory, inconsistent, or unbelievable that it is unreasonable to base belief of an element of the prosecution's claim on that evidence." There's a State v. Drozbecki case, which is a Utah Court of Appeals case, 2010. Magistrates may only disregard or discredit evidence that is wholly lacking and incapable of creating a reasonable inference regarding a portion of the prosecution's claim, but must leave all the weighing of credible but conflicting evidence to the trier of fact. And finally, State v. Lopez, a Utah 2020 Supreme Court case. Speaking of this probable cause standard at a preliminary hearing, the court said, "Under this low bar, it may be difficult for the defense to overcome a prima facie showing of probable cause. Even an alleged victim's recantations may sometimes be insufficient, given that the magistrate must view all evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution and draw all reasonable inferences in favor of the prosecution," close quote. Judge, Your Honor has heard 4 days of testimony now. The evidence is overwhelming. It's devastating. And the question needs to be asked, the purpose of continuing with testimony if it's long and drawn out. Of course, the defense has the right to call witnesses, but it needs to be within the context of this preliminary hearing. So again, we may be lodging a standing objection of relevance and exceeding the scope of this hearing. That's my record.
Thank you, Mr. Grenander. Do other parties wish to be heard as it relates to Mr. Grenander's statement? To the defense.
I'm not sure what was being requested by Mr. Grunlander. As I indicated to the court during the testimony of the last witness, We had discussion with the state prior to the start. We had a scheduled date for the court to rule on objections. And the purpose of that hearing was so that we wouldn't have to fly witnesses out from the East Coast if there was going to be a standing objection. Prior to that hearing taking place, the state contacted us after they had participated in interviews of Ms. Oliver and the other experts, and indicated to us, and we indicated to the court, that there was going to be no standing objection to the testimony of these witnesses. So if he's lodging a standing objection now, I think he's waived it, or he should be stopped from asserting it given the circumstances. I didn't hear that he was asserting that, and I intend to keep this next witness focused on the issue that I think is relevant, which is the state presented DNA reports through a non-expert. They selectively read into the record a portion of those reports, which left an extremely misleading impression of the significance of that evidence. So I have the author of the report here, and I'm going to hopefully educate the court on what the limitations are of the report, and that's it. I hope to be done with the witness by noon, direct and cross, and that will be the end of it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burt. And before I have you call the witness, just want to make sure that the media had well, I'm not sure if the media needs to be heard on Mr. Grunander's response. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Burt, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Call Miss Oliver.
Real quick, I just want to say, like, I mean, what are we going to hear when it comes to ballistic analysis or DNA analysis that hasn't been argued and established in court already? Like, it seems like from a legal standpoint, there should be some sort of it's like we've agreed that this type of testing is relevant to court, and like that's established. It seems like they try to impeach this every single time. Now on the individual testing, I get it. Like, you know, from case to case to case, they're going to get slightly different test results and maybe go through but like, it's like, okay, can this be admitted into court as evidence or not? Like, I don't understand like why we have to go through all the DNA stuff. Like, this should be established. I don't know. I don't know where we're at.
Can we just again remember, I looked up the comparison between 1 and 1 trillion, and remember some of these results were 1 in a quintillion. I don't even know, these numbers are so big for me, but I looked it up and asked it to compare it to being struck by lightning, and 1 in 1 trillion is equal to you being 65 million times more likely of being struck by lightning in your lifetime.
Yeah.
Ms. Oliver, if you'd like to come forward and be sworn in.
You do something with the truth.
You're seated. If you wouldn't, Mr. Burt, your witness.
Thank you. Could you tell us your name, please?
Caitlin Oliver, Oliver.
And Miss Oliver, could you bring that mic a little bit closer? So I want to make sure your voice is projected. Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I work for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives as a DNA section chief.
And how long have you held that position?
I've been a section chief since January, and I've worked with the ATF for about 9 years. Prior to that, I was a forensic biologist.
And where were you a forensic biologist before you started to work for the ATF?
Prior to the ATF, I worked for a quality manager.
And responsibility. On September 11th, you received a request to do some DNA work at the request of the state of Utah.
Yes.
Could we display State's Exhibit 30, which is in evidence?
Clearly this is being redacted, or maybe they're just not doing anything as far as we can go.
You're going to have to start entertaining people, Gary.
I'm gonna get some balloons and twist them into animals.
That would be great, actually. We might get some super chats for that.
Right?
Who wants to see Gary making balloon animals? I love these comments. You guys are great.
All right, I'm gonna attempt to read this real quick. This is the letter, the Luna. That's too far away for me to read. I'm gonna have to pull this up. I can barely see it.
I
All
can
right.
read it if you want me to.
I got it up now. If you're reading this per my text, then I am so sorry. I left the house this morning on a mission and set on auto text. I am likely dead or facing a lengthy prison sentence. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I took it. I don't know if I will have succeeded, but I had hoped to make it home to you. I wish we could have lived in, and there's a transcript of this actual letter as well. One of the things that Baron Coleman was saying with this is like, oh, this kid's so smart, but he didn't know where to put a comma. Like, that has nothing to do with it. I know a lot of intelligent people that are not good writers.
1.2, where the state read.
Let me back this up a little bit so we don't miss anything. It doesn't look like we missed a lot. 20 seconds.
Pull down.
All right.
For instance, the next sample down, 1.2, where the state read paragraph D, admitted paragraph F. You state in F, based on this calculation, there is evidentiary support for the inclusion of Tyler Robinson, correct? As a possible contributor.
Correct.
Mr. Burt, I just want to interrupt.
Sure.
I was made aware of a question about the media as it reflects this order. So the question was whether audio could be transmitted, and my ruling covered the video display of any exhibits. And so I just want to make sure that's the understanding of all the parties, that the audio of your portion discussing evidence is that you understand that that's going to be captured by the camera and displayed, but not any exhibits displayed. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding of the court's ruling, yes.
And to the state?
Yes.
And to the media?
Yes, Your Honor. There might be concern about the actual monitors, the counsel table, and
While they're discussing this.
Well, that's why I give my notation to begin the morning that the parties are responsible to.
Sorry for the squirrel moment. The podcast with Jeremy Boring was amazing. The man sitting next to Jeremy, his name is Mark, told the story about Candace and her vile treatment of him. Jeremy shared this, further cements who and what Candace Owens is, in my opinion. I agree. And folks, I've heard so many behind the scenes stories. A lot of that I have not shared. I don't like sharing secondhand information. I want these people to have the courage, like Mark did, to come out and tell those things firsthand. I think that's the way that it should be done. If I'm just sharing those second, third, fourth hand, it becomes ad hominem. And I have tried to make sure that we stay substantive, and I point out exactly when she's lying, how she's lying, and expose her on a substantive basis. All these things, like I've heard this by so many people, of what a horrible person she is behind the scenes. And I want more of these people to come forward and share text messages and share this information. People deserve to know who they're dealing with and who they're putting their faith and trust in.
You cannot see it in court from where we're sitting, so I don't know if there's a way for us.
I don't understand what you're saying.
It's not being published on this
It's not
one.
being published on the monitor to the court's right.
Right. The order of the court based as a sanction is no exhibits will be displayed.
In the courtroom entirety?
As it stands right now, yes, that's correct.
Beta Republicans back in the chat.
Okay, please.
Thank you for
approach
coming
the
in, Data.
lectern.
Your Honor, it's just hard for the victim's family to be able to follow the evidence if everyone but the victim's family is able to view the exhibits here in court.
Thank you. I appreciate your concern. This monitor is not on either. So it's only the attorneys. The attorneys have a right to view what exhibits are being displayed, to make their motions, objections, and to see it. It is the court's discretion on what's displayed in the courtroom for publication, and the court issued a sanction given the events of yesterday, and that's the court's ruling.
Your Honor, I just asked the court to consider the victim has the right to be present, obviously, at the hearing, and the presence without being able to see the exhibits, again, it's our position, is not meaningful.
Thank you. I appreciate your concerns. Mr. Burke.
Yeah, doesn't allow the defense to present their case very strongly.
Could you redisplay Exhibit 30, please? And again, while he's doing that, that same conclusion where you include the language, go back to that page, please, 5.
Thanks for that, Supernova. That's pretty good, actually.
Use the term, there is evidentiary support and possible contributor. I want to focus your attention on the words evidentiary support. We've had a prior witness testify that from the FBI testified that they use a scale and they characterize the support along the lines of strong. Yeah, are you familiar with that type of the scale?
Yes.
Does your agency employ that scale?
We can come to 5 conclusions at our agency. So there can either be exclusion, limited support for exclusion, uninformative, limited support for inclusion, and support for inclusion.
And I take it from what you just said, you don't use these qualifiers strongly. The word strongly include things of that nature.
Yes, we don't use a verbal scale at our laboratory.
Is that a scientific phrase when you talk about instead of saying that there's support for an inclusion, you instead say there is strong support for the conclusion?
So our laboratory doesn't use a verbal scale due to the fact that they add subjective words to the front of this word support. It is our stance that the likelihood ratio statistic, the number stands on its own. So we report the likelihood ratio and either support for inclusion or support for exclusion.
Thank you. Would you go to page 8 of the report and highlight the very top of the first 2 sentences? You included this language in your report, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you included this language in all 3 of your reports, referring to the conclusions conform with the relevant Department of Justice policy on uniform language.
That's correct.
Right. And why do you include that language in all 3 of your reports?
It's standard language for our reports. Our reports adhere to the DOJ Ultra statement.
Okay. And could you go now to Exhibit Oliver 4 for the witness only? Not admitted yet. Are you familiar with this document, the Department of Justice Uniform Language for Testimony and Reports for Forensic Autosomal DNA Examination using probabilistic genotyping systems?
Yes, I am.
Right. And would you go to page 4 of that document, please? And the court has heard some prior testimony about this Department of Justice directive. What is ATF's, what is your understanding of what the qualifications and limitations are that are required by this policy of the Department of Justice? What are you not supposed to be saying in connection with the reports that you wrote in this case?
There's a few things that the Ultra document states. First, it states if you use a verbal scale, which we do not, then you need to use the one dictated in the document. This is in an effort to unify the language coming out of DOJ laboratories. It also says that we cannot state that our evidence is infallible. nor can we state that there is a inconclusive result.
Shall not state that it's infallible or have a 0 error rate, correct?
Correct.
It also states, does it not, that you shall not assert that a likelihood ratio of any magnitude provides an absolute identification or source attribution of an individual to an evidentiary sample.
Correct.
And are your reports in conformity with that? You're not stating or implying that anything you did here is asserting an absolute identification of someone as the source of any of the evidence that you examined.
I just wanted to tell Data, and of course, you know that this is a ruling order, standing order for everybody. If you guys have anything that you want to input, just let us know, and we'll pause it. Anything that you guys want to add to the commentary, and of course, we need to stop it every now and then just to make sure we're not hit with copyright strikes, and we are operating under fair use guidelines.
I already told her.
Perfect. All right, you're all over it. I'm sorry I doubted you.
Correct?
Correct. With forensic evidence, it's impossible to state with 100% certainty anything. That's why we report a likelihood ratio, to speak to that uncertainty with a statistic.
All right. And would you go to the next page of that document? This policy requires that you not state or use the expressions reasonable degree of scientific certainty, reasonable scientific certainty, or similar assertions of reasonable certainty. You didn't do that in any of your reports, correct?
Correct.
You're not asserting anything with respect to any reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Correct.
Correct. Now, when you can take that down, when did you first receive the assignment in this case?
I would have to refer to my case record to know the exact date.
Do you have those in front of you?
I do not.
Okay, let me pull up Oliver 3 for the witness only. And go to the third page. Does that third page help refresh your memory on when you may have received this case?
Yes, on September 12th, 2025.
Okay. Is that when you first started doing work on the case, do you think?
Yes, it is.
Now, prior to doing work on the case, did you receive permission from someone to consume any samples in the case?
Yes, I did.
And could you go to page 15 of those case notes, please? Again, for the witness only. Do you recognize this email?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell me what the email is and what information it conveyed to you in connection with your examination?
Yes, so it's standard procedure at our laboratory that when we receive a case, we request permission to consume from the agent. We request that they reach out to an attorney if one is assigned. In this case, we will not begin any work on the case until we've received that permission to consume. So this email is us receiving permission to consume the samples and move forward with testing.
Now, does your policy have, does your lab have a policy for preserving samples for independent testing by the defense?
Where possible, we will not consume samples where it's possible.
And that policy is a longstanding one, not only in your lab, but pretty much everywhere in forensic DNA analysis, right?
That's correct.
Goes back to 1996, does it not, when the National NRC recommended a policy that samples be split wherever possible at the front end of the analysis to allow for independent examination.
Where possible, yes, that's correct.
Right. And they did that because it was their conclusion, was it not, that a wrongfully accused person's best insurance against a possibility of being falsely incriminated is the opportunity to have the testing repeated. Such an opportunity should be provided whenever feasible.
Correct.
Okay. Could you now go back to Exhibit 30? Page 8. Were certain DNA samples consumed in your analysis?
Yes, they were.
And for the record, are those listed on page 8 of your report?
Yes, they are.
Which samples were entirely consumed in your analysis?
That would be exhibits 1.4, 1.6, 1.9, 1.10, 1.12, 2.1, 3.1, 4.1, and 5.1.
Okay. Then are there a number of samples listed above there in the report where you say the DNA extracts will be retained? And then you list 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.5, 1.7, 1.8, 1.13, 7.1, and 8.1.
Correct.
Does that mean that those are all swab samples, correct?
They were swabs, yes.
All right. Does your report mean that you consume the swabs, but you have some liquid extract remaining as to those samples?
Correct.
Now, are all of the samples, let's talk about the samples in Plaintiff's Exhibit 30. Were all of the samples you looked at there mixed samples?
I refer to my tables in my report.
Sure. Go to page 2, please.
Larry Peters says, sorry for doubting you in the past, Gary. Hey, man, all's forgiven. I get it. We should be
Can go to
skeptical of
page 3 and
everybody.
4?
It's glad to see
3
you're
and 4,
back.
please.
Back on the team, bud. I promise you, I will always tell the truth. When I get things wrong, I'll correct it.
With the exception of the known
Right thing to do.
samples from the known individual, that was a single source sample, but otherwise the evidence samples were all mixtures.
And in many cases, they were mixtures of sometimes 4 and 5 people, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you look at mixtures, such as the ones in this case, you use terms like major and minor contributor, right?
Correct.
Is that language meant to convey that anything with respect to activity of anybody who might be assigned to that DNA weight? In other words, are you saying the person you label as a major contributor was engaged in any sort of activity? Is there any connection between the use of that language and activity?
None of the testing that I performed could speak to activity or what activity led to the deposition of the DNA.
So nothing in your report, if somebody reads that and says, oh, this one says this person is a major contributor, you're not commenting on anything about the person's activity, correct?
Correct.
And is it true also that there are also several other limitations concerning the language of your report that it's important for courts and people who are reading the report to understand?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are there other limitations in addition to the one we just reviewed that it's important to understand about the language you use in your report?
What happened to the sound? Is it just me?
In terms, is there something
I'm
specific
still
to
hearing the
your,
sound.
Yeah, there is. Could you go?
Can everybody hear the audio? Something happened?
No, I can hear your audio.
You can hear audio?
Yeah. SK, if you can't hear anything, drop and come back in.
Yeah.
Baker Exhibit 30, page 1, for the witness only. Are you familiar with this publication?
yes,
This is a publication by the National Institute of Standards and Technology called Forensic DNA Interpretation and Human Factors.
correct.
This is put together as a guidance document for practitioners on what, to simplify, essentially what to say and what not to say.
I don't know that I would call it a guidance document. NIST is not a regulatory body for DNA testing. It was a report that looked into forensic DNA reporting and specific human factors that could affect our testing. So they may have had recommendations, but as far as them being a regulatory body that's issuing guidelines, I wouldn't state that.
Okay, that's fine. Could you go to 136, please? $136. This is Baker 30. Keep going. There we go, right there. Wait, 135, I'm sorry. And then scroll down to the next page. So they're making recommendations here as to how the report should be worded, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you whether you agree with some of these limitations, or they call them caveats. They talk about how you describe the number of contributors, and they say the true number of contributors of DNA to an item can never be known. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. They also say, let me ask one question before I ask this one, which is, do you use something called a reporting cap in all three of your reports?
Yes, so for our likelihood ratio statistics, we cap the statistic at 1 trillion. The actual number could be a lot higher. It could be quintillion, octillion. We chose 1 trillion because it has meaning, I think, to people that can understand what 1 trillion is. An octillion and a quintillion gets a little high at that point, so we cap at 1 trillion.
And they talk here, do they not, about how you convey the idea of a reporting cap? And they say the LR reporting cap was chosen because of the limitation of biostatistical modeling and independence assumptions of STR loci. Do you agree that that's why the cap is chosen?
I believe we chose our cap for the reason I stated.
Do you disagree with that statement in terms of why the cap is chosen?
I'm not familiar with the paper that's referenced there, so I would have to familiarize myself before I said I agreed or disagreed.
Fair enough. And then they also suggest that you alert in your report that profile descriptors cannot be applied to activity level issues. Do you agree with that?
Yes, so this is what you were stating about calling a major contributor. It doesn't speak to the activity that led to the DNA deposition.
Right. DNA profiles may be described as major, minor. However, these descriptors should not be interpreted in the context of a decision regarding the nature or the mechanisms, actions, or timing that led to the deposition of the DNA. You agree with that?
Correct, yes.
All right. And then the other sort of limitation, convey that the DNA results cannot be interpreted as the analyst providing an opinion regarding who the source of the DNA is.
Yes, so this is once again, we don't make source attribution statements. We will say there's support for inclusion, and then we back up that with a statistic.
So from a scientific standpoint, you couldn't read the paragraph that sets out the likelihood ratio in your report, whatever the number, and then blast a headline in the media, Mr. Robinson's DNA is found on this item. That's a source attribution, is it not?
Correct, yes.
And that would not be scientifically defensible, would it?
Correct.
Okay. Another limitation they talk about on likelihood ratios on the next page, please, 137. Likelihood ratios cannot speak to the likelihood of a proposition, only to the probability of the results given a pair of propositions. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Explain that, because that's a little above my pay grade in terms of understanding.
So a likelihood ratio statistic compares the probability of the DNA profile of the evidence given two competing hypotheses or two competing scenarios. Typically, the first is that the person of interest is included, and then the exclusionary hypothesis would be that the person of interest is excluded. So there's a random, unknown, unrelated individual contributing.
And when they're elaborating on that point, they say a likelihood ratio indicates if and to what extent the DNA analysis results support one proposition over another. It is not possible on this basis alone to determine which is the most probable proposition. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next limitation they suggest you convey is that convey the DNA statistics cannot imply uniqueness within a population. Do you agree that that's a legitimate limitation?
Yes.
And explain what that means. Does that go back to the issue of source? You can't assign a source to a DNA sample?
Correct.
Okay. It says you should delineate the meaning of a verbal qualifier, but you didn't use one in this case, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that your testing cannot, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't mischaracterize it. Your testing, none of the testing in any of the three reports can answer the question of how and when DNA got deposited. Is that true?
That is true. DNA can't speak to the activity that led to the deposition of the DNA.
And the report says, with regard to that issue, with the increased sensitivity of DNA techniques and sophisticated software, a DNA profile may be developed even when the contributor of that DNA never touched the item or area that was swapped. Alternatively, a person's DNA may be present when they were not involved in the crime. Do you agree with that?
Yes. Once again, I cannot speak to the activity.
Can you explain how it's possible that a DNA profile may be developed even when the contributor of that DNA never touched the item or area that was swapped?
So it's possible if, say, the pen that you're sitting there using for the week, you say hand it off to the judge, and the judge then touches it for a period of time, and then I swab it. It doesn't speak to who handled it last. I could test that. I could get both of your profiles. I wouldn't know which person was the last person to handle that item.
All right. And similarly, if you had a lot of DNA on your hand, we shook hands. I then went to pick up an exhibit, a gun. I touched the trigger of it. Your DNA could be on that trigger, right?
It is possible, yes.
Okay, even though you never touched the gun.
Yes.
And that's why, because of those possibilities, you can't make any assessment of how or when DNA got deposited, correct?
Correct.
How long can DNA persist on an item?
DNA is quite stable over time. It can be broken down due to environmental insults. So things like heat and humidity are known to break down DNA over time. But I couldn't give you an exact number.
Were certain of the samples that you tested in this case degraded samples?
There was degradation present in some of the samples.
And what can cause degradation?
Like I said, there's environmental insults, heat, humidity.
Now, the second report that you wrote had to do with a Dremel item that was taken from Mr. Robinson's home.
Correct.
And did you request certain what are called elimination samples in regard to items that were recovered from his home?
Yes.
Tell the court what an elimination sample is as opposed to a sample that relates to what's called a POI, person of interest.
So an elimination sample is a sample taken from a known individual that it may be assumed that they could have come into contact with it. If I were to say swab your vehicle, then I would want your DNA sample as an elimination to eliminate you in order to look for any additional DNA that may be there.
And you say they're assumed contributors because depending upon the location, for instance, somebody's house, you would expect if there were multiple people in that house that perhaps everybody in the house could contribute to a certain DNA result.
It's possible.
So you'd want samples from all those folks to see if they contributed to an item that would be associated with a place where they congregated.
Correct.
And I noticed from your case file that you also requested, but I don't think you received, elimination samples from agents who were involved in this case.
Correct.
Why do you request those samples?
The type of testing we perform is quite sensitive. And so it is a standard practice that we request elimination samples from any of the investigators involved in order to potentially eliminate them in case they could have contaminated the evidence.
Okay. Now, in report number 157, if you could bring that up, please. Oliver 157, which has been admitted. The elimination samples that you requested in connection with items seized from Mr. Robinson's apartment were from Amber Robinson, Matthew Robinson, and Lance Twigs, correct?
Correct.
And that's because you had information that those people were associated with the house.
Correct.
And when you tested or compared, first of all, you determined their DNA types, right?
Correct.
Then you compared their types to what you found on the evidence.
Correct.
And for a certain number of those samples, you found the presence of DNA of your elimination samples, not because they were suspects, but because they were associated with the premises, right?
There was support for inclusion of some of these individuals, yes.
Okay. And if you could scroll down to page 4, which is the table, I just want to review briefly with you. For instance, item number 1.4, which was a swab from the...
All right, we're going to pause and hit some super chats. And again, just make sure that we can add some commentary here and make sure we don't get hit with any copyright strikes or anything crazy like that. I think I already played this one, but I want to make sure I'm not missing any super chats. I love this judge. I had questions, not anymore. I see Lance as the person who helped radicalize Tyler. Before that video, I would have agreed with you. Yeah, there's no doubt that his relationship with Tyler, I think, radicalized him into the LGBTQ/trans. I think this is a young, dumb kid that decided that he was going to be the defender of all things that are trans and gay. That's how I see that. Gary, you mentioned doing a video with Phoenix Ammo on 06 Corlock Ballistics. Possible to review Mr. Guns and Gear latest video on that? Yeah, I will actually. I just watched his latest video. I disagree on several points of that, but I will. We can play portions of that. And by the way, this afternoon at 8 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to have Matt Tardio, myself, Nate Vance, and Justin from Phoenix Ammunition. We're going to go through all the ballistics. So if you still have questions about the ballistics, please come. If you haven't watched my we did a full video. We've done multiple ones, but I'll just share this one again. This is with me and Nate Vance going through everything we could possibly think of to address all these different questions. Please go watch. Oh, I sent the wrong thing. Go follow Mark Meckler because that's the link that I just posted. But let me copy this one as well. If what this is hinging on is the ballistics or whatever, you still have questions about the ballistics. And I understand. All right. No one's going to sit here and pretend that this isn't somewhat atypical. But atypical to what? Even like atypical of our expectations, I would say. And I agree with that. But how many people do you know that were actually shot with 30-06? I know 4 of them. I know 4 by name. All 4 of them had no exit wound. And I can tell you, if you're going off of ballistic gel or ballistic gel dummies, those do not represent human. Period. All right. Period. And we'll talk more about that. So, or if you're putting out a freaking chuck roast and you're shooting that, it's dumb. Dumb. Matter of fact, if people are doing that, any backyard ballistic guy that decided on September 10th or 11th that he was a ballistics expert and goes out and shoots some freaking pieces of meat in the backyard and tries to tell you that whatever happens to this piece of meat is exactly what should have happened to freaking Charlie Kirk, unfollow them. They're retarded. And if you believe them, you're retarded. All right. That is not scientific. That's not science. There is nothing that even comes close that I've seen so far that people are testing these things and trying to simulate. It's not even close to an analog. So anyways, we're going to address all those things again tonight. Probably won't be the last time. But I think it's important for people to actually know what's going on. And we have legitimate ballistics experts that are coming on. Both myself, Nate Vance, he actually works for a projectile, that's someone that makes bullets. All right, that's what he does. Of course, Phoenix Ammunition, Matt Tardio, very similar background as far as me, former Green Beret, has done a lot of firearms testing, former sniper. So come to, like, these are real. This isn't Ian Carroll, the pizza boy, trying to tell you what you should expect out of ballistics. We'll talk about all that stuff. So yeah, and we will definitely bring up, I disagree with many of his assumptions and analysis on that. Carrie, are you Zen or Velo pouches? Mint. Which I'm going to quit those very soon. It's better than Copenhagen that I did for a long time. Going to run 25 miles, be back before this lawyer is done yapping his gums. You can probably run 50. I have to give the defense credit here. This does shed reasonable doubt on the DNA evidence. These are all very logical limitations, specifically the inability to determine when DNA was left. I agree. DNA and the ballistics, again, it's going to come down to a preponderance of the evidence, right? That's what it's going to come down to. And while you can discount one thing and say that's not determinative, that isn't absolute proof. When you put everything together, the average reasonable person on a reasonable jury, I believe, is going to come to the reasonable conclusion that Tyler Robinson is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't care how much you discredit the ballistics. I don't care how much you discredit the DNA. What you can't, until you can discredit confessions, ultimately, the parents most likely are going to testify. Twiggs' testimony, all the video evidence, all of those things. The fact that if we're like, how did a screwdriver of Tyler Robinson's with his DNA on it get on the roof? How did that happen? Why is Tyler Robinson 3.5 hours away? Like, any one of these elements, and this is just how, a trial and evidence and all these things work. Like, any one of these elements you can throw out. As a matter of fact, if his guilt was only determined by one element of evidence, I hope he gets off, but it's not. We have a large body of evidence that you can work and try to undermine every individual or an individual thing, but you're not going to be able to come up with a reasonable explanation as why we should throw out all the evidence. So, I mean, that's how our justice system works. Look, he admitted to it. He was there. He was on campus. And we're going to see more. Like, we've seen just the tip of the iceberg on this. And my God, this evidence alone, if you're objective at all, you will admit And I've seen a lot of people do this. Like, hey, you know what? I was wrong. I've seen it all over Twitter, X. There's been many people out there. What about experts like Tim Sundays of Buffalo Bore? Yeah, I mean, fair enough. There's not always going to be a complete consensus, because if I understand what Tim Sundays says is that he disagrees with it, that's fine. Give me evidence that this didn't happen. What I can tell you, regardless of anybody's opinion, we know for a fact that this has been replicated in real human beings. And I think ultimately that's all you really need to know. Again, Martin Luther King, Chuck Ritter. Chuck Ritter's still alive. We'll talk about that tonight. He got shot 25 yards away with the ballistic equivalent of 30-06 7.62 by 54, which is the Russian ballistic equivalent. It is the rifle. It is essentially the exact same cartridge, but the Russian equivalent of it. So, you know, how many more examples do you need? You can't say it's impossible. Weird thing. And then none of that, what I was just looking at some of the things that Mr. Guns and Gears was saying. He's not taking into account anything, bullet stabilization. He's not actually taking into account to the actual angle. I'm going to talk about that. The difference between line of sight and line of departure. Those are different. Okay. Bullets don't shoot like laser beams. They're not just a straight line. It's not how it works. We actually have a parabolic arc. I don't care what distance you're shooting at, you're always shooting them with a parabolic arc, which is going to increase the angle of penetration. So we'll talk more about that tonight and answer those as candidly, truthfully, and with as much evidence and data as we possibly can. Sarcasm, about 25 miles. Lauren, for the sake of the conversation, I will blast. I'm a NRL shooter on the pro circuit and 75th Ranger vet. I'm pretty confident that I know more than you. I don't know what we were talking about specifically. UVU campus police have confirmed that they are pursuing Blake Bednar for breaking Utah state law and bringing his recreational drone on campus. Interesting. Jen, if you can find me a report on that, I would like to talk about that.
Okay. Also, the Willie Boy 75th Ranger has been spamming the chat saying that there's no way that the bullet disintegrated, that, you know, all the crazy stuff, that it would have had an exit wound. He's been asking us for videos. I've been telling him to go back and watch the video that you and Nate did. But now he's getting, you know,
belligerent.
Yes.
Well, either put him on timeout or ban him. We don't have time for this. Willie Boy, like, we've covered this. It is not my job to catch you people up on the information that we've covered hours and hours. We've had multiple podcasts, 3 to 4 hours each, dedicated just to the ballistics. And if you watch all of those things and you don't come to the same conclusion that I have, that's absolutely possible. At some point, you have, just through the process of elimination, folks, I don't care if it's a 1 in a billion. It's nowhere near that. I don't care if it's 1 in a billion shot. At some point, just through the process of elimination, that there's no other possibility of something else taking place, you have to accept that even if it was 1 in a billion shot, it happened. But I can show you instance after instance that this is a regular occurrence. Most people don't know that much about 30-06. I was one of them. All right. My expectations of what it was different than actually taking the time, admitting and having some humility, like, we don't really study terminal ballistics enough. And on top of that, I didn't have a data set that I was really referencing on 30-06, but luckily, being such a prevalent round, there's plenty of information out there. I saw a military study where a guy got shot in the arm with 30-06 at fairly close range, and it didn't exit. So these things happen all the time. So again, it's not my job to, catch you up on hundreds of hours of content. If you're not aware of this stuff, go watch it. I'm not going to sit here and take away from everybody else and catch you up on every detail. And again, we have another show tonight. Willie, you're welcome to come. We'd love to have that discussion with you. You're welcome to hear what we have to say, and I will answer your questions in the chat. But don't be disruptive of what's going on now, or you're just going to get banned. Yes, ma'am.
I do have a question. Correct me if I'm wrong, but depending on the type of 30-06 round, it is meant to expand and not exit, right? Yeah. Especially considering also the different types of range.
Let's get some. There is no bullet that is necessarily designed specifically to not exit. I just want to.
Well, I
technically-
mean, like for maximum damage inside the animal,
Yes.
because 30-06 are for hunting. We hunt with 30-06 all the time. That's all I hunt with, actually. And Thanksgiving morning, my son got his first buck. It was a very small buck. He was 12 years old, so he's not a big kid. I can show the pictures of the size comparison because the mount we got back and it looks much bigger than it actually was. I think they made it look bigger.
Sure.
But it was not. It was a small buck. And it, like I said, it went in its side between a couple of ribs. It went through its heart and it ended on the front, on its chest, under the skin. And it just mushroomed. I have a picture of it in my hand. And I also took a picture on the counter with it next to a nickel because it literally just mushroomed. It didn't even break apart at all. And he was only like 35 yards away.
Yeah.
I was under the impression that 30-06 was meant to mushroom like that and expand for hunting animals because it expands and does maximum damage internally.
So rounds are designed. For instance, FMJ is not designed for maximal terminal ballistics performance. It's just not. All right. That's not what it is. It's cheaper to make FMJ as opposed to some of these other sophisticated rounds that are designed and engineered to dump the most amount of energy into the target. When we have rounds that go through a person, most of that energy is expended outside of the body. And that's not what you want to actually kill something or create a casualty, right? So that's where we're at with this. So anyways, you were technically correct on all the above. Same thing with hollow point bullets. The idea here is to dump the same amount of, or the maximum amount of energy into the target, which will create the most amount of damage that will incapacitate an animal or a threat as quickly as possible. That is what it's designed to do. The fact that they don't exit, and I won't say that there are no rounds designed to not exit because there kind of are, but the fact that they don't exit is a byproduct of that we are trying to get all the energy into the target and not waste energy outside of the target, which is what happens when there is an exit wound. So
yes, and I will say that the round that my son used was a Hornady 30-06 165 grain SST interlock. It has the little tiny plastic piece on the end.
And look, Willie, with all due respect, just because you were in the military and because you're an avid shooter does not make you a ballistics expert. I was 18 Bravo. I have millions and millions of dollars worth of training as a weapons sergeant for special forces. Like that's what we trained on. I still was not a terminal ballistics expert. What I know more about terminal ballistics, I have learned once I got out of the military. I have developed curriculum for long range shooting to teach people this stuff. We talk about that to some extent, but even then, that is not, I am more focused on internal and external ballistics, not the third type of ballistics, which is terminal ballistics. We just don't study that. And until I had to do a deep dive and really go through the Martin Luther King example, I started looking up pathology reports, talking about that were specific to 30-06. I have a much deeper understanding and understand that an exit wound is not as likely as we once thought. And besides that, things that have a low probability happen all the time. That is not to sit there and say, just because there's a 1 in 100 chance, and I think it's much higher than that. By the way, it's like 15 to 30% of rounds in Vietnam and Korea, 30-06, didn't have an exit wound, and those were with full metal jacket. So 15 to 20% of the time, those rounds didn't exit, according to most of the data that comes from Vietnam and Korea, and I think even World War II. I'll have to go back and look at that. I don't want to misstate this, but 15 to 25% of the time, there isn't an exit wound. So this isn't crazy. And then you add in the additional factor of the fact that he was using essentially a projectile that was designed to expand, and we know it broke up. Folks, once that round breaks up, now we take all of this energy that's in one thing that is moving forward with a lot of inertia, it breaks it up. It dispenses that energy into smaller particles, and those things dump energy even faster in velocity because they have less mass. Everything makes sense. You have to twist yourself in pretzels for it to not make sense. I mean, the odds on the daily, I looked this up the other day, the odds from a day-to-day standpoint that you get into a car wreck are 1 in 20,000. They happen all the time. We've all been in car wrecks. I've been in multiple. So anyways, just because it's a low probability doesn't mean it didn't happen. And I think the probability is much higher than most people think it is. And all you got to do is look for it and be objective and not go into it with an agenda. And that's what I see every single time with these people. Like, just admit that you don't know and admit that what you're doing isn't scientific when you're shooting through gel, whether you're shooting through pieces of meat, shooting into a cow femur. A cow femur is not a human spine. It's not. You're not going to get the same results at all. There's no chance. But I digress. I want to get too much. We'll cover all this stuff tonight. I'm not saying this witness changes the big picture. I'm just giving credit where it's due. The defense is earning their pay today. Yeah, look, the defense has been great. If from the defense standpoint, I know they've aggravated us, but this hearing is not for our entertainment. They're here to make sure that their client is represented fairly and accurately, and they're doing what they need to do. And I think they're doing a good job. I would like to hear everybody's opinion. Like, who do you guys think is the best lawyer from? And you can do either one, but I think generally speaking, who has been the best lawyer out of all this? Those on the prosecution. I don't know all their names. Bert, and I'm trying to think of the lady's name. You guys let us know down in the comments if you were going to hire some of these people, who would it be? Let's get back in.
Rifle. You used the elimination sample of Mr. Robinson's father, and you found his DNA on that particular swab, correct?
I'd say there was support for inclusion of Matthew Robinson on the sample obtained from the swabs of the bolts of the rifle.
I'm glad you pointed that out. That's, again, consistent with your other testimony. You're talking again about support for inclusion as a possible contributor.
Correct.
Again, not because he's a suspect, but because he's associated with that premise.
Correct. And there would have been a likelihood ratio statistic calculated to go along with that.
Okay. Could you go to the next page? Similarly, with respect to 1.6, you found, again, Matthew Robinson on swap number 1.6, or a profile that indicated he was a possible contributor.
There's support for inclusion of Matthew Robinson.
Okay. And next page, actually go 2 page to page 7. You found support for inclusion of Lance Twiggs on swabs of buttons of a Dremel tool, correct?
Correct.
And going back to what we were talking about before, if a person named Lance Twiggs lived in that residence, came into contact with Tyler Robinson, and then touched a button on a Dremel tool, you'd expect Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs' DNA to be on there, right? Or you could.
It's reasonable to assume that anyone living in the household could have contributed to DNA on an object found in that household.
And similarly, you found profiles to suggest support for inclusion of Mr. Twiggs on other areas of the Dremel tool, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the last area I want to ask you about is, you're familiar with something called NGS?
Yes.
What is NGS?
NGS stands for next generation sequencing. It's a DNA technique that sequences your DNA. So it looks at the individual sequence of your DNA.
And is it true that in your field, that whole area of NGS is something that's at the forefront of everybody's attention? For instance, when you go to seminars and you look at the presentations, there's a lot of talk about NGS, right?
That's correct. Yes, it's a newer technique.
And is it being developed by ATF as a technique that's going to be used or has been used?
Not at this time, no.
And is there plans to do that?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Do you know if other labs have implemented it?
I believe there may be some laboratories in the United States that have it in use, but I wouldn't have direct knowledge of that.
Now, you used a program in this case called STR Mix, correct?
Correct.
And that's sold by a company in New Zealand, that software?
Correct.
Have they developed another program called STR Mix NGS?
I'm not aware of NGS software.
Could you go to 156, Oliver 156? Let me know when you're there. Are you aware that the developers are selling a product called STR Mix NGS?
I was not aware, no.
Okay. Now, sequencing analysis is different than what you did in this case, correct?
Correct.
And how so?
As I said, sequencing is looking at the individual sequence, the individual bases that make up your DNA, as opposed to the testing that I'm performing, which is looking at length variations. So STR testing, which is the testing I perform, looks at areas of the DNA that are known to be highly variable between individuals. And there are areas where the DNA sequence repeats itself over and over again. And depending on who you are as an individual, you may have a different number of repeats present at that location. So the testing we're performing is looking at those length variations. There's a distinction between, say, if you have 10 repeats versus 12 repeats.
But you're not looking within those lengths to see what the sequence of the DNA is.
Correct.
And that's what this new technology is designed to look at.
Correct.
And the reason it's designed to look at that is because it's been found that there are DNA areas that are different in sequence, even though they're the same length. Is that true?
I think the reason for developing NGS software is to add another tool to a forensic biologist tool belt.
Okay. Now, could you go to 154, please, for the witness only? You're familiar with this chart?
Yes.
Okay, this lists all the alleles that you found for all the testing in your 3 analysis, correct?
No, it looks like
No, you were right, 154. Yeah, this is one. What's the exhibit on this? Okay. You're familiar with this chart, right?
I reviewed the first page of this chart. I have
Sure.
not reviewed the entire.
Go to the first page. This lists the alleles that you found, correct?
For the known samples, yes.
Okay, now go to the second page. And is it true that for the alleles of interest in this case, one of the alleles of interest is at the D3 location, allele 17?
One of the locations that we look at on the DNA strand is called D3. That's a location, yes.
Right, and in this case, the 17 allele is important because Mr. Robinson had a 17 allele, correct?
Correct.
And some of the evidence had a 17 allele
Correct.
at that location.
Correct.
So as I understand the way you do this, you look and compare whether those are the same number, basically.
I wouldn't state that's how we do our comparison. So it's not just number matching. We're using STRmix, the STARmix software, in order to perform an analysis of the software that looks at the possibilities for a DNA profile and make comparison to the knowns that way. We aren't using a chart and just doing number matching.
Yeah, and I wasn't suggesting you did, but you're looking at the alleles and measuring the peaks, and it's a fairly sophisticated process, correct?
Correct.
But the bottom line is you're comparing alleles one against another.
Correct.
So if a person is a 1717 and the evidence sample is a 1717, you're looking at that comparison.
Correct.
And again, measuring only length.
Correct.
But it's true, is it not, that researchers have found at that particular allele, the D317 allele, that there are actually 3 different 17s, 17A, 17B, 17C.
Yeah, so there's something known as isoalleles. What that is you may have, in this case, a 17 allele, but the sequence within that 17 allele is different. So 2 people may have a 17, but they may have a different sequence within their 17 allele.
And it's been found that there is a 17A, a 17B, and a 17C, correct?
Objection. Relevance to the probable cause hearing. At this point, I think we've once again gone beyond probable cause, and based on Mr. Grunender's argument, I would invoke his argument here in the case law that he referenced, and I object to this question.
Let me withdraw the question, reframe it, and move beyond it.
All right, so I'll sustain the objection. It will be reframed, and we'll go from there.
It's true, is it not, that 5, at least 1, 2, 3, 5 of the locations of interest in this case, researchers have found that the alleles that you were looking at, these isoalleles, have different sequences but the same length.
Objection. Relevance. The witness has testified she does not do sequencing analysis here, and that's what the question is asking, is about sequencing analysis.
Counsel?
The point, though, is that her testing cannot distinguish between these isoalleles, and therefore it goes to the weight of the comparisons.
But if she didn't do that,
Yeah, that's the point, is that she didn't do it, and therefore she's not in a position to draw conclusions.
Mr. McBride?
That proffer is inaccurate, that she's not able to draw conclusions because she did not do NGS or sequencing analysis. She has testified that her lab and the analysis she did here is not sequencing analysis, it's something different. Whether or not she could do sequencing analysis is irrelevant to the analysis that she did do. If Mr. Burt wants to call an expert to say sequencing analysis is better or something like that, that's fine. But this expert does not do sequencing analysis. Therefore, the line of questioning that goes into sequencing analysis is irrelevant to her testimony.
Let me see if I could lay a further foundation.
All right, so I'm going to sustain the objection. The question may be asked if counsel chooses.
When you do your analysis using length only, do you go by the rule that if any STR locus fails to match when comparing the genotypes between two or more samples, then the comparison of profiles between the question and reference sample is usually declared a non-match, regardless of how many other loci match?
No, it's
Yeah, I think that's correct, Liz. I think they're allowing some of this to go. Obviously, we just now had multiple objections that were sustained, by the way. I think from what every lawyer we've had on here, Gil, the Beard lawyer, describing exactly the process of the preliminary hearing, probable cause standard, the defense seems to be going way into undermining the science behind fairly well-established DNA sequencing and matching. But your point is valid, and I'm glad to hear that the prosecution is now objecting, and hopefully we can move on. I'm tired of hearing about DNA. I know you guys are too, but it's part of the process.
not quite that simple. What you're speaking of is an exclusion, is that correct?
Yeah, right.
So it's possible for DNA evidence to, we spoke about, it's possible that DNA evidence be degraded. In a case like that, there may be the potential that some of the profile has what we call dropped out. So it's not present. In that case, we wouldn't expect necessarily to have a inclusion or exclusion at that location because there's no information present there. So it's not quite as simple as is every allele in this chart present in the evidence. There's more to it than that.
If you had a difference in sequence between a known and a question across many loci, would you exclude the person?
It depends.
Again, objection, Your Honor. We're going back into sequencing, which is not the analysis that was done in this case.
Mr. Burt.
Again, Your Honor, if there could be an exclusion based on this and the testing was not done, I think that is relevant.
But as it relates to this witness and her firsthand knowledge, I'm not seeing that tie-in as it relates to her.
All right, let me move on then.
So I'll sustain the objection.
Now, you said that all the samples you looked at in that one report were mixtures, correct?
Correct.
And the number you get in the likelihood ratio depends on how many contributors you estimate, right? The number is going to vary if you say I think it's a mixture of 2 people versus I think it's a mixture of 5 people.
It's not necessarily the number of contributors. The likelihood ratio speaks to the weight of the evidence. And so it's comparing known individuals to the unknown sample. It could be a low number and be a single source sample. It could be a high number and be a 4-person mixture. It's not necessarily directly correlated with the number of contributors.
Let me ask you if you agree with this. This is from the NIST mixture study. And likelihood ratio numeric value is not a measurement of a physical quantity. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
Rather, it is a ratio of probabilities in the opinion of the expert assessing the likelihood ratio and is dependent on the specific propositions used to formulate it and also on the individual making the assessment.
Correct. Yes, I agree.
And does the final likelihood ratio depend on the number of contributors you assume?
No, it does not.
It has no effect whatsoever.
It can have an effect. It's possible. It's possible multiple other factors could contribute to the likelihood ratio.
Is it somehow difficult to figure out how many contributors there are in a sample?
I guess I would say that I use my my training, education, and experience in order to determine the number of contributors present in a profile.
Well, I noticed throughout your report you use the phrase, for instance, with regard to the 1.2 sample, the profile consistent with at least five contributors, at least one of which is male. And for 1.1, you say the profile is consistent with at least 4 contributors. I assume by the word at least, you're signaling that it could be more.
Correct.
And as the number of people to a mixture increases, the difficulty in sorting out that mixture increases as well, correct?
Correct.
I noticed in your standard operating procedure, there's some guidance on interpreting 3-person mixtures. Familiar with that, right?
Yes.
And it says, and correct me if I'm wrong, approximately 70% of 4-person mixtures present as 2 or 3-person mixtures based solely on number of alleles present.
It's possible for them to present. Yes.
Well, it doesn't say it's possible. It says, for example, approximately in all cases, assuming a mixture is a result of the combination of 3 people must be done with caution. For example, approximately 70% of 4-person mixtures present as 2 or 3-person mixtures based solely on number of alleles present.
You said you're referencing my SOP?
Yes.
Is it possible for me to take a look at?
Sure.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. The point that defense counsel is getting at is made in the last answer, which is the difficulty of sorting out mixtures increases as the number of contributors increases. That's all understood, but that has nothing to do with probable cause determination. Even if it's difficult, the inferences and the evidence is weighed in favor of the state. The court cannot weigh the difficulty in determining this evidence. Is it fair for a trier of fact at a jury? Sure it is. But we're now getting into weight issues that are relevant for a jury, but not for this court.
Well, he's implying it's going to be an extended discussion. I have one question which he wants to look at her manual to make sure it's in there. So, and then I'm done.
All right, I'll allow this question. So I'll overrule the objection. She may review the material. And
so could you bring up
can be rephrased.
Is it Oliver 148? This is your SOP document, correct?
Correct.
And then go to page 83. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And so it's true, is it not, that approximately 70% of 4-person mixtures present as 2 or 3-person mixtures?
It's possible.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. We've been going for a bit, and depending on how much to cross, and trying to decide if a break is warranted or if Mr. McBride, you wish your cross is limited. Again, not trying to say which way you should go. I'm just trying to weigh whether we should take a break.
I will probably be,
I'll probably be 20 minutes.
All right, let's just keep going, and then at that point we can take a break. Thank you, Mr. McBride.
Is your lab
process where, yes, it is.
What does that mean?
So our
Good morning.
morning.
Is your lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
What does that mean?
So our laboratory goes through a voluntary accreditation process where a external third party comes in and audits our laboratory to a set of standards. Specifically, the ATF laboratory is accredited. And
Again, I just don't understand. And again, I'm probably ignorant on the subject, but I don't understand why there isn't a consensus of what is admissible, what makes sense from a DNA standpoint. And again, from a legal standpoint, there's a consensus on this. And then it's just a matter of like, hey, these are the things that are allowed into evidence. This is the process that we accept. And then at that point, it's just a matter of ensuring that those processes were followed. I mean, this has to be, clearly this is argued probably every court case that there's DNA evidence. And, I guess maybe in the benefit to the person being accused, maybe that's a good thing. It just seems like we should have some standardized principles and standards of what is accepted and what's not. And it seems like a waste of time to argue these every single time, but I digress. I'll throw up this super chat and then we'll get back into it. I will admit, in the earlier days, I leaned more on VFT's side of doubting that this was a 30-06. I was wrong and appreciate your channel for giving me better information. Learned a lot from you. Well, thank you. We appreciate that. We might talk more about that. I want to talk specifically to VFT on a lot of things.
I think that, yeah, and I replied to this in the comments earlier. I think that it's okay to be wrong. I think the difference between honest people and not is admitting when you're wrong.
Yeah.
And accepting when you're wrong.
I'll just state this now. Nate over at VFT made his channel became popular because he was going after people with stolen valor, specifically Tim Kennedy. That's how he grew his audience. That's not something I want to really engage with. That being said, that's the standard. For someone to go on and use their Green Beret as credibility, and by the way, Nate is a 18 Echo. He's a commo guy. He knows shit all about freaking ballistics. And all you got to do is watch his videos. He didn't even know that you could change out a stock on a firearm. It's embarrassing, quite frankly. He's one of the least educated when it comes to firearms of any Green Beret that I've ever met. As a matter of fact, I think most of you out there know more about firearms than he does, and that's fine. But just don't sit there and use your Green Beret as the credibility to push bullshit and lies and bad information. And then when you're proven to be a liar, have the integrity to go and correct the record. He doesn't do that. I think what he has done is far worse than anything that Tim Kennedy has done, because he has convinced millions and millions of people of really bad information using his service, using his Green Beret as the credibility to do so. And I find it disgusting. It's far worse than anything Tim Kennedy has done. And there's more to that too. I know what he believes. He's told me what he believes. And yet he pushes this horse shit anyhow because it's for views, clicks, and all he cares about is his channel. I think he's a coward. I think he is a liar. And that's how I feel about Nate. And Nate, you're welcome to come on this show and I will tell you to your face. And I've told you via text as well. I think it's disgusting. I think he is doing a major disservice to the armed forces and to the special forces regiment. He's a grifter of the worst ilk. He's worse, in my opinion, because of where he comes from and the standards that he's supposed to uphold. He's worse than Candace Owens. He's worse than Baron Coleman. He's just as dishonest. That's how I feel about it.
Specifically, the DNA section of the ATF laboratory is accredited to two sets of standards. One is an international set of standards called ISO 17025 for testing laboratories, and additionally, a DNA-specific set of standards put forth by the FBI.
Does the accreditation require that the methodologies you use be validated?
Yes.
The methodologies used in this case have been accepted by courts across the country, correct?
Correct.
Does the accreditation require that forensic biologists like yourself satisfy certain qualification standards?
Yes, we're required to perform competency testing prior to participating in casework. And additionally, we participate in twice a year proficiency testing.
And do you satisfy the competency and qualification standards required by accreditation?
Yes.
And at the time you did the testing in this case, did you satisfy those standards?
Yes.
Moving to your opinions,
Where on the firearm did you find evidentiary support for the inclusion of Tyler Robinson?
There were several locations. I'd have to refer to my report.
Okay, would you look at your report? And this is, it looks like report number, or exhibit number 30. We can pull that up just for the witness.
We are at 1.5. I was going to speed it up to 1. We're at 1.5. This is how slow they talk. How slow.
Hey, I have a question, Gary.
Yes, ma'am.
That thing you put on the screen the other day about Baron Coleman with that case in 2016, or I think it was 2016 or 20.
The Pam
I
Bondi
think it was
case?
20. The Baron Coleman thing with the going and starting the Whisper campaign.
Yeah.
I was looking at some stuff about that. If you can send me what you had, I would appreciate it, because I saw something that said that the prosecution in that case, when this all came up, said that he had been a long time confidential informant.
Yes.
And I just find it ironic that people are coming in here calling you a Fed when it sounds to me like the more likely person that would is someone who's been a long time
He was a government
confidential informant.
He was a government informant. And
Yeah.
I confirmed that with the prosecutor. I called him and spoke to him for 3 hours. He was a government informant. There's a longer story to that. I've shared this. I'll send you everything that I got on him, which is quite a big file.
Yeah, appreciate it.
We had it for a minute here. Let it go. Okay, if we could go to page number 2, please. Will you just list off the areas of that firearm where there was support for evidentiary support for inclusion of Tyler Robinson?
The swabs of the stock and grips of rifle, the swabs of the butt plate of rifle, swabs of the trigger and trigger guard of rifle with possible ridge detail / smudging, the swabs of the bolt of the rifle with possible ridge detail / smudging, and the swabs of the forend of the rifle.
We go to page 3.
Swabs of the barrel of the rifle with possible ridge detail / smudging, the swabs of possible ridge detail / smudging on the optical accessory.
And page 4.
The swabs of the protected underside of the receiver of the rifle after disassembly, the swabs of one 30-06 cartridge case, the swabs of one 30-06 cartridge, and the swabs of one 30-06 cartridge.
I want to ask you about a couple of those conclusions. Let's look at page 5, please. And calculation number 3, exhibit 1.3. Do you know where that swab was taken from?
I have to refer back to page 2.
Can we refer back to page 2, please, Kimberly? Thank you.
1.3 is the swabs of the trigger and trigger guard of the rifle.
All right, going back to page 5. And we've had some talk, some testimony from you and some questions for you about the likelihood ratios. What was your conclusion as to the likelihood ratio that you analyzed in this question, in calculation number 3?
For this exhibit, the DNA profile was at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as the major component and 3 unknown unrelated individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated individuals.
You say at least 1 trillion times more likely. So it could be a much higher number than 1 trillion. Is that accurate?
It's possible.
But the protocols in your laboratory say you cap that at the number 1 trillion. Is that right?
Correct. We would not report a number higher than 1 trillion.
And it looks like you also did a probability statistic as well in paragraph E. Is that right?
Correct. It's another way of stating the likelihood ratio statistic.
And will you state your findings you made here in paragraph E, and that's on page 6.
The probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to the sample yielding this level of support is less than 1 in a trillion.
And same question there. The trillion number, it could be far less than that, but you stop your calculations of the statistics at 1 trillion. Is that right?
Correct.
Let us move to page 7 with regard to statistical analysis calculation number 7. Now, do you remember what 1.3 or 1.13 and 2.1 are?
I'd have to refer back to page 3, I believe.
You could jump to page 3. Thank you, Kimberly.
Page 4, sorry.
Page 4.
The 1.13 is the swabs of the protected underside of the receiver of the rifle after disassembly. And 2.1 is the swabs of one 30-06 cartridge case.
Now, did you do the swabs themselves?
I did not.
And 2.1 is a cartridge case. Is that right?
Correct.
And what's the difference between a cartridge case and a cartridge?
The cartridge is unfired. Cartridge case has been fired.
Right. let's jump back to page 7. And what was your conclusion with regard to, well, first of all, why do you group these two together, exhibits 1.13 and 2.1 in your conclusions here?
They were both mixtures of two individuals, and they both yielded a likelihood ratio of the same magnitude, so they can be grouped together.
Okay. It's not that they were tested together?
Correct.
It's just that the results were of the same magnitude, so they were reported together. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. What was your conclusion as it relates to both of these as to the likelihood ratio?
The DNA profiles are at least 1 trillion times more likely if they originated from Tyler Robinson as the major contributor and an unknown unrelated individual than if they originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
And did you make a conclusion here as well about the a probability statistic?
Yes, so the probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to these samples yielding this level of support, so meaning yielding this likelihood ratio, is less than 1 in a trillion.
Nothing else.
Mr. Wright.
The 1.3 sample is described as swabs of trigger and trigger guard, right?
Correct.
You didn't do the swabs, but am I correct that you have no way of knowing which part was from the trigger and which part was from the trigger guard?
Correct. So they were swabbed together, so I wouldn't be able to say where the DNA came from.
And that's one of the samples that was degraded, correct?
There were signs of degradation present in that sample, yes.
And you said with regard to that sample that that was a sample consistent with at least 4 contributors, right?
Correct.
And did what you term the major profile have the largest amount of degradation in that sample?
There was, yes.
And you can't tell us anything about when the DNA was deposited on the trigger guard or the trigger, correct?
Correct.
You can't tell us anything about whether, when you say it's at least 4, it could be 5, 6, or 7 people with DNA on that trigger or trigger guard, correct?
Correct, which is why we have the major contributor that is suitable for comparison, and the minor contributor is not suitable for comparison due to that complexity.
And again, major, minor just has to do with the levels of DNA you were seeing. It has nothing to do with someone being engaged in activity that is major in relation to the minor contributor.
Yeah, so the major contributor is the majority of the DNA contributed to that sample.
Okay. And some of these samples, you have major contributors of more than one person, right?
Correct.
So for sample 1.1, swabs of stock, you have 2 major profiles, and there are at least 4 contributors on that sample, right?
Can I refer to my report?
Sure. Oh, it's exhibit 30. Plaintiff's 30. Right?
You said exhibit 1.1?
Yes.
Yes, it was a mixture of 4 individuals. There were 2 major contributors.
Okay. And again, with regard to all these samples, no way of knowing when or how the DNA got on those samples, correct?
Correct.
You referenced another statistic in your report, which is the statistic related to paragraph E, I guess.
Correct.
Is it what's called a random match probability statistic? Or is that something else?
It itself is not a random match probability statistic. It is a way to represent the likelihood ratio similar to a random match probability.
But it's still a likelihood ratio computation, right?
Correct. It's based off the likelihood ratio computation.
And it's still subject to all the limitations we've talked about.
Correct.
Can't attribute it to any person, can't state it's infallible, can't state there's a 0 error rate, and you can't state that it is a source connected with any one person, correct?
Right. So part of not being able to state source attribution is the reason we report the likelihood ratio statistic. It speaks to the weight of the evidence. And so yes, we can't do a source attribution, and we report that statistic and address that uncertainty that way.
And address the uncertainty along with the other limitations we talked about.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anything further for this witness?
No.
All right. May this witness be excused. All right. Thank you. Now, you may step down. Anything further from the defense?
No, we have no further witnesses.
All right. Returning to prosecution. Anything further?
No, Judge, we have no rebuttal evidence to present at this hearing. The state has no rebuttal evidence to present at this hearing. However, before we break, there is the matter that was discussed yesterday with respect to publishing in the courtroom exhibit 12.1, so that the victim's family can observe that.
Thank you. All right. Do the parties wish to be heard as it relates to this briefly, and then the court will issue its ruling? And
Your Honor, and he is choosing to take our advice and not testify. Robinson of his right to testify at this hearing, and he actually just want to make a quick record. We have advised Mr. Robinson of his right to testify at this hearing, and he is choosing to take our advice and not testify.
Is that correct, Mr. Robinson? And I note that he's nodding in the affirmative. Thank you, Ms. Visser. All right. In regards to the outstanding issue about the publication of States Exhibit 12.1 to the courtroom only, to persons here, any further input from any of the parties before the court issues its ruling?
Jeff, on behalf of the, my understanding is you ruled yesterday that you were going to play it, that you did grant our request. So I don't know if we.
Thank you.
Judge, I might simply add, given the court's ruling this morning with respect to displaying exhibits, we may want to make a record with the live streaming folks here that it's not going to be published.
Thank you. All right. Nothing further from any of the parties? Okay. Just taking some notes. All right. The court wishes to readdress yesterday's ruling in light of this morning's sanction as it relates to Exhibit 16. The court separately addressed that incident and imposed a sanction on the record. Having considered all applicable public access, fair trial, privacy, and victims' rights interests, the court adheres to its prior ruling. The court finds that temporarily limiting live stream to audio only while Exhibit 12.1 is displayed is necessary to prevent the inadvertent publication of the exhibit from being transmitted to outside the courtroom, and no broader and is taking the least restrictive means to accomplish what is being requested. Accordingly, Exhibit 12.1 may be viewed by all persons physically present in the courtroom, including victim representative Ms. Kirk in her capacity as the victim representative. The same in-court viewing rules applies to all parties and courtroom attendees. And that is the ruling of the court. Let's go ahead and proceed to that, to the state. So could the camera operator let me know when we're switched to an audio only? We are? Okay. All right. And as it's switched to audio only to the state, now my understanding there's no audio on this surveillance on 12.1. Is that correct? All right. All right. So let's go ahead and play that. And I'm going to rule that this also applies to the still photographer. It cannot be captured the screen in any way. I noted the video recording, but
it's exactly what the defense wants, and it's exactly what the grifters want. They do not want the evidence to be shown or made public so they can fill in the gaps of those information gaps. They can fill those in with whatever they come up with. What if this? What if that? What if this? What if that? What if the tooth fairy actually did it? What if the Jewish Santa Claus actually did it? It's disappointing.
But I intend, as well as no still capture of any of the monitors during the publication of 12.1. All right. And to the stage, just let me know if you're ready. Let's go ahead and play it now.
Fast forward this. We're not going to see or hear anything. Long video. Long video that would fill in a lot of information gaps, I bet.
States Exhibit. All right, and that concludes the playing of States Exhibit 12.1 video. Transmission may resume. Just let me know when that is live.
Real quick, SK, do you have the evidence list and the witness list? Can you see what I had that pulled up? And then,
yeah. It's in your
I know. Just do you have it pulled up right
I
now?
can get it really quick.
What is the 12.1? Is that listed? What video?
Yeah, let me grab it. Okay, I'm getting there.
It's all right.
Oh, that's not it.
I meant to pull it up earlier and I forgot.
I know. I forgot, and now I'm trying to remember where it was.
Here we go. Hold on.
Don't you get it?
Yep, I do have it. Get up there. Get in your
Oh, I got it. What'd you
Okay.
say? What number?
12.1.
12.1.
I guess it's just
Okay.
12. UV surveillance from 910.
12 is UV surveillance, yeah.
Yeah.
And a doorbell camera surveillance 9/10/2025.
I assume that's what they're referencing. So there's that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
The state does not judge.
No, Your Honor.
All right. So this preliminary hearing is continued to September 1st at 10 a.m. for an in-person hearing. The court will allocate up to 4 hours total for argument. That's encompassing both parties. Does the defense request that Mr. Robinson be physically present for that hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll make the recording. Thank you. The court appreciates the professionalism, civility, and respect shown by counsel, the parties, and all persons in attendance throughout these proceedings. As there are no further matters before the court, this proceeding is adjourned until September 1st at 10 a.m. Good afternoon to you all.
All right.
All right. So that's the end. It's all of it? All of it for today?
Is it lunch break or is it over?
No, I think it's over. So this court is adjourned until 10 a.m. on September 1st.
Does the defense request that Mr.
September
Robinson be
1st.
physically present for that
When's
hearing?
he entering
Yes,
his
Your Honor.
plea?
Hold on.
We'll make the recording. Thank you. The court appreciates the professionalism, civility, and respect shown by counsel, the parties, and all persons in attendance at 10 a.m. Good afternoon to you. As there are no further matters before the court, this proceeding is adjourned until September 1st at 10 a.m. Good afternoon to you all.
All right.
There it is. Okay, so there's that. I want to address this real quick. And this is the last thing I'm going to talk about as far as the ballistics go for today until we get to this evening. Willie says, I'm trying to understand why we can use anecdotes for one argument, not another, while also making a claim of possibility without giving an example of how to replicate the instance. So first of all, we have empirical evidence, multiple examples of where this took place. My only argument, and you, by the way, like I haven't seen one person present a real world example of a human being shot in the neck, in the spine, where it did exit. It did exit. But all we need is one, but we have at least 4. And by the way, if you go into pathology reports, military reports, like there's a lot more. Lots of them. My position on this is not that I know for sure that a 30-06 was used in the Charlie Kirk assassination. That's not my position at all. My position is that it's not impossible. And that's where everybody was saying. If you show, and what I will also say is, given the evidence that we have, how everything is corroborated by what we're told, the ballistic evidence, the circumstantial evidence, the physical evidence. We have 30-06 at his house, 30-06 rounds. We have them engraved. We have the engraver that did it. We have Lance Twigg saying that he did it. It all points to that. So all you have to do, Willie, is you have to show me evidence that it wasn't the 30-06. We know it's possible. I don't care if it's 1 in a billion. That's what took place because that's what the evidence says. Just because it's a low probability doesn't mean it didn't happen. That's my position. I'm willing to accept that it's a different 30 caliber round because we know that it's a 30 caliber family of projectile that was found in Charlie Kirk's body. See how everything corroborates? See how we have to go into like pie in the sky theory to come up with a different solution? Like there was another gun. Okay, fine. Where was it? Where was it? It was a different caliber. Okay, what happened? Like, where's the evidence for it? Show me a video of somebody shooting somebody else. Give me one eyewitness that says it was shot from somewhere else or they saw someone doing that. The fact is that we have evidence that supports everything that's being said, and then we have multiple examples of where that type of situation has occurred so far, pretty much 100% of the time. Like I haven't seen one person say, hey, you know what? Here's a case study where a person was shot with 30-06 from approximately a same distance or closer or I don't care which, and then they actually hit him in the spine and it exited. I haven't seen that yet. I'm sure there are. Especially when we get into World War II or World War II, and Vietnam and Korea, that probably does exist. But again, we have 15 to 25% of non-exits in that body of evidence, and those were full metal jacket rounds. So You know what? Here's what I'll do, Willie. You're welcome to come on the show. I'll send you a guest link for tonight. Show up in the chat. I'll make sure you get a guest link and you can come on. You can present your evidence. Happy to have that discussion with you. So there's that. Like, give me something else. Don't just say, I don't think it happened, and this is all Fed slop without providing some evidence of it. Give me an alternative theory that makes sense. So far, I haven't seen it. So that's where we're at on this.
I have a question for Willie. Can he tell us all about how far the drop is from the top of the Losi building to where, Charlie was struck and all those things? Does he know any of the variables here that they've talked about in court the last several days?
Who knows? Who knows? Willie, if you're around, feel free to answer those. I'll display them. While we're waiting, it'll be crickets now. Watch. Every time. Okay, fine. You want to present an argument? Come on the show. Crickets. Usually what happens. Because it's embarrassing to get up there and be like, no, this is just what I think. It's embarrassing not to be able to present. It's not embarrassing to just spew nonsense over in the chat. And I'm not saying this is you, Willie. You're welcome to come on the show. I respect you. I respect your opinion. I respect your service, all those things. I will treat you fairly, kindly, as a friend, as a fellow veteran. So you're free to come on this. But every time this happens, that's exactly what happened. Like, it's one thing to just spew BS over in the comments. It's another thing to be held accountable and actually have to articulate what you're saying in front of the crowd. There's very few people that'll do that. One of them is Candace Owens. She'll just spew pure retardation and do it as confidently as possible. And then her retarded followers are like, oh, that makes perfect sense. An exploding mic. We didn't see an explosion. The mic exploded to the point that it's in a billion pieces, but it wasn't enough force to actually do any damage to the shirt or even have equal and opposite reaction. It's defied physics. There was no smoke, no flash, no burn, no nothing. It was enough force to kill a man. It wasn't enough force to even move the microphone or even displace the little magnet on there. Come on, people. Quit being retarded. Quit being so damn gullible. It's embarrassing. You're freaking Americans, for God's sakes. Yes, ma'am.
Willie said that he would join, and I just sent him a guest link.
Perfect. All right. We'll see you tonight, Willie.
And I would just like to say, Willie, I do appreciate your service. Any criticisms of what you're saying has absolutely nothing to do with not appreciating your service. And I mean, I'm truly grateful for that. But that doesn't mean that I definitely won't make comments, because I will.
Yeah, sure. I appreciate his courage to get out here and step into the arena and talk about what he believes. And who knows? He might be able to complete. It doesn't take much to persuade me otherwise. You just got to give me something that makes sense and is backed by evidence. One thing I do want to play real quick, and because the amazing, the great moderator that is the obscure moderator asked me to do so, and I'm happy to oblige, and I think this is a good thing to show. And let me just make sure that's what show. There we go. All right. So Ben Shapiro, he sent this to me. The obscure moderator Ben said, you got to play this. This is great. I haven't seen this, so we're playing it for the first time. Ben Shapiro goes off on Candace Owens. He said he destroys her. Let's see if that's true. Oh, and this is 30 minutes long. I don't know. I thought it was 3 minutes.
Folks, today is a highly important show. Today, we are going to uncover the real murderer of Charlie Kirk. It's time. We've been working for months on a deep and detailed investigation. It's not who you think. Today, we are going to discuss who was really behind Charlie Kirk's assassination. Candace Owens. This is the Ben Shapiro Show. Every single line of investigation to get to
Ben Shapiro is not the guy that you want to speed to one.
I said we should do this. I said we should make an episode and we should do it just like Candace, but accuse her of being it and have whatever, things that we think are relevant. And everyone's like, no, that's not a good idea. I'm so glad he did this because I wanted to do it really bad.
Well, I made a post on it just to illustrate the logic that I constantly run into, and I know you do as well. The logic is, well, Israel did this, that explosion pagers. We know the CIA does this. We know this. And I said the same thing. It's like, hey, you know what? I made the post. Hey, you know what? I think Candace was the killer. And what she used was a prosthetic mask. We know the CIA has those. They use them all the time. And then, yeah, she used like 6-inch lifts. We know that happens. And then, you know, why not? Like, we know that takes place. Why can't that be a possibility? And then on top of that, we know what happened to JFK. You know who killed JFK? Potentially Lee Harvey Oswald. He was in there, and you know where he went? He went to Russia. You know who else went to Russia? Candace Owens. Candace Owens went to. You think that is somehow just a coincidence? That's pattern recognition. That's pattern recognition.
Follow the money, man. Follow the money.
I said that too. Follow the money. Who's benefited more off of this than Candace Owens? Nobody. She's made tens of millions of dollars off of this. Like, if you don't come to this conclusion, you're just denying reality. That's what we deal with. Like, just because it's true or you can reference something doesn't make it true. Just because it is a possibility, sort of, like, to sit there and say you can't reject that. No, I can, because there's no other evidence that backs it up. It's dumb.
Right. If you do not believe Ben Shapiro and what we're saying right now, then you're just denying reality. That's right. What your eyes are seeing. You are denying what is right in front of your face.
Yeah. All she's got to do is prove it wasn't her. I mean, it's not that hard. Give us an alibi.
The bottom of what really happened, what really happened, what super really happened with Charlie Kirk's assassination on September 10th, 2025. The story actually begins before that. In the spring of 2025, when Candace Owens, the podcaster, her brand, was having some trouble. She was sued by the First Lady of France. She was hemorrhaging mainstream sponsors. She was losing her staff. She was feuding with pretty much everybody. And then something changed. Charlie Kirk was murdered. You remember September 10th, 2025? Her Charlie Kirk coverage rebuilt her audience and drove record merch sales. That's what she said. Not me, it's what she said. And turned her into the main character in the biggest story in America. I mean, here she was in May of this year.
We are on track for this to be the biggest day in our merch sale history on the website. I love you guys for actually buying merch just to spite the people that were calling for a merch boycott.
Really bad.
And you got to follow how the money is structured. You got to follow it. You got to just follow it, okay? The revenue from this coverage doesn't flow to a human. It flows through a lattice of corporate entities like Candace Owens, LLC, and George Tom Incorporated. The kind of architecture you build when you want distance between yourself and the product. And the product, by Candace Owens' own on-air admission, had its single biggest sales day in company history because of the Charlie Kirk assassination. Charlie Kirk dies, and Candace gets richer, a lot richer. But at whose direction? That is the big question. I mean, Candace has a lot of foreign connections, like a lot. See, here's the thing. Charlie Kirk, at the end of his life, was going after radical Islam. That was his biggest cause just before he was murdered. You'll remember Charlie saying this.
Islam is not compatible with Western civilization. Islam is at odds with all the freedoms that we enjoy. They do not believe in any separation between mosque and state. They do not believe in freedom of speech or freedom of expression. They do not believe in the freedom to criticize the government. The practices that we enjoy so great here in the United States of America. And here's the one thing that's the kicker. You have this axis, again, the red-green axis, this Marxism-Mohammedanism axis. What do they have in common? Even though a lot of the Marxists are lesbians or gays or transgenders, they get along with the Muslims. They get along because they hate us.
Yep.
This is Charlie Kirk's cause, right? But Candace had lots of new relationships with people in the Islamic world, maybe directing traffic, or we don't know. We're just asking questions. But we're not stupid.
We don't know, but we know.
Something changed.
We don't know.
She suddenly started talking about the magic of Islam. Here she was in March.
These terror groups, these Muslim terrorists, for whatever reason, these Muslim terrorists only want to terrorize to benefit Israel. It's so strange. I cannot work it out. If you're a Muslim terrorist, we want to hear from you. Why are you doing that? Right? Why are you stealing and robbing and doing things down in Congo to the benefit of Israel? We want to hear from you. It's very strange. More tips. Candace Owens, come. Hey, hello, I'm a Muslim terrorist and I work for Israel. Why do you do that?
Weird, isn't it? Right? I mean, like, right?
Seriously. For someone to say something so stupid and that not be called out, to allege that, oh, the Muslim terrorists are working on the behest of Israel, and not be called out immediately and not just be ridiculed to the ends of the earth.
I mean, like, right? I mean, Charlie starts warning about radical Islam, and suddenly Candace discovers that maybe we've just been misunderstanding Islam this whole time. She literally apologized to Muslims on behalf of America because she says Americans were brainwashed after 9/11 by propaganda. And she didn't even know what a Muslim was. That's what she said. That's what she said. We're not stupid. We're not. She invited Muslim terrorists to reach out to her because, you see, the jihadis are the victims. And if a Muslim terrorist says he's doing it for Allah, well, that's because somebody else wrote the script, probably the Zionists. The Zionists. Hamas says Hamas did it, doesn't count. And ISIS claims responsibility, suspicious. And Iran chants death to America. That's what they want you to think. That's what Candace says. And it's not just about Islam and her newfound magical relationship with Islam. See, Candace developed a really close relationship with Russia, like super duper close, like go to St. Petersburg and hang out with members of the Putin apparatus. Close. Here she was having a good old time in Russia. She also, by the way, speaking of foreign relationships, developed some weird relationships with alleged sex traffickers in Romania. I mean, right there, you can see it with the alleged sex trafficker in Romania. You know who hated sex trafficking? Charlie Kirk hated sex trafficking. Coincidence? Is any of this a coincidence? I'm not stupid. So this is weird, really weird. She's in Romania hanging with sex traffickers. Charlie's condemning sex traffickers. And then Charlie dies. The single most important person fighting radical Islam just gets killed. Convenient, like very, very convenient. A person who knew Candace really well, who texted with her regularly, who would have known what she was up to, maybe suspected what was happening. And then he just so happens to be murdered. And she starts making money. It's just, that's all I'm saying. Some interesting motivation. That's all we're saying. Interesting. But what about like means? I mean, murder requires motive and means and opportunity, right? So what about means? See, here's the thing. Candace knew everything. She was Charlie's best friend, like his best friend. They were so close, like closer than any humans who have ever lived. She was his best friend. Here she was the day after Charlie was killed.
But I don't want today to be about anything other than you guys knowing that Charlie really was an amazing person. He was like, we were really close. And he was my best friend and my brother.
I mean, how close was their relationship?
And
I mean, it may have been for her even more than like a brotherly
too.
relationship. I mean, let's be real. You don't talk about suspicious. She got married in what is easily the weirdest love story of like all time. I mean, she met her husband, George, and she barely knew him. And then they just got married. That's an op, okay? We're not stupid. We're not stupid. Okay, we're not stupid. That's an op. That's an op. Candace supposedly attends a crowded dinner party consisting of like 30 people. You want to guess who else was seated at that exact same table? Charlie Kirk. Is that a coincidence? He was there when she met her husband. It was at that exact event that she met George Farmer, who was the wealthy son of prominent British Tory peer, Lord Michael Farmer. Here was Candace describing this with her husband, George.
I sat next to you and you basically said nothing to me.
Correct. Yeah. I did what I've done for the past 6 years. I just said nothing.
I mean, if that's not romance, that's not love at first sight, I don't know what is. What a beautiful, beautiful story.
And it worked.
And it worked. Yeah,
It absolutely
And then you
worked.
married me, so I have no idea why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
18 days later,
Yeah, that's right.
we get engaged.
And I called her and I just said, listen, I know this is completely crazy and we've just met, but how do you
But
feel
I
about
have
getting
some
married to me?
business I need to
Just
deal
real
with,
quick.
so I'm going to need you to
I
sign
missed
up.
The bit where there was any sort of... There was literally nothing romantic had been said up to this point.
Okay.
I mean, literally nothing.
So,
We hadn't
okay, so I missed nothing. Fair
We
enough.
hadn't gone on a date. We had not talked about marriage or the future or anything like that.
All right.
And and she said yes.
Weird, because, there it is. I mean, does that sound natural to you? That sound like people who just met, started dating, fell in love? I mean, you're telling me that the night they laid eyes on each other and the day he proposed, between those two times, 0 romantic overtures, none, no dating, no courting, 17 days later, formally engaged? You're telling me that I'm supposed to believe 17 days from total strangers to securing a multi-million-dollar marriage alliance into the British House of Lords? Into the British House of Lords? I mean, come on. That doesn't just look suspicious. That looks like a strategic corporate.
Are you telling me that there wasn't lawyers involved? There wasn't contracts signed, making sure that all the money was divided? There wasn't a prenup? We haven't heard anything about that. Is that what you want us to believe? Because there would be There would be.
They were just so in love,
They were
Gary.
just
They never
so in
even
love.
thought about any of the finances or any of the repercussions of anything
No.
happening. They never thought about that at all.
This wasn't a strategic partnership. This was romance. Like we only see in storybooks. This is romance, folks. This is how it happened. Isn't that how that happened with you guys? Like you didn't talk to someone and then you called them, I don't know, what, 17 days, whatever, and freaking like, hey, let's get hitched. I think it'll be really good for our careers.
Acquisition, like big corporate acquisition.
Yeah, exactly.
Like big capitalism at work. What about Charlie? Well, she was acting as his wing woman, like manipulating him and his life. I mean, she openly boasted on air about acting as Charlie's personal psychological gatekeeper and his wing woman. Here she was.
I'm going to miss Charlie going on dates and the girls they liked and me always being the wing woman and him asking. This text message is one of my favorite text messages between me and Charlie when he was getting ready to go on a date. And, he didn't date many people. And he was just kind of in.
Here's one of the most compelling pieces of information, a data point. Most compelling data points. We love data points. Data points are all that matter. It's a data point. It doesn't have to be relative to the conversation, but it's a data point. They were so close and they were texting so much behind the scenes that Candace Owens has admitted she doesn't even know what at least his son looks like. Like as soon as my kids are born, I've shared pictures of them. And they're regularly part of the storyline with me and my friends and people that I am close to. But she didn't even know what his son looked like. I don't even know about Gigi. But that's weird. Isn't that weird? It's pretty weird.
I mean, I would think that you would invite your best friend to your wedding for
To your
sure.
wedding? To your wedding?
I mean, I don't think I would ever leave my best friend off the guest list.
And would regularly feature them on your podcast, right? Vice versa.
Right.
They should have been on each other's podcast like all the time. They were friends.
All the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
I can't find those episodes.
I mean, do you think that Data Republican just takes time to come on my little podcast because, she thinks she's going to get some type of exposure from it? No, she comes there because she's my friend. That's all.
Love with this girl.
Data point.
And he was asking me, should I wear this? And this is the text message. It's so sweet. He said, do I have to change this shirt? And I wrote back, yes. And throw it away if you can. Charlie.
I mean, that just sounds so fake. The forced laughter and I'm just saying. Is anybody buying that? I'm not buying it. It sounds fake to me.
It's totally believable, Gary. We all believe it. It's totally believable.
Think about what she's doing there. Publicly transmitting to the grieving widow, Erica, that she was the one who controlled Charlie's appearance. She was the one dictating his choices long before Erica ever entered the frame. We're talking classic behavioral markers here, folks. Project a phantom homewrecker narrative onto the outside world to mask your own historical boundary crossing infatuation with Charlie Kirk. There's something else. Candace, of course, says that Erica was somehow involved in the murder or the cover-up of the murder. But Candace also claims she literally set up Erica with Charlie. Here she was saying that the day after Charlie was killed.
And of course, Charlie fell in love with Erica. That entire journey to me when I was reading through a text is so funny because it was exceptional. I was always leaning into Charlie's analytical mind and making fun of him. Like, oh, well, all we need to do is get a plan. You love Erica? Okay, what's the plan? What are we going to do? What's step one? What's step two? And the plan that I came up with instantly was all we have to do is convince her that her last name is terrible. Her last name, she's got to marry you because it's practical. Kirk is going to, Mrs. Erica Kirk sounds so much better than Miss Erica Francie. What is that last name?
I mean, this is suspicious, right? I mean, so suspicious. I mean, look at those mannerisms, by the way, like so suspicious, so suspicious. What are we, dumb? Are we stupid? Use some common sense. Candace says that Erica is now some sort of agent of evil, but Candace helped Erica marry him. So if she was so evil, why would you do something like that? It doesn't sound suspicious like at all, like setting somebody up or anything like that. See, here's the thing. Candace knew Charlie's world from the inside. She knew the personnel, the protocols, the security company. She has said on the record that her security team worked with the very men she now accuses. And she can't think of anyone in private security she doesn't get along with. You want to think about that. Just think about it. Just use your brain. She knew exactly which seams of the story to pull out because she knew all the people involved. I mean, here she was admitting it. Just admitting it right out, like it's no big deal.
I confirmed this with security inside of Turning Point. There somehow happened to be a leak, and so they can't dispute this.
I mean, she's involved with all of this information and with all the people involved, and she knows all of them. And where was Candace when all this was going down? We have no idea. None. Where was Candace in the days before September 10th?
Look, I understand that this is satire, but all joking aside, there is a much stronger case that Candace was involved in this, and the evidence that is available for this, I don't think she is. I just want to be clear on that. But there is much stronger evidence than anything pertaining to Erica Kirk being involved in this. Much stronger evidence. Much better motive. The motive is there. The opportunity is there. The information that she would need to know is there. You could easily make a case for this. And by the way, it'd be significantly better than anything that Candace Owens has presented that would. What's that?
Oh, sorry. I could make a case using a couple of speculative links, just a couple, maybe just one speculative link, and then the rest actual receipts, and I could make a case that people would believe that she was involved.
Sure. But you know what? It would be immoral for us to do so, because guess what?
Which is why we haven't done it.
But all the real evidence says exactly what we see, that a homosexual that hated Charlie Kirk for his beliefs decided to take him out because some hate can't be negotiated with. Those are his claims. That's his motive. That's what he said. And by the way, if this was all going to be fabricated by the FBI, all the text message, you think that's what they would have talked the weird way that they talk and all the things that they do and all the things that they said? Like, you couldn't make this up. You really couldn't.
She admits on air to memory gaps. She says she genuinely forgot an entire trip to Maine, just blacked out. Do we believe that? That she just forgets things like that? I mean, here she was explaining just a couple of weeks ago that she just blacked out. She's blacked out. What else has she blacked out? What else has she forgotten?
I had a baby, and I think I blacked out after Charlie's assassination and didn't remember that I went up to Maine too. I went up to Maine with my husband in July.
Tyler's assassination?
My son was born on May 1st. We were off air.
Charlie's.
And then the first thing I did was I went with my newborn, Roman, and my husband up to Maine to do Tucker's show. And I did an interview, and I genuinely forgot about this. Like, I genuinely forgot about this.
She's allowed to forget, but if the timelines as we see them are not relayed to us exactly as they are by people that are under traumatic, that are going through an extremely traumatic event, and we know what happens to people's memories and account of events when they're going through something like what they went through with Charlie Kirk's death. If Mikey McCoy doesn't relay what he thinks happened, his perception, as we watch this on the camera, he is lying. These people are like, they have to be lying. They have to be lying. No one else is allowed to forget. No one else is allowed to like get things mixed up in the midst of everything. But she is. She is.
So, I mean, just gaps in the memory? Weird. So, where was Candace in this time? I mean, Candace had 2 pre-recorded episodes about Brigitte Macron's alleged testicles, September 8th and 9th, but nothing on her feed, September 10th, the day in question. So we just have like a mysterious missing period. Where was she? Was she wearing maroon that day? We don't know. We don't have any pictures of her on those days. None. Now, as we know, because Candace investigated it, there were a lot of decoys, Fed decoys, or Israeli decoys, or some decoys wearing maroon at Utah Valley University the day Charlie was shot. I mean, here was Candace explaining.
When I looked at the footage of Charlie and what happened on September 10th, it struck me as highly unusual that there were so many men wearing maroon shirts. Like, it's not exactly a color that men wear all the time. And there were a lot of men, all of whom were alone, I might add, who went to just hear Charlie Kirk speak alone, and they were wearing maroon shirts. And I just said to myself, this feels like organization to me.
Feels
like a
like
school
I mean,
that's really
but what was
nearby
she
whose
wearing
colors
that
are
day?
maroon, and there were other college kids on the campus to see Charlie Kirk speak weird.
And I mean, I don't even know what like the baseline of that is. Like, how often do people wear maroon? I don't know. I don't know. Let's go look at it. Let's go look at a freaking football game in New Jersey. I don't know how many people are going to be wearing maroon. I understand your point that there was local schools that their color is maroon, but you know, like just give me a baseline. How many people were there wearing black? Can we make the same case for a black shirt or a blue shirt, a white shirt? Like just because you say something's weird doesn't make it weird. Just because you say there's a number one, I don't even know that this has been confirmed, but there's 11 or 12 Israeli phones on campus. Okay, well, what's the baseline? Is that normal? We know that they actually have a foreign exchange program with the Middle East and Israel specifically. So,
yes,
what's the baseline? Is there normally 50? Is there normally 10? Like going to the average campus size that's the same size as theirs. Like, what is the norm? Is there normally more? Is it normally? We don't know. So therefore, you have to establish what the baseline is, what normal looks like before we can even say something suspicious. And then not all things that are suspicious are actually, you know, criminal behavior or anything else. Or let me rephrase that. Not everything that's abnormal is suspicious. And this is one of the things that we teach in surveillance detection and threat detection. Just because, look, there's a lot of people that do some weird things out there. And there are things that we may not notice, suddenly we do notice. And it's like, oh, this is weird. This is abnormal in my opinion. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just you notice it for the first time.
Can I say real quick
to
Carl in the comments? I just want to say, they said they live in Utah and there's not one college that has maroon as a color. I'm not sure if it was a college or a high school, but I am aware that there is a school very close to UVU whose colors are maroon. So you can let me know in the comments what it is. But if I misspoke, I misspoke. And if I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong with my whole ass chest.
There you go. I do want to hit this. John Williams, thank you very much for this very generous super chat. We appreciate you, buddy. Gary, thank you for sharing your feelings on VFT. The whole gist there feels like it's 1980 in the junior high gym locker room. The glee over inclusive evidence was shameful. Thank you for your past and present service. That's the other thing. Like when these guys get together, they just did a stream. I saw it was Real Bays, VFT. I think it was Ian Carroll and some other people. I don't know. Was just like, oh yeah, like it's just like gossip girls, like, oh, Erica sucks, she was definitely involved, oh, look at this. Like there's no pushback, or it's like guys sitting around talking about something while they're drunk, just saying nonsense. Like these are serious matters. They should be treated with some level of respect. It's okay to have a little fun with it from time to time. That's fine. But when you're accusing somebody of the murder, you should probably actually have some evidence and apply a little logic and not just push narratives. And that's what they do time and time again. And that's the unfortunate part of this. September 1st, because the defense wants to file briefings, 2 weeks for prosecution, then 2 weeks for defense, then 1 week for prosecution to respond, then court on the 1st. Yeah, and folks, this is going to continue to happen. Every lawyer that I've talked to has said, look, this is going to be 18 months to 2 years before we actually see the trial. That's why we have to fight this now and put it into it. And the American people need to stand up, the reasonable among us, because these insane people are like less than 1% of the population. Don't let the freaking candidates present the perception that this is a majority. They're not the majority. It's just so small, it's not even funny. But then they want to act like, oh, we ratioed you on X. You got ratioed. Like, I don't care. Popularity isn't the arbiter of truth. A wise man once said, the truth isn't always popular, but it's always worth it. And that was Charlie Kirk. He understood this. Thank you, Nillarine, for becoming a YouTube member and supporting the channel. We appreciate you. And folks, if you haven't done so already, make sure you like, subscribe. And if you would like to support us and what we do financially, we appreciate that. Please become a member. There's a link down in the description below. Also, if you're not following us on X, make sure you follow us on X, and there is an opportunity to become a subscriber there. Again, all those things are a couple of bucks a month, and it goes a long way to support us and what we're doing. Biggest thing you can do, though, is share. Share this content. That's what I asked. It costs you nothing. It's free. It turns out that the Harpole was Candace security, as she is accusing Shapiro. Can't believe that he's the one suing her now. Great seeing you on Jeremy. Yeah, so I've known this since November. I had this conversation with Harpole back then. It might have even been sooner than that, October. I think we had that conversation on the phone before he came and we conducted that interview in that podcast. He asked me not to share it, so I didn't. It's already out, but I can confirm that to be true. He has done security for Candace multiple times. I don't know when that relationship ended or began or whatever else. That I don't know, but she knows him and he knows her, and he has done security for her. Thank you for standing on the right side. Justice for Charlie. Yeah. Super sticker. Thank you very much. Microfarm USA. We appreciate you. Gary, did you see the clip of Dana last show with Matt Tardio? Great information. I did see that. We'll have Matt Tardio on again tonight. You must keep watching. It's totally worth it. I'm assuming that we're talking about this, and we will. I just wanted to get in here and make sure that
Gary, real quick.
Yes, ma'am.
Matt texted me. He can't make it tonight, but we still have Justin from Phoenix Ammunition, and we also have Nate Vance.
I didn't really want Matt anyhow. He stinks. I'm just joking.
He's sorry, and that he will get on as soon as he can.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. Willie boy, thank you. Look forward to talking to you tonight, buddy. I love to hear the opposition and what they actually have to say and how much information or evidence. And I like to see their logic behind this. And I am open to being wrong, folks. I always am. All right. We get prejudiced. The reason I believe what we believe now is because I was open to being wrong. And I was like, hey, you know what? I've kind of pushed that I didn't think this was possible. I was wrong. And now that I've actually studied this particular element of this, I realize it's much more likely than I ever thought. And the idea that it's impossible, I never said it was impossible. I've always said it was unlikely because I do understand ballistics, and I've always said that. Because you never know what can go wrong. There's so many factors in here, from bullet stabilization, a bad round. Like, there's a lot that can go wrong with ballistics, and they do all the time.
I will say, people in the comments were telling me it's Mountain Land Technical School or something like that. That's like 1.6 miles away from UVU that has maroon color. And I think there are other high schools as well. But I knew I wasn't completely crazy, but I'll admit if I'm wrong.
Well, it doesn't even make sense because he wasn't wearing maroon when he allegedly took the shot. So why would they, like, that's what you would want. He was wearing all black. So, like, that just flies in the face of logic right off the bat. If you want to confuse people who took the shot, you want the person taking the shot wearing the same thing as all the decoys, right? Isn't that what we want? Doesn't that make more sense? I don't even understand.
That would be logical, Gary, and I don't know that these people deal in logic.
Yeah. In 2022, Amfest Candy was the final speaker, was introduced by Jason Brittany Aldean. He performed to intro her. I found it gross then, like she was Trump or higher, then no more. I fully believe she demanded it. Maybe. What I do know is she wasn't there in 2024 or 2025 to be at her like best friend's biggest event of the year. Why was that? Whereas we know that he personally, Charlie Kirk personally invited to Ben Shapiro to both events, 2024 and 2025. So, it's weird. You don't find it suspicious? You should. Colors in filmmaking trigger an emotional response. A shade of red tricks the human brain to think bad or evil. Interesting. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I've learned so much. I finally feel like a real human from all the support. I'm literally crying. What can I do to help? Share our content, Kenzie. Share our content. If you want to get more involved in that, we can find things that you can do and help you figure out what your role in this fight is, right?
And I'm glad you're getting some relief, Mackenzie. I'm sorry you're going through all these things, but we are here for you.
We are. A podcast called Both Sides did a hilarious video just like Ben's a while ago. And I know a lot of people have been saying this, and I don't know. That's not my shtick. It needs to be said to point out the hypocrisy of what's going on. I just know my lane, and this isn't my lane. I would say that's not how I see things and how I would approach things. But it needs to be said, and I'm glad that Ben is doing this, and whoever else has done this, because this has been said a bunch. Like I get texts and DMs all the time. Like, Gary, I really believe Candace Owens is the one that did this or was involved. Like, I don't want to engage what she's engaging in. I don't think that's true. There's no evidence to that. There's no reason for me to believe that. And that's just, we become so biased against her that now we're look, she's a demon. She doesn't need to be demonized more. but we're ascribing to her actions that I don't think are backed by the facts. And we just need to be careful about that and check our own selves to make sure that we're not falling into the trap on the other side.
Do we know? Do we know, was she wearing maroon? Like, you know, a student from Texas A&M? Hell, would she even have been admitted to Texas A&M? And also maroon, Candace, really? You expect us to just believe they had nothing to do with maroon? I mean, Kanye West collaborated. Kanye West, who she's really close friends with, super close, collaborated with Maroon 5 on a single called Heard 'Em Say in 2005. And we know.
Well, there it is. That's the smoking gun.
Like, I know this is funny, but these are the exact conversations that I have on Spaces in my comments. Like, these are the type of correlations that people come up with and then create links and causation out of those correlations that have nothing to do with anything. It's like, it's this is funny. This is ridiculous. But there are people that put ideas forward that are dumber, that are more ridiculous, and they believe them wholeheartedly. Like, they have found it. They have their Sherlock Holmes moment, and they have had their, you know, Paul on the road to Damascus moment. Like, their eyes have been open, even though technically Paul's were closed. But regardless.
No, the Candace Owens and Kanye West are super close, like super duper close. I mean, like really close. I mean, look, there's Charlie in the background of this photo. I mean, it blows your mind. Like, look at this. Look at this. Kanye West with Adam Levine from Maroon 5, Kanye West with Candace Owens, and Charlie Kirk just standing there like a third man, forgotten man in the background. There are no coincidences. How stupid do they think we are? You think we're stupid? So you got to follow the dots. Kanye West has a song with Adam Levine of Maroon 5. Adam Levine, by the way, is a Frankist. I'll bet you didn't know that. Adam Levine comes from a long line of Frankists. And Kanye West just doing songs with him, and Candace being all close with Kanye. And then a bunch of Fed decoys show up at UV.
Okay, let's be accurate on this. So a couple of things. Gary watched the Lance testimony, said Tyler spoke about hunting trip for months, saying it was why he needed the engraver, but we know Utah was booked last minute. It wasn't booked last minute. This is incorrect, and this is something that's been pushed forward a lot. It was at known, they were planning it for at least a month ahead of time. And I've corroborated that with people at TPUSA. The other one that independently corroborated that was Andrew Faraci, who was the a contracted photographer and videographer. He knew about it at least a full month ahead of time. It was first, this is one of the things that I first clashed with Candace way back when, before he even launched a video against her. She was putting out this time, like there was only like a week ahead of time. It's not true. It was first published, I think August 25th is when it was first officially announced on different websites. I actually included those links and corrected her on that. But it was being planned ahead of that. So it was at least almost a full month that people knew that this was going to happen. So there's that. I just want to clear that up. He also said, yeah, he was talking about a hunting trip for months. Two things can be true at the same time. There could have been some sort of hunting trip planned. No one actually went in and cross-examined him on this. There could have been a hunting trip, that was being talked about, but he also stated that it was less than a month. He said he didn't know how long it was since he asked for the engraver and the Dremel tool. And the prosecutor asked him, was it a month? He's like, no, not a month. Or actually, he said, was it a year ago? And he's like, no, not a year ago. No more than a month. So I don't know. But the fact is, and I've talked to people on the ground at UVU as well. And people have contacted me and said they knew about it much more in advance than even August 25th. And we got nothing definitive out of Lance Twiggs yesterday. Clearly, this guy was engaged in a lot of drug use. That's been talked about. I don't know what his perception of time and how accurate that is. I don't know if it was a week, and he didn't seem to know either. So I don't know. We don't even know anything solid. That's just a fair way to discuss what's going on with this. I'm fine with Lance being. I've said it from the beginning. I think that Lance is involved. Like I said, just my impression of how he delivered that testimony on the video. made me the chances of him not knowing went up for me. I'm not saying that it's all that high. I'm just saying, like, he didn't seem to know what was going on. He seemed like I got a 16-year-old, and he is like, you could be like, a murder could be happening in the house. He doesn't know what's going on. Like, it's just not his thing. He doesn't pay attention to what's going on around him. I think it's different than obviously Lance Twiggs. I think he was kind of lost in his own mental illness. And I do think he's obviously mentally ill. He's trans. He was taking black market different hormones and things like that. He was also engaging in drinking and doing illicit drugs pretty extensively, according to some information. Again, go watch the Turkey Tom video. I don't know how aware he was of what was taking place. So I think that's just a fair way. And I would love to see him prosecuted, because I think he's probably, I'm just telling you the truth of my analysis of that, what I took away from that. And I know a lot of people will disagree with me. A lot of people feel more strongly that Lance Twiggs is involved. I'm open to it one way or the other. And I do. And by the way, the only thing that he got immunity for was for the scope of that conversation. So if he left anything out or didn't include anything that he was doing criminally in that conversation, he doesn't get immunity. He can still be prosecuted. So he really has no immunity outside the left and right limits of that conversation that he was having with the prosecutor. So nobody freak out about that. Patriot Source, back office supporting SK and Paramount Tactical. Keep up the good work, guys. Absolutely.
Yes, Guarding the Grid and Clipmaster Jake are amazing. Also, shameless plug, 1 second. I won't be on the podcast tonight on Patriot Source podcast, but the back office crew, Guarding the Grid and Clipmaster Jake, are taking over the show, and they have some amazing stuff that they're planning to roll out. Of course, you guys know I have no idea what they're doing, because I never have any idea what's going on. But they have something amazing planned, and I hope everyone goes and watches it tonight at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time.
Go support Patriot Source podcast. Bunch of great guys. Patriot Dad, Non de Plume. All of them are great. And there's even this really great gal named SKDouble Dub. That's just fun to say.
You wearing maroon like a Frankish Satanist would? It would take moves like Jagger to avoid the obvious.
It's really
here.
easy to yell.
It gets even worse. For example, look at the wardrobe.
Yes.
Look at the visual staging here. During the height of the summer 2025 broadcast cycle, Candace systematically reconfigured her entire on-air presence to feature deep maroon color blocks. That's the exact aesthetic marker she anchored to her theoretical look-alike phantoms. I mean, look at this. What color is she wearing there? That's right. That's maroon. That's maroon. I mean, look at
story.
Coincidence?
I think not.
Maroon. Coincidence? How about maroon? Maroon. I mean, maybe a little edging on crimson there, but mostly maroon. Criminologists refer to this as rhetorical nesting. That's where the guilty party literally dresses themselves in the fabric of their own conspiracy to normalize that imagery in the minds of the masses. And guys, it gets even worse. I mean, this is nuts. How stupid do they think we are? Do they think we're stupid? They think we're stupid. How dumb do they think we are? See, here's the thing. We know that Candace is technically proficient with microphones, and we suspect that Charlie Kirk wasn't somehow killed by some sort of bullet that magically disappeared, you know, like the coroner's report of the autopsy says. So maybe it was the exploding microphone, but you know who might know how microphones could be rigged that way? Maybe, just maybe, a longtime podcast host who runs her own show. Has Candace ever answered a single question about this? Any? These are questions that require answers. And about her travel, like, let's look at September 8th, 2 days before the assassination. Private aircraft depart Nashville that morning. That's the city that she is from. Was she on any of those? We don't have any idea. We don't have any idea. Any one of those flights could have made a brief stop in Tucson. That's 50 miles from Fort Huachuca. We would never know. Tucson is a tactical staging ground. It's the exact location where the corporate aircraft sit before they transition into that black box that is Fort Huachuca. Could that have been a discreet pickup window to bring some sort of unidentified passenger along for some sort of meeting? There are 14 private unscheduled departures leaving Candace's immediate residential perimeter. The mathematical probability matrix dictates a staggering 14.2% chance that her corporate architecture had a body on board. And then what about a cover? But this would require a cover-up, like a big cover-up, right? I mean, like, that's what everyone says when you theorize this. Who would cover it up? Like, who would help cover it up? Here's the thing. We know that Candace is skilled in the art of the cover-up. For example, public accusations and document trails have emerged directly naming her husband, George Farmer, in a high-stakes hit-and-run cover-up in August of 2023 involving a victim named Tracy Robinson. Wait, Robinson. Does that name sound familiar? George Farmer hit somebody in his car, maybe named Robinson. How many Robinsons even are there in the world? How many Robinsons, like Tyler Robinson, have Candace and her husband had contact with? Statistically, something like 1 in every 600 Americans is named Robinson. But you're telling me, you're trying to tell me that Candace and George are involved in 2 separate scandals with people named Robinson? That's like the odds of a lightning strike twice while you're standing on top of a volcano. Let's use some common sense here, people. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make it up. The documented profile in that case alleges that George Farmer wrecked his truck while operating at a staggering 3 times the legal limit, meaning roughly 13 drinks over 4 hours to hit that number, all while unlawfully brandishing a firearm. But what happened to that alleged DUI? You didn't hear about that, right? What happened to it? Poof, it went missing. Poof, poof, poof. And then she just lied about it for years. And we also know, because she constantly talks about it, that she has tons of high-level insider government connections. You want to talk about cover-up? Cover-up? She's got the connections.
Here that is, which came in November, my old tweet saying that I had a source inside of the French government because I did. A high government source actually reached out and made me aware. And this is stunning, actually, that we missed this common sense. I should have figured this out all by myself.
So she had the sources, she had the cover-up capacity. So you're talking motive, money, fame, foreign connections, antipathy to things that Charlie was fighting for, and the means, closeness to Charlie's team and friends in the highest places, and the opportunity. I mean, where was she that week? Who was she talking to? And let's be real. I've never seen anything more suspicious than Candace's behavior after Charlie was killed. Manic and panicked and weird, bizarre. Criminologists will tell you, it's been proven. Everyone knows this. The guilty party inserts themselves into the investigation. And Candace appointed herself lead investigator on this murder, who attacks every single witness who could clarify the record, who, when asked what evidence would change her mind, has never once answered the question. Now, she keeps telling her audience, citing clinical criteria, that you can see deception on camera. You know, like harsh widening of the eyes or like a fixed blank stare, a personality that reconfigures for every room. Man, if you watch her show with the sound off, by the very diagnostic rubric she uses to indict Erica Kirk's grief, man, she fails. I mean, the lady laughs while describing a murder investigation. She sells mugs in the same breath as wound packing details. What kind of human does that? What kind of human? I mean, look at this face. Look at this face.
You don't get to ask those questions. What's wrong with you, Mom? Why are you so scared?
I mean, look at those eyes.
That
Look,
is
dead
creepy.
Eyes. Doll's eyes.
Creepy as it gets. Creepy as it gets.
Does it look like a grieving best friend? Does she look like a grief-stricken young mother? I mean, look at the kind of earrings she wears. Does a grieving friend wear those kinds of earrings? Those big bangles? Would you wear those kind of earrings if you were grieving your best friend? So here's the thing. This is all part of the...
When I've had loved ones die, I wouldn't even wear earrings. I never have. I don't know how she's doing it. I mean, I don't have my ears pierced, but
plan.
Same thing.
I mean, I never take my earrings out, but
Investigation isn't
freaking psycho.
just an investigation. It's something more. It's an obsession. Like, you know, that movie Obsession that you can find on Amazon right now, like Obsession. She's become so hyper-fixated on Charlie, she's now attempting to absorb his corporate network to completely replace him. She's spent the last 9-10 months teaching millions of people that nothing is a coincidence. And you know what? She's right, because this isn't a coincidence. None of it. I'm just asking questions, okay? These are just questions. Now, I'm not saying I know everything. I'm not saying that. I'm just asking. These are questions, okay? Why can't I ask questions? Why shouldn't I ask questions? Am I just supposed to believe what I see? Am I just supposed to look at the evidence? I'm just asking, okay? And questions, we should all be skeptical. What? Are you like somebody who just believes what you hear? I mean, like, why won't she release her own travel records? What is she hiding? Listen, guys, you can feel it. You don't need to know what happened to know what happened. Somehow. Why else is she so obsessed? Why the granular, why like 100 episodes on this? And there's something else too. You know, like, I don't like to get personal about this sort of stuff. I don't. But this disturbed me a lot. And so I really feel that I have to talk about it. So last night, the angel Michael visited me in a dream. He was carrying a fiery sword. And on one shoulder, he was carrying a boombox. And then the angel turned on the boombox. And the sound of a Charlie Kirk speech came out. And then, this was the part that really got me. Beyonce showed up randomly. But was it even random? Because then she started singing the 1998 Destiny's Child hit, No, No, No. I woke up with a cold sweat. I was terrified by the power of my vision. Because here's the thing. I don't know, but I know, just as Beyonce sang to me, No, No, No. That song was no coincidence, just as Beyonce sang to me from the dream world. But it's not just dream girl Beyonce. It's sources, really important sources. I have tons of sources, so many sources, endless numbers of sources. Sources so important, I can't name them because, I'm afraid what might happen to them if I name those sources. I mean, look what happened to Charlie. Like, I don't know what would happen if I name those sources and Candace is still out there. What would happen to the sources? I don't know. Listen, I'm told by these really important sources that I can't name, and you can't make me name them. This is a free country. You can't make me name those sources. I'm told by those sources that people in her own circle have lots of questions, like lots of people in her circles, like so many people, like maybe all of those people, like all of them. So yeah, sure. I guess what I'm saying is maybe I can't prove that Candace Owens orchestrated Charlie's murder or was behind it or covered it up or anything. But if you think I'm stupid enough to believe the story that Candace Owens, a powerful person with deep insider government connections and ability to cover things up, if I'm supposed to believe Candace Owens, what do you think? I'm stupid? What are we, dumb? We dumb? I mean, we're just noticing too many things, you guys. We're not allowed to notice the things. We'll be remembering how she randomly went missing for a few days and how much money she's made and her sudden weird sympathy for Islam and Russia and sex trafficker allegedly in Romania and her deep state sources and her weird marriage story. How dumb do they think we are? They think we're dumb? They think we're dumb? Is that what they think, that we're stupid? And speaking of stupidly cute, how cute are these bears? How cute are these bears? I mean, these are cute bears, right? They're adorable and they're available for $89.99. And if you want to support our search for truth, we need your help. Buy this bear for America. I'll tell you what, though. I'll tell you what I'm not going to buy. I'm not going to buy the theory. A theory that has no evidence, by the way, that Candace Owens is pushing. The one that Candace Owens, with friends in high places and connections throughout the Middle East and Russia, and with embedded agents at TPUSA close to Charlie, wants you to believe. The story about Tyler Robinson and the Egyptian government and Charlie Kirk and the Zionists and Tyler Bowen and Erica Kirk. I demand a full investigation. Kash Patel, where are you? Where are you, Kash Patel? Where are you, Attorney General Blanche? Where are you? I want a full investigation right now. But let's be real. We know. No one's going to do it. No one's going to do that investigation. You can't trust anyone. You can't trust anyone on this stuff except me. You can trust me, but no one else. And sometimes not even me, but really just me. Seriously, no one except me. And guys, I'm just saying, if something happens to me, I did not kill myself. I'm just telling you, if something happens, I've compiled all the evidence. I've compiled it all. I put it all together. I've packaged it right up and I've sent it to Lionel Messi. And it's in his inbox right now. And I also promise, guys, if you stick with me, there will be more bombshells to come. We're not going to stop. Not for a single day, not for a single hour, not for a moment, not for a millisecond, not for a zeptosecond. We're not going to sleep. We're not going to eat. We're not going to breathe until the true perpetrator is tracked down and this crime is solved. Listen, I'm not going to sleep. I'm not going to eat. I'm not going to breathe. I'm holding my breath right now. And now, still holding my breath right now. Because we want justice. And we also want you to keep listening tomorrow. Because again, I'm telling you, just telling you, if you listen tomorrow, I will have revelations. They will astonish you. I mean, like incredible stuff I'm getting from my sources every single day. These are the kinds of revelations that will stop you in your tracks. Literally, you'll just be walking and then you'll stop walking when you hear them. You'll just be standing there in the middle of traffic, paralyzed to oncoming trucks because of these revelations. And listen. The only person who could possibly get me to stop is Candace Owens herself. Because listen, Candace Owens, she was BFFs forevs with Charlie. She was his bestie McBestie. And so I have to honor her request. So if Candace asks me to stop, I will. If she asks me to stop, I will. Unless she asks me to stop. That's when I know she did it. I mean, I don't know, but I no.
So there we go. I
That's
think
the
logic,
best video.
the logic is the exact same. It's idiotic. Let me hit a couple of super chats here, and then we have a very special guest backstage that we will bring on in just a moment. Dustin, now that we know the ammo, what the ammo is, will you do a ballistic test with Remington core lock? Anyways, thank you for what you're doing. The answer is no. And here's why. If you're going to replicate something, you need to replicate it. Everybody's familiar with the Newton's cradle, right? We have this mass. We have all these, was it 5 balls, 4 balls, 2 balls? I don't know how many balls. Lots of balls. Anyways, there's this mass that we take one, we let it go, and then it hits the other balls. The other balls don't move, and the one on the end swings up. And why is that? Because energy transfers, right? So here's the problem that I have with this, and what people don't quite seem to understand, nothing that I could do in my backyard or even to some extent, even in a lab, but much less in limited resources that I have. Folks, do you really believe, even if we're just shooting ballistic gel, is shooting 5 pounds of ballistic gel the same as shooting, will you get the same reaction out of 30 pounds of ballistic gel, 40 pounds of ballistic gel, 50 pounds of ballistic gel? You won't. Number one, the more mass that I have, the less we're going to have as far as penetration goes. And to sit here and pretend that shooting a 10-pound piece of meat is the exact same thing as shooting a 220-pound Charlie Kirk is ridiculous, because that energy transfers and it has plenty of places to go. And then on top of that, what you have to do is you have to replicate. We have to create an analog of Charlie Kirk. Is shooting ballistic gel the same as shooting a human being? It's not. There's nothing indicative about what's going on there that would transfer over to what happens in reality. Folks, this is so, if you're honest with yourself and someone like me that's trying to be honest with you, it is very hard to replicate. We would need an analog. And then on top of that, if you really want to get scientific about it, you got to have a decent sample size so that you can, because this is all about probabilities and statistics. I don't know what the statistics are. Is it going to be 1 out of 100, 1 out of 50? And we don't need to do that. You have all the information you need. We have Charlie Kirk. We have Martin Luther King. Take Charlie Kirk out of that if you don't believe that. We have Martin Luther King. We have Chuck Ritter. And we have Shane Hill. All of those people. And again, if you actually do the research and go through and look at pathology reports, it happens a lot. The idea that a 30-06 is impossible, that it won't pass through, that it will pass through every single time, has been blown out of the water. It's just not, it's not a reality. And then on top of that, we have other variables that we can't account for. We still don't know the bullet weight. We know that it was core locked. I suspect, and I predicted a long time ago, I think it's 150 core locked. I was right about the core lock well over a month ago, and I guarantee you I've mentioned it before that. But I went on the record over a month ago saying I believe it was core locked ammunition because we knew it was Remington. So that narrowed it down for me. I'm like, core lock, almost guaranteed. This is exactly what I would expect from core locked ammunition. And then on top of that, even if you have ballistic gel, now we don't have actually a human spine. We're not shooting the same mass. It's going to react completely differently. And then on top of that, even if you put a human spine or a spine inside of ballistic gel, do we have the millions of connections between muscular connections, tendons that are holding that spine, and we can recreate? It's almost impossible to recreate. And besides, I think it's a waste of time. I really do. It's just a fact, whether you like it or not. God bless you. Think you love true crimes. Colton says, I'm disappointed we have to wait until September 1st, but I believe the prosecution laid out a very strong case. The Candace Owens crash out is just a bonus. It is glorious. I love seeing her scramble and all her minions just come up, just throwing spaghetti at the wall like, oh, it's all fake. It's all fake. They got nowhere to go. They really don't. And they're being exposed. They know it, whether they want to admit it or not. They are being exposed. Time perspective, probably right if on drugs. I wouldn't gotten my taxes and everything else into that immunity interview. Just joking about my taxes. Good thing they don't call Candace to testify in court. She would toss her keys to the judge, park her car, and then she parked in the fire lane. Ben is about to bust this case wide open. I couldn't agree more. X-Live Group now claims bullets, frags were shoved into Charlie's neck during the transportation to hospital by a security team. We haven't reached peak craziness yet. So this is something that Baron Coleman was pushing over a month ago, well over a month ago. He saw some fragments or something that looked like they could possibly be, like they zoomed in on this crappy photo and they're like, look what's in the seat right here. What this is, here's what they did, folks. They finished killing him in the transport vehicle, which is just disgusting. And then on top of that, I think that they had a previously fired bullet that they shoved down in there. And what happens with previously fired lead is that it crumbles, it breaks off, and now we see the remnants of this. So they were already pre-bunking this ahead of time. These people, like, everybody should be going into their comments and calling them out. It's more effective than you think, and you should be making fun of them on every social media platform possible because they're absolutely ridiculous, deranged. And if we'd been pushing back on it the way that we are now, back in September, October, November, we wouldn't be dealing with what we're dealing now. Ben's monologue today was Ami Kozak meets the Jeremy Boring Show. I think that's a good analogy. All right, without further ado, I want to bring on a very special guest. And I think you guys will enjoy this. Everyone, welcome Blake Neff to the show. Blake, thank you for coming on. I don't think there's any need to introduce yourself. We've had now really 4.5 days of this trial. We see what's going on in social media. My dog's barking. If you guys can't hear that, I don't know what's going on up there. But tell us what your thoughts are on all of it, between the trial, the hearing, and of course, what is going on in social media. And I think we are seeing a turning point, pun intended, of people accepting this nonsense on social media.
Well, hey, Gary. Thank you for having me on. Apologize if the camera or sound is a little jank. I'm not in a prison or a hostage situation. I'm just in the green room at Real America's Voice. We're in DC for a big turning point event, our Chapter Leaders Summit, which is our largest one ever. So I just like to throw that out there to emphasize that Charlie's work, Charlie's mission continues. Eric is very committed to that. All of us at Turning Point and at the show and so on are committed to that. But we have this week also been very focused on this hearing. And I'll tell you, it's exhausting. We've been covering every part of it all day and what it says. A lot of it's very painful. I was posting yesterday how it was very jarring to hear Lance Twiggs say that Tyler Robinson was crying and told him he wished he hadn't done it. And all you can think of is you didn't need to do it. I said yesterday, it would almost feel more, I would get it more if this was a true radical who said, I did it and I don't regret it. And I just hated him and I had to do it. And instead for it to be this kid who just had some bizarre obsession for a little bit and then realized that he'd thrown his life away for something repulsive immediately after, it was very painful. It's tough to hear all of that, but at the same time, I'm very glad this is finally happening, because I think so many of the conspiracy theories we've had to deal with, so much of the bizarre hate towards Erica, towards longtime employees at Turning Point, towards people that Charlie knew and loved and cared about, it all blew up. And I think a lot of that came because there's this nervous agitation, this nervous energy. People need to see the wheels of justice going. And instead there was just this void, this 10-month wait for really anything to happen other than an odd hearing there, here and there. And now we're finally getting it. We're finally in 1 week getting a large amount of evidence shown to the public, getting a big step towards finally having justice. And my only big regret is we talked to Andrea Burkhart, some other legal experts on our show, and they keep telling us this might be it. We have a 7-week wait to September 1st for the final decision on probable cause. That final decision might come after the 1-year mark. And then we might be waiting another year until we actually get a jury trial. And that's painful. I think Utah should seriously look at their laws that are allowing things to be stretched this long. But nevertheless, I'm so glad that the process is finally moving.
Yeah. And, I've had Andrea on as well. And I don't know that this is a Utah thing. I think it's just I think that's just the fact that the wheels of justice grind slowly.
I might be wrong. I've heard a few people say Utah doesn't have. I don't think they have grand juries, and some people have said grand jury. You'd at least get this guy indicted and a plea deal, or not a plea deal, a plea entered within. We'd be talking a matter of weeks, not months.
Yeah, and let's be real. This is the defense dragging this out. This is why it's taken so long. These were all motions by the defense. This wasn't the prosecution trying to drag this out, which I know has been alleged. But we are seeing a lot of evidence, and we knew about a lot of evidence so far. One of the things I constantly hear about is, well, yeah, that evidence is in the charging documents or whatever, the search warrants or whatever it happens to be. That doesn't mean that evidence exists, which I think is kind of idiotic to begin with. But we've seen so much evidence that Candace Owens and her minions said doesn't exist. The note doesn't actually exist. The video footage of him crawling out to the perch doesn't exist. They didn't actually interview Lance Twiggs. They didn't even question Lance Twiggs. We know that's a lie. Like, everything that they have put forth has been a lie. Tyler Robinson wasn't even on UVU campus. Like, then what is he doing there?
No, it's an endless thing. It's one after another, and they're still going to claim this. Any video that is presented, you can say is AI. Any text that is presented, you can say is a government forgery. Any document is presented as a government forgery. I've seen them saying, okay, the gun is real, but they just stole it and planted it to frame Tyler Robinson. I think a lot of this, it goes back to, I think for the leading people pushing this, I think truthfully, I'm at the point where I believe that Candace Owens is happy Charlie is dead, and she likes the idea of the person who did it getting away with it. I think that is the most coherent explanation for this level of sustained hateful derangement. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's how I choose to read it at this point. And I think that's driving some people. I think it's not a coincidence that a lot of the biggest conspiracy theorists are people who loudly or quietly did not like Charlie very much while he was with us. And there's a lot of rivalries in the right-wing space, in media, in the movement, and so on. And they're going to push this endlessly, no matter what we put out there. But I think it is good to have the evidence available. I think it will keep more people from slipping down this rabbit hole.
Yeah.
It's a thing a lot of people have. There was reported in, I can't remember who it is. There's one of those books about the Trump White House where it was even describing Vice President Vance in the days after the shooting. He was looking at all these YouTube videos and stuff. We have a lot of responsibility to provide transparency, provide good information hygiene on the right, provide good leadership on the right. Otherwise, people are going to be in danger of getting enthralled to cult leaders, to big personalities, to people who are going to manipulate and exploit them for bad ends.
Yeah, the only thing that we should be focused on is reaching the reasonable among us. We're not going to reach the people that are completely indoctrinated in this Candace cult nonsense, that are getting such glee and joy out of all of this. Like, that's not what we're here to do. We're here to make sure that it doesn't get bigger, and at least the reasonable among us can sit there and weigh the evidence for what it is and take a look at what they have for evidence, which is absolutely nothing, and then what is actually being presented by, I don't know, people that are actually sane. But, I don't want to get too deep into relitigating all the things that are going on, but I am curious. Clearly, you guys, TPUSA, specifically you and Andrew Colvett, I feel like you guys have had enough. And there's clearly a different tactic being at play. And number one, you guys are engaging in this. And I think it's so important that you are, and I'm so glad that you did. Talk a little bit about that, how you feel about that, if I'm misrepresenting that. What was the thought behind and the mindset behind kind of like sitting back at the beginning of this? But clearly you guys are much more aggressive, and I'm glad you are. And I think a lot of people are rooting for you. So congratulations on that. And just kind of let us know what your mindset was behind that and the strategy.
Yeah, I can't disclose every single thing, every conversation that was had behind closed doors. I don't think it would be controversial to say a common piece of advice online is do not feed the trolls. Don't engage with people whose like only obsession is tearing you down. That was actually, I mean, one of the last discussions I had with Charlie when we were prepping his debate answers is he would always get people who would show up and they would say, Charlie, why won't you debate Nick Fuentes? You would get asked that all the time. And the answer he would give is basically, Nick Fuentes is a guy who builds his career around ankle biting me, around trying to troll me, around trying to just sort of needle at me. And I'll actually debate someone who has practically the same views he has if I feel they are in good faith. But if I just feel someone's in bad faith and trying to manipulate my goodwill, trying to just get a debate in order to sort of increase their own fame and attention, I'm not going to play ball with that. And so when this was first happening, I think a lot of us thought she's doing this for attention. And she's previously been doing this with Brigitte Macron. She's previously been doing this with others. She'll probably see a new shiny object and move on. But I think what also became clear within a few weeks is Charlie is just such a big person. His assassination is such a big deal, the biggest one we've had in half a century at least in the United States. And the story is just so sensational. And Charlie himself is so important in so many ways that she really can just decide to endlessly talk about it. Yeah. And once that was clear, I'll certainly say I certainly began to argue we need to be talking more about this. We need to respond, because I think another thing that I saw and I think others started to realize is if you're getting attacked for a week or for even a month and you do nothing, you look tough, you look restrained, you look like you're not getting off your center. If you're not defending yourself, and this has been going on for months and months and months, and they're defaming you and they're defaming your employees, especially I think the fact that she was going so often after people who were not public figures. When you're targeting our camera guy, when you're targeting these secondary employees, people who have never sought fame for themselves. And if you're not going to defend those people, you don't look restrained, you look weak. You look pathetic. You look like you have something to hide eventually.
You look guilty.
And, you look guilty. Yeah. And eventually a person who doesn't defend themselves, it creates contempt. People who would sympathize with you start to develop contempt for you because they just don't understand why you're being that way. And so certainly an argument I made and others made is this just, after a while, like you ask yourself, what would Charlie do if people this close to him were under attack all the time? I think it's also worth asking yourself, like, what should a Christian do? Or even what should a knight in shining armor do? If there's a dragon who's terrorizing the village, if there's a witch who's terrorizing the village, at some point, like, you have a responsibility to stand up to this person. And I think we're seeing that bear out. I started making a few responses to her in the springtime, and more people have stepped up to do so. And I think that it's shown that, first of all, people are willing to stand up to her, that it's time to do so. I think it makes it more clear that people can't just stand aside and act like this is not going on, which some people have done. And I just think we're seeing all the positive effects that you would hope for from us just finally calling this evil what it is, and it is evil.
Yeah, no, I love it. What was required in this moment was a counter assault, and it really was only you guys that could lead that. And I think you're seeing, number one, how much support that you have behind you. Like, everybody loves it. Every time that you're tweeting back at Candace or Andrew is, people love it, and that's what they want to follow a winner. And if they feel like that you're not winning, or because of your silence, they determine that you look weak, are weak, or even worse, guilty, they're just going to stand back. And, I'll just say from personal experience, it's like there was a point where I was like, man, I'm fighting Candace and what's going on because I love my country more than they are. And I think that it has renewed everybody's faith and trust in TPUSA, that you guys are getting more aggressive. And that is, when we're trying to determine what the correct tactic is here, it's always situational independent. And I think you laid that out very well. Like, yeah, if it's 2 weeks or whatever else, somebody like Candace or Nick Fuentes coming at you, typically you can ignore them from a position of strength and they're going to move on to something else. But you're right. When they have a sustained campaign against you and it's building momentum, and next thing you know, Tucker Carlson's involved, Megyn Kelly's involved, like that's where it's time, like, okay, gloves are off. We're coming at you. And, you know, I agree with you. I'm always trying to balance. Look, I want to make sure that I fight this because it's a just fight. And it's something that I feel compelled by God to do. And I believe that. But it's also making sure, like, I have to constantly keep my spirit in check. Like, am I doing this in a way that God wants me to do it? And sometimes I fail because I'm like, you effing
I found myself having to reach that. Just first of all, like, if I do watch what they're saying, as much as they love to claim it, I don't remotely watch every Candace episode, let alone all the others. Although I know they love to claim it when they tweet at me. And part of it is like, if you watch too much of it, you can feel the hate rising within you. And I'll just think to myself, it is unhealthy for something like this to make me this angry because it is so false, it is so evil, it is so malice driven. You just don't want to touch it too much. It's like the One Ring in Lord of the Rings. It like corrupts you just by being near it. And so you want to respond, but not give in too much and not become too nasty. And I think that's a situation we'll have to continue to navigate. So we've pushed back more here, but we've also had to make it clear, if you watch the show, it's not going to be a bunch of segments just responding to these people, because in fact, we do have a mission that we're trying to pursue. And it is the mission that Charlie pursued. And Charlie's mission was not beefing with podcasters. Charlie's mission was get conservative victories for America through the political system. Charlie's mission was get out the vote, grassroots activism. Charlie's mission was Christian revival. Charlie's mission was revive the family, provide a path for young people. Those are our priorities. That is what the Chapter Leaders Summit we're doing is about. This Chapter Leaders Summit is not going to be a bunch of workshops on here is what Candace Owens said and you guys should dunk on her. This workshop is going to be about how you can make your chapter stronger on issues that matter for America, for Christianity, for the future of Western civilization. And that's what it's going to continue to be. That is what's going to be the Women's Leadership Summit when we have it again next year. That's what AmFest is going to be about. That is what Turning Point USA exists to do, to help America turn around in a positive direction, which Charlie did so much to achieve. None of us are his equals, but we are all striving to be worthy of his incredible legacy.
And that's another difficult thing for you guys to balance too, right? It's like you guys do have a mission that's not Candace Owens, obviously, but at the same time, Candace Owens and her ilk can start becoming an impediment to the mission that you guys are trying to do. And I think, again, I just applaud you. I think you guys have struck the right balance at this moment. And we can talk about being a Christian. And yes, Jesus said, turn the other cheek. But the other thing is, Jesus went in there and overthrew tables in the temple and started whipping some butt. And sometimes you got to do that, and that's the appropriate response. Just want to throw up a couple of questions and comments. This isn't related, but today Mike Cernovich posted a hunters forum with stories from hunters telling how they shot deer and other animals with core locked and didn't get exit wounds years ago. Yeah, I mean, this is a known thing. It's not anything new if you actually take the time to study it. Thank you, Caitlin Williams. Thank you, Ninja. Here's the first question we have from iRoll, or comment, praying for Erica and TPUSA. Thank you, Blake, for coming on. And I appreciate you coming on and taking the time as well. Blake, I heard you on the X Space the other night. That was an interesting thing. It
was something.
The funny thing was, I was just laid in bed and I happened to I was just going to listen. I was going to bed. And the person running that space was like, "Oh, Gary's here. You want to come up?" I was like, "Fine, I'll come up and talk to these people." And then the next thing I know, you were on. I was like, "Hey, everybody, Blake's here. You guys are talking all these things about TPUSA. We got a firsthand experience." So I was glad to see you in there, and you fielded all the questions, and I think that's the right answer. I'm terribly sorry for everything Charlie's family and TPUSA are having to go through. It's been disheartening to see how people behave.
Hey, Gary.
Yes.
Speaking of Charlie's mission and all of the great things that Blake just said, we have Data Republican back in the green room if you wanted to let her up for a minute.
I would love to have her up. I will say, folks, I got some people here that are actually here to trench my internet. I just finally got fiber optic. I've been doing, Starlink for I can barely do a stream, and now I got the good stuff, and they're actually here. So I'm going to have to cut this short, and I don't want to. Just so
Well,
everybody knows.
speaking of cutting it short, Gary, I also have to step out. We have to do it. We've been recapping the events of the trial each day. So the full hearing is over, as your viewers may know.
Yep.
So I need to step out. We have to recap that so we can actually go to the Chapter Leader Summit. But howdy, Data. It's good to see you again. And thank you for your work in the just a few hours ago, blasting Candace. I'm not one to brag about ratios, but since Candace is complaining about getting ratioed, I will congratulate you for inflicting that upon her. It is quite the achievement and something to be proud of. And I just want to say thank you for the messages from your super chatters. That's very appreciated. And I do pass those on to Erica. I'll screenshot them and send them to her in our Telegram chat. So
Awesome.
that's all deeply appreciated. And thank you for all the help you've given us, Gary. And maybe I'll stop in another time soon. But
We'd love to have
until
you.
then, thank you very much.
Thanks for coming on, Blake. Y'all have a great day. Let me hit this one real quick. I saw someone on an Ian Carroll post say she's unfollowed and sorry she followed him. It's why I keep praying for them. I was an ex-Cancer O supporter. I love hearing that because it indicates that there is a spiritual and intellectual revival that's taking place, and people are realizing that they were just tricked, and it's not their fault. It's not their fault. God bless you, Blake, and all of TPUSA. We love you very much. Please tell Erica there are so many of us who are admiring her grace, faith, and strength. I wish I were half as good as she is. Respect, Blake. I agree. She has handled all of this as a true Christian woman could only do, with grace, dignity that is admirable, to say the least. And that's one of the reasons that Candace hates her. Like, she wishes she was Erica Kirk, whether she wants to admit it or not. And quite frankly, she wishes that she was Erica Kirk because Erica Kirk was married to Charlie Kirk. And guess what? George ain't Charlie, and Candace isn't Erica, and they never will be. Please give Erica this jewel. It's served me well, Isaiah 54:15. Even if they assemble against you, it's not because of me. Anyone who assembles against you shall fall for your sake. I want to give the last word. I don't know if you've related anything to SK, but if you have anything, I don't know, words of encouragement or anything else, Data, let us know. I would love to hear that from you. And then SK, I got to shut this down in about 3 minutes. But
yeah, you're good. I'll let her type out a final thought. And in the meantime, I'll just ask everyone to make sure that they are following Data Republican on X, and you can subscribe to her X. She's fully independent, so all of that support helps. And I think Jen was going to put her distillery in the comments as well. They have great stuff. And her book is out for pre-order. I think the link for that's going to be in the description box as well. It comes out in October, but you can pre-order now. It's called Unelected. It's going to be excellent. And yeah, let me see if she's said anything yet.
Folks, support the people that are doing right. Like, that's what we need.
Yes.
You know, and again, if you haven't done so already, make sure you like, subscribe, share this content. That's important to us too. And if you want to support us in that way, feel free to do so. And SK's contacts and socials are down in the description below as well.
Yes. And again, you can follow us on YouTube and X. On X, it's at PSPod25, and on YouTube, Rumble, it's Patriot Source Podcast. And then on X, I am SKDouble Dub 33. Did you have anything you wanted to say at all, Data Republican? Any final thoughts? I was so excited to see her and Blake at the same time.
Too.
It sucks everybody had to run.
I am too.
I had no idea he was coming on. He popped up and I was like, what?
I've been talking to him in DMs, and I was like, hey, if you guys are available, we'd love to have you on, because today's a great day. Yesterday was a great day. Look, I really do. I think the tide is turning on this. People are waking up, and I'm glad to see it.
Yes. And I do know Data Republican is working on a couple of threads, so keep your eye out for that. She did just say, I don't think she's really knowing what to say, because I told her, come back, Blake's here. And she was like, okay. And she like ran back. So that's what she was saying. She was like, I don't really know what to say. She said, I just ran back because SK was like, Blake's here, come back. I kind of put her on the spot. That's my bad.
Well, Data, I will just tell you right now, you have an open invitation. We'd love to have you on anytime. It'd be our honor, and we'd love to have you Come back more often. I share your content and reference your content a lot, and hopefully everybody out there is following you. Well, listen, folks, we're going to be back on live at 8 p.m. So about 4.5 hours. So make sure you go hit the subscribe button, hit the notification, select all, but also you can hit remind me on that exact stream that we're going to have here in the next 4.5 hours or so. Did you get anything from Data?
She said that it was really good to hear what Blake had to say. She agrees with what he's saying. And, you know, she did hit back at Candace. And it's at a great cost, you guys. When you're doing the right thing on social media, you lose followers, lose subscribers, that happens. But people like Gary and Data Republican are doing what's right because it's the right thing to do, not because you know, they gain followers or anything like that. So make sure you pray for discernment and make sure you're following people that are always after the truth. And when someone gets something wrong, they aren't afraid to admit it. Those are the people that you want to follow.
Yeah. And the reality is, even people that agree with you are put off by a lot of the drama. And you lose a lot of followers that way too, even if they 100% agree with you. So the people that are supporting us, man, you're appreciated more than you'll ever know. Folks, we will be back on. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for all your love and support. Go make the right people famous, and let's put an end to this nonsense. It should not be tolerated. Yes, they have the right to do that, but it doesn't mean that we have to sit by and let it happen without a counterpoint and without challenging their lies, their deception, and quite frankly, a fraud. What they are doing is fraud through and through, and they're making millions of dollars doing it. And that's one of the reasons that they're doing it. But anyways, thank you guys for tuning in. Until 8 p.m. tonight, Eastern time, which we will see you back here. Stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you soon.